We're back.
Yeah.
And you're back.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so fun hanging out with you guys the last couple of rounds yesterday, so I decided to do this instead of playing the Blitz PTI event.
Yeah, because we still have a pretty big event today, even if we are just going to cover the top 8. I've heard that we might, depending on timing, stream the finals for the PTI event.
Oh yeah, that would be really good.
Yeah, but it depends a little bit. We are going to stream all the top 8 games, one after the other today.
Yes.
So we have quite a lot of games in front of us, 7 of them.
Yeah, I just posted the games we're doing for the top 8 in the chat, so
nice.
They should be there in what order we're playing them.
Yep.
So we're doing first all the top 8 games, the quarterfinals, and then we're going through the day.
Yeah. And I know that we might have switched around a little bit in the quarterfinals now, because we had some people that were like, oh, can I come in a little bit later because I need to do this and this and this.
Okay.
So it might not go in the seed order, but the first game is, and that is going to be Jacob versus Linus.
Yes.
Why did I go Jacob on Jacob's name and then Linus?
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's hard. Yeah,
Jakob and Linus.
Yeah, so Jakob Trosing and Linus Rodhammar. It's the first round.
Yep.
I need to correct myself from yesterday. I said that Linus was in somewhere in the Malmö and Lund area, but he's in. Okay, I need to double check this. Billeberga.
Okay.
It's the small. It's a really small town in the south of Sweden.
Yeah.
So that's where
huge flesh and blood community.
Yeah, like especially if you look at per capita, it's probably one of the biggest. So yeah, that's where he's from. Jakob is local from Stockholm, so yeah, it's really good. We have the deck list in front of us. We've been looking through them this morning, and it looks that it's going to be a really interesting game.
Yeah, you had some notes on the deck list, right?
Yeah. So if we start with Jakob's deck, he's playing Bravo, so it's pretty standard deck, nothing special. The one thing that we can look at is he's only have 1 unmovables.
Yeah.
He has the Sinks and the Fates. So he has that part, but just the 1 red unmovable.
Yep.
He also have the Stamp Authority and the Showtimes and the Imposing Vision, so he has the Aura package.
Yep.
So if he starts, he can choose to like try to find an Aura. He has 7 copies of Finding an Aura with Imposings.
Yep.
Not everybody runs that, but he has that package.
I know he really likes that package.
Yeah, he really does. He thinks that it's a really strength to be able to go first and just set that up.
Yep.
And I talked to him with a little bit yesterday, and I think he wants to start.
Yep.
He might have changed his mind from last night when he really went through the list and like talked it through, but I think that was his plan going into it. And with those 7 cards, I can understand going first, like try to get an Aura on the field, get that search token, like get an arsenal and like be set up. And also, if we go back and we look at Linus' list, which is a bit more spicy, and it's also like Azuri is not as fleshed out like Bravo's been here for a long time. Azuri is
of course
still in the newer stage. We have Linus, he has 15 stealth cards.
Yeah.
Everything is yellow and blue, which is, so there is no red isolates. Everything is like, he only has the yellow and blue cards. Then he focuses, he has the other package where he has the contract cards.
Yep.
So of course he has the Leave No Witness and the Shakedowns like everybody runs, but he also run Annihilate the Arms, Plunder the Poor, and Slay the Scholars.
Yeah.
So he has that like kind of a contract base that he can use, so he can be a bit more aggressive without needing to swap every time.
Yep. It's a really cool list.
Yeah, he on the direct front he has the 3 Sinks, 2 Aces, and then the 3 Frailty Trap that we saw yesterday when they run against Lexi.
Yeah.
So it might be that he struggle against the Dominate.
Yeah.
We will see how he managed that part. Like how can he keep his reacts for when he needs them?
Yep, exactly.
Or is he forced to use them in suboptimally and run out of them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then no Fate Foreseen.
No Fate Foreseen, that's the big thing. Like, so you're down 3 directs that you usually run, or a lot of users run at least. So that could be something that Jacob can take advantage of, like force them out first cycle, and second cycle there is no directs left, and then he can just So it's going to be interesting. See how this game goes. Both of them play a fantastic event. Jacob is like he's been crushing it.
Yep.
He lost once the entire day, like yesterday. So like, yeah.
But Jakob is only playing Bravo. He's just grinding Bravo.
Yeah, I remember when Jacob started to playing, like it was last summer or right before that.
Yeah, I think right before. Yeah.
Yeah, and he showed up, played Bravo, and we were like, yeah, that's not the best here right now. He was like, yeah, but that's what I play.
Yeah.
And he's been playing it.
Yeah.
And now
and you were very heavy in Oldhim at that time.
Yes.
And you were kind of like mentoring all the Guardian players.
Yeah.
Like, you should probably be on. And like, no, this is what I have.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time like playing those Guardian mirrors, and Jakob really like he's really learned how to do the pitch deck game. And you can also like, I don't think we saw him playing in the draft yesterday, but he was on chain yesterday for the draft, and like he crushed that draft too, because his pitch deck is perfect.
Yeah.
The first time I really saw it was Nationals last year when he crushed me in a Guardian mirror.
Yeah.
And so yeah, he's really like worked on that game, and so that is what I think his plan is here also. Like, okay, first cycle you force out the D-reacts, you put some pressure, you keep the game close, and then we're getting into the second cycle, you're going to see some fireworks.
Yeah.
Like,
I remember the first game against Jakob. He came in, I think we were playing at Alpha Spel, and he's like, I haven't gotten the tectonic plating yet, so I'm just gonna play with this equipment, but it's on its way. And then the second time we played, it's like white bordered, here we go. So yeah.
Yeah, and I saw him like on Friday when we get in for the super armor we had on Friday. He got his warmongers and got like the last couple of cards he needed to like really, and the Star Strikes also arrived on Friday. So like, he's getting there. Like he's a student. Like student budget is not always like TCG and student budget is not always, but he's been crushing games. Oh, they look like they're starting to get ready.
All right, we'll switch over to the game.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a chat with them just before this game too, and like both of them seems very well rested, relaxed, ready for this game. I asked Jacob about the warmongers.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I shouldn't have played that. Like he went into this with like, I need to play one because it's open deck list in top 8. So if I don't have it, I don't want people to just go like and then attack me. But it's gonna be.
Should I go tell them to start?
I think they know that they can start. Or otherwise we have our friend here.
Yeah, our friend here is going to do that. Okay. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, we don't know who's on the play though, but we will see.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is good, and like we said yesterday, Linus is a bit newer to the competitive scene in Sweden. The entire south region is like starting to take off this year.
Yeah.
They're starting to show up. I saw a couple of them at the Battle Hard Belgium early in the year. They showed up to Birmingham, a couple of them, and now they're here. Like, and you see Linus is in the top 8. So it's fun that the scene is growing in bigger parts of Sweden. Sweden is a pretty like drawn out country.
Yeah.
It's far away. Like traveling for Linus is probably like, if it takes the car, it's almost like 8 hours drive.
Yeah.
To get up here, and like we're not even halfway up Sweden yet. So
here we see the handshake, and they're ready to go. Yeah, it's still that white bordered tectonic. I love it. I love it so much.
Yeah, I've asked him a couple of times. I have a rainbow foil in my trade miner. It's like, do you need the trade? He's like, no, I'm fine.
I know. Yeah.
So he's super happy about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jacob is in for the game.
Yeah. He doesn't care about anything else.
No.
And now he's really good at it. So
he's not like me, who heard that our judge Joel opened up a Marvel Leviathan Redeemed, and I'm like, I mean, I do have the money, but it would be very irresponsible, and my girlfriend is not gonna be happy if that happens.
Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, let's see. Did he get an aura, Jacob? I don't think he got an aura. Oh no, there is a.
Looks like a.
Does he have a showtime there?
So he can
like
just play showtime.
Yeah. If you get that, he got exactly what he wanted.
Oh. No. We're sorry. We're sorry, Henrik. We were way too into getting this started. Being micromanaged right now.
Yeah. The tournament organizer is mad about the hero portrait.
No, that's the wrong Bravo.
Oh.
Why do we have 2 Bravo? We do not want that Bravo back.
This is a tank, yes, Skåne, yeah. So yes, Linus is from Skåne. Skåne is as a region in Stockholm. No, in Sweden. Sorry. Hi, Gronin Tome.
Okay, that's the Bravo we have. That's not the Bravo he plays.
Yeah, yeah. We have the He also playing. He played. I think he used sleeves.
Yeah.
So
he has to play mat. So
yeah, he has to play mat, so he can use that Bravo. Yeah, so he got a pulverized turn 0.
Let's go.
Let's go.
That's how you do it.
Linus is like, okay, I need to use this 4-card hand. Let's see if I can punish this or not.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know this was one of Jacob's plans. It's like, okay, can I find the pulverizers? He has the 1 copy of the polarizer in the deck.
Yeah.
Exactly for this reason. Go first, get a showtime, get a polarize, and go like, hey, your move.
Yep.
I have this.
Hope to not draw a fully red hand afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. He needs 2 blue, and then he's good.
Yep. And with Crown, you can always get rid of it. So it's fine.
Yeah. He has the panic button if something happens.
And now we're gonna see probably a sneaky play because that's what the Suri does.
Yeah, we're looking at the go against the user. He has 3 give and take, 3 strike, and 2 of the
looking for scraps.
Looking for scraps.
Yep.
Those are not online yet, so it's only give and take and e-strikes if you want to do like double attacks.
Yep.
Other than that, he has this. He can. He has his daggers. He has a couple of come to fights that he can use to go wide, but it looks like he had a pretty red hand. So, yeah.
Right, we come with a dagger. Jacob is looking somewhere else.
Yeah, looks like Jacob might take this and then just use equipment to block for 6 if there is a stealth card.
He took the damage.
So I don't think he wants to, like, if this is a CNC, he gets punished, he needs to block the 6 here, and he...
It's an isolate.
Yeah. Okay, so then he might need to use a lot of equipment if you want to protect his card here.
How important is that? Do you really throw out equipment on turn 1 to keep a pulverize?
I don't know how slim. I've not played Bravo that much the last year, and especially since the Zurich came out, I haven't really played a matchup. So I don't know. But at the same time, like if he gets the 14 down, he's gonna have a lot of tempo. So he might just send 2 pieces of equipment, and that is not enough because of the it's a nerve scalpel. So so he can the attack blocks for 3. So if he can say 1 of the 2 blocks, I think it's just using the iron rod and 1 other piece of equipment is probably fine.
Yeah.
You protect yourself against the CNC, and then you have the polarize coming. So you have a really huge hand, and with the card draw he's going to get, like he might even be able to dominate it, or he might be getting a really good arsenal. There is 2 pummels in the deck, so he could like lock into a pummel or something like that also, and just totally get everything he needs.
But there we see a block with the tectonic and the quality footwear of Bravo.
Yeah, the iron rod.
Yep.
Hey, we saw it yesterday on Icelander how key it was in some matchups.
Yeah, for sure.
The iron rod from the first set from Welcome to Wraith, but it's still in there, like doing a lot of work. That 1 block covering up breakpoints is so huge.
I think the art for the entire Iron Rod set is one of the things that got me into this game. Like when I started looking at it, because like I'm a huge Dark Souls fan, and it looks like this beaten up shit armor that you get in the beginning of a Dark Souls game, and I'm like, I like the aesthetics of this.
Yeah, it's really good.
Then I had a great time, and then we came to Arya, and then everything was like, oh, fairy tale, happiness, and I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, the sets are like really spread apart. Like some people love some sets and some people hate other sets. So it's really interesting, especially like when you're looking at Monarch with like the gruesomeness, like the dark, like everything is like, and then you go to Arya and it's like, oh, this is a nice place to be.
Yep.
And then you go back to the pits with outsiders, and now we're traveling to metrics, and it's probably going to be like we have the robots flying around.
Yeah, let's throw in some mechs.
Yeah.
Okay, here the Pulverize is coming.
Yeah, it's dominated also because he got a card from it. And he still has the arsenal he can get, so yeah, it's a mean attack. It's a great game to start off the game, because now he's going to put Linus on the back foot. He's going to be able to play his game plan of just pressuring Linus into wasting cards in first cycle and get into second cycle where he can finish the game.
But the minus on the attack doesn't really matter for Azure, right? Because it's going to be on the stealth card, and then you switch it anyway.
Yeah, especially when you're dominated. And also Azure is going to probably Spider Spite for nothing, and then he can do the stealth card.
Yep.
So he can just, that minus is probably another thing, especially with the dominate. Linus is going to have extra cards to just get that minus away. And
but it's a huge chunk of damage taken already. So
it is a lot. It's a lot. He needs to claw back into this right away.
Yeah, here we see a raging onslaught.
Yeah, he plays those yellows raging to have the poppers, and
they're good pitch material for this deck. So all right.
Yeah, they pitch well, they block well, they are poppers.
Yeah.
So it's good, Tony. You didn't miss that much. It was just a showtime into Pulverize from Jakob.
Yeah.
And then here we are. This is Linus' second round.
Did you see Gorganian Thomas in chat and says Tobias on stream?
Yeah, I saw that. So yeah. Gorganian Thomas is a great YouTuber. I'm a patron of his. Like I like just hanging out in his Discord and just talking about the game like in a broader sense. It's just awesome time.
Yeah, fully blocked it looked like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jakob has an arsenal he likes, so why not block it and just keep playing?
Yeah.
And when you have Starstruck, get the second search token. Now you can do whatever. Like he can dominate a spinal. He can do so much things from nowhere with the two search tokens. Oh, he has the crippling even. He's like, yeah.
Of course it does.
I can play a crippling for 5. Oh, yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. 2-card hand, I play a crippling and I get a search token for this round. Like that Starstruck is so. It's such a good. Like he's got a really good start. Yeah, exactly, Tony. Just a showtime into Pulverize. Yeah, Jakob has gotten what he needs, and we'll see. Linus had a really good game yesterday on stream, and he played a lot of good games that I saw him when I walked around yesterday. So like he has a game plan. He knows what to do.
Yeah, and this game is not over yet.
No, it's a long way to go.
Okay, we're blocking for 6.
Yeah.
Linus slowly dying inside. I don't think that's true though.
No.
You need to be prepared for this when you go up against Bravo, and they were sitting chatting before this game.
Yeah,
both of these players know what they're getting into. So
yeah, it's been a great camaraderie the entire day yesterday, and even Friday when we had the Super Army before, and this morning everybody was super happy just being here, just hanging out. There's so many friendships like through this game that it's a great community to be a part of.
Yeah, but it is like this in all tournaments you go to.
Yeah,
it's always like super tense games. People are like, at their wits' end in the end, and then the fist bump comes, and then the laughter starts, and people are just like, yeah, this was fun, and blah, 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 how we could have done this and this and this. And
it's such a good community to be a part of.
Shakedown.
Yeah, the shakedown. Linus says, this is what we talked about. Linus is on the 15 stealth cards, so it could be hard to line the stealth cards up with his swap cards.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that many really good swap cards either. He has the CNCs, the Death Touch, and Shakedowns.
Yep.
He might play the 2 Humbles, but I'm not sure if those are takes for other matchups or not. So there's he doesn't have a lot of those. Like every time I'm going to have the stealth card into the swap card. He has more of a mixed game plan.
Yep.
So we've seen him playing out the CNCs like just, and then the shakedowns here like just face up. So
what I found with the series is that when you're not like super aggro and just going into that plan of just switching all the time, you need to pitch stack so good though, because otherwise you're gonna end up in an end game where you have like pretty much nothing.
yeah, exactly. We've seen him play like the 2 CNCs and the 1 shakedown.
Yep.
So like, can he get the other cards down there with the stealth cards so that second cycle he has to swap so when he needs them. We saw him pitch the Codex on last round, so like he's getting some cards down there, and we'll see if he can find enough cards to get down there. The hard part is the life deficit is finding itself in with that polarized turn 1. That it's going to be harder to be able to do what you want with your cards. Like he's going to be forced to block a lot more than he might want to. So we'll see how he works around that.
Yeah, and Usuri is a super technical hero.
It is. He comes looking for scrap. He likes his hand. He has a lot of damage, and this is a really good card.
I think looking for scraps is my favorite Flesh and Blood card. I said that before we started.
Yeah,
like, I just wish that there was more one attacks that were good, so I could play it in other decks.
Yeah, it's a really fun card. It's super efficient, and he has 3 more cards, so this can be a really, really big turn.
Yep. Coming in for 5.
Yeah.
Blocking with a
choke slam.
Yeah. We're taking some decisions, fixing life totals, and then we'll see what happens next.
Yes. Yeah, like Linus kept the hand, so there is something he likes about it. Okay, here comes the strike. Might come in for 7 and then get a good arsenal, or no, he goes with the go again. Okay, so he has something more coming.
Jacob looking through the graveyard.
Yeah, like they got the deck list yesterday before they went home, so they had the entire evening or night or whatever, like to go through everything. So he knows exactly like everything we have. Like, okay, there is the 9 swap cards, there is the 15 stealth cards. Like Jacob has that memorized.
Yep.
Knowing how analytic he is, he's like, okay, checking, okay, how many cards have you used? Okay, you used this many cards. He's checking out how many contracts have you played. Okay, there is no contracts in the graveyard. Okay, there is probably a 0 for 4 coming.
Yep.
Is he threatening that lead no witness because they go again, or is it? Yeah, I think this is the
Plunder the Poor, right?
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah,
Thunder Poor.
Yeah.
And as you said, he looked for that.
Yep.
How many contract cards is left? Exactly that he saw. There's no contract cards in the graveyard. It's probably a 0 for contract card.
Yeah.
Kept the fate for that block.
Yep.
Like you can really see how Jacob is analyzing and like he really looked at this deck list and knows what Linus is trying to do.
Yep. But Linus is also trying to find a good window here.
Yeah, it also, but this is a good way. But like you took 3 cards, you still leaked a couple of points of damage.
Yep.
You're putting on Jacob on just a hammer swing. You can't keep doing what you want to do here.
Yep.
Get your pitch deck going, get some kind of tempo back.
Yeah, and getting to keep 3 hand is very stable for a series. So
yeah, it's really good. So it was a good turn for Linus. That's a good way. He needed a couple of more of those to claw back, and again we see him like it's in his hand. He feels that he has something going. He can like keep some tempo.
Oh yeah, he took all of it.
Yeah. He reads that like it's not about the life total anymore. He's already lost that battle, so he needs to find some other edge in this game. And the edge he's looking for right now is the tempo game, where he can like, okay, if I can dictate the pace of this game, that is going to be more important than the few points of life, because I've already taken so much. I need to find some kind of other angle.
Yep.
Because the spider bites is so rough for Jacob, but he has the stamp authority in hand this time, so like this is another reason to play the seven auras that Jacob is playing, is that you have a lot of options in the blocking, and the spider bite becomes a bit worse.
Yep. He strike for 7.
Yeah. It looks like he has the blue unmovable there, so there is some options for Jacob to block, how to block this. Oh, as the Tears Under and the Stamp Authority, so you can block for 6 with 2 cards and just ignore the Spider Bite. And but he also might want to keep the Tears Under for later and just take 1 more point of damage. We'll see what he decides to do.
Yeah.
I know how he likes to get those Tears Under into the pitch stack, so he knows he has a good hands coming up.
Yeah, I mean that's he showed me that when I started playing Bravo, and I think that's what's won me most of the games, because I really like Jacob's playstyle with Bravo, and just like replicating that. And sometimes he's a little bit too technical when you ask him about things, because he thinks about everything. Exactly. But he's really good when he wants to like focus in and teach you a specific thing. So it's the stamp for block.
Yeah, you just block him with his stamp. Let's see if he has the sinking arsenal. He's sinking. Yeah, he sent the Tears Under to the bottom. He just wants that in his stack.
Yep.
He just keeps going. So yeah, he had a good block there. And Linus gets his arsenal. Probably trying to get one of the directs into arsenal. When you find them, he doesn't have that many. He's already used one. Like, he needs to get him into arsenal because Jacob is soon going to start dominating again. Yep. And as soon as that happens, you need those directs in arsenal, or otherwise you're gonna have a hard time.
Yep. We're pitching for plating again, making a seismic surge, and then swinging for 6.
Yeah.
What a
And again, we can see how Jacob is prioritizing getting the second cycle going. He pitched the Spinal Crush instead of arsenaling the Spinal Crush.
Yep.
And he's arsenaling the blue unmovable. He had it in hand instead, because he's just like, okay, I just want to get to my second cycle. That's why I'm going to win the game.
Yep.
And so you can really see how his game plan is shaping up right now. He just Tears Under, put it to the bottom, and then he knows late game he's going to have a Tears Under into Spinal Crush. Like he has, he's getting up what he wants to have.
Linus is quite unfazed though.
Yeah.
Thinking a little bit on how to block this. We don't really see what the cards in hand are. But he's going to be able to do something on his turn.
Yeah, here's a Frailty Trap.
Yeah,
and
another Frailty Trap.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's 2 is Frailty Traps. He's one more in the deck. So it's a good way to block it. It's efficient blocks against the hammer. Still have a 3-card hand to put some pressure on. Yeah, here comes Spider's Bite.
Yep. Still gonna try to find the window, do some damage, try to get back that tempo you were talking about.
Yeah.
It is gonna be key.
Jacob is a bit low on resources on this turn with Star Strike and Crippling in the same hand.
Yeah.
But he got the sink, so he could sink, but also if he sinks one of those cards, it could mess up his stack with the Spinal Crush getting pitched last time. So
yep.
He really needs to think about how to play this out without losing.
Is it an annihilate the arm?
Yes, it is. So he's coming for 5 there.
Yeah.
Taking attack actions if it hits. If he finds an attack action, he gets those silver he needs. He's not running the recursion equipment in this matchup, or is it the Black Tech Whispers?
No, it looks like Snappies.
Yeah. So he doesn't count on getting those contracts going.
We talked about our overlay, me and Henrik, yesterday after the tournament, and we're like, we need to fix this, so you can see.
But yeah, he has the Snapdragons in the list, so it's probably the Snapdragons.
Yeah. It looks like Snappies.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jacob with a little bit of a wonky hand, trying to figure out.
Yeah, how do I block this without like losing all the tempo I built up and losing all the plans I've gotten?
Yep.
So he got the Crippling to the bottom, he got a blue, so now we can start playing again.
And that's what he wanted. Still building for the second cycle.
When he hit one of the directs.
Yeah.
That is probably good if you don't plan on getting those silver anyway. So you got one of the directs away.
You'd rather take that then.
Yeah. Jacob only has the 3 blues and the 1 red unmovable, so now you got rid of one of them.
Yep.
Which is a really good way of just keeping the pressure on. And now Jacob is in a hard place because he has put in 2 reds to the bottom in the last 2 rounds. So
need blues.
Yeah, you got the 1 Terrasun from his point, and then you can see how he keeps the yellow Star Trek in hand just to not get it to the bottom.
Yep.
And now Linus needs to think about what he has in arsenal. So
yeah. And also try to not give away too much information, because like if you go for a quick block here, then you're signaling a D-react. So.
And Linus knows that Jacob has the 2 pummels, so if there is a pummel, he's going to lose in his arsenal no matter what he does. So he needs to really think about this. And Jacob has had that D-react in arsenal for 2 rounds, but Linus doesn't know it's a D-react.
Yeah, exactly.
It could be a pummel.
Yep.
And use the Crown of Providence to protect his arsenal, because it's like, I can't protect it, so I just do it this way. If you pummel me, I still have a 4-card hand. I'm still pretty fine.
The Crown is such an amazing card. It's so ridiculously efficient. It fixes your hand if you're going very like tempo heavy. It can also just save the arsenal from this. Like
exactly, like he protected a card. Like he took the 4 damage, but the text from the CNC all of a sudden didn't matter. Yep. So I remember when that card came out last year when I played Oldham, and I was like, oh crap, the first CNC doesn't matter anymore. It's all about the second CNC all of a sudden. So especially when like the Briars and stuff like that started to playing it, it's like, oh, how do you get through this? So it took a lot longer to get the tempo from the CNC, and but I think it's a good card to have in deck, because CNC is such a strong card. It needs to have some kind of counters, and now there is one that everybody can use. So I think that's good.
And it got a reprint, so it's not super expensive anymore.
That reprint was needed. It was really good that we got that reprint, and it's really good we're getting the Tunic reprint in the upcoming set.
Yep.
Like those are the kind of staples we need reprinted in the game, so that new players can get into it.
Yep. I mean, obviously CNCs are still quite expensive, but it's not the same.
Yeah, not everybody needs them the same way as they need a Tunic and the Crown of Providence. There are some decks that doesn't run it and doesn't really need it. So, and there are a couple of alternatives that are semi-good, like doing close to the same things. But the Tunic and Crown of Providence there's no like...
Yeah, no.
No real good options. And now you can see Linus having a really good turn coming up here.
Yeah, Ravenous into Dagger, and then an Isolate for 1.
Yeah, with 1 card in hand.
Yep.
And both his D-react and his attacks are worst here, so this is the type of turn Linus has been looking for.
Yep.
And it's always set up by the Crown of Providence. Here comes the swap.
Yep.
Do we have a D-react in response? See if he does it. Yeah. Okay, he wants to protect from the CNC or another big hit. Yep. This is why I kept that unmovable in hand.
Swap happens. Check down? No. Ah, it's Death Touch.
Yeah, it's a Death Touch. No effect, so... Was that an Isolate? Then did it played?
Yeah, it looked like an Isolate.
I don't think that D-react was legal then. If you blocked already, I don't know. I might be wrong. I'm not.
It might also have been something else.
Yeah.
Like
it's hard to see. We have a really small monitor from the game, so I think that everybody's home can see it a lot bigger than we do.
Yep. We talked about that too for next time we set up the streaming setup. We're gonna route the main cam that we have above the table into just a big TV that we can have as casters.
Yeah.
So we're a small team running this. We don't really have anyone in the back end. We're doing all the stream tech ourselves. So.
Yeah, you and Henrik is working a lot on this, and Henrik, our tournament organizer, is like he's doing everything today. Like he is a judge, he's organizing the events, he's doing a lot of the setup for the streams and stuff like that. So it's a small crew, but you're doing a good job.
Yeah, we were talking about recording some games and doing some fun stuff now when we have the good lighting. And I'm like, but when you're ready, because I think you need to sleep a bit after this. And he's like, yeah, it's going to be some like wind down.
Sleep for a couple of days first. Yeah, you can see Jakob is keeping forwarding his position here, like slowly and steadily taking more and more life. Linus is soon going to hit the critical amount where like a single dominate attack is going to put him at lethal range.
Yep.
And he should be getting close to his pitch deck now, so yeah, I think he has a couple of hands left, but then he's there.
Another D-react for Jakob.
Yeah.
So he's ready for this turn.
Yeah, he has the D-react, he has the surge tokens, he could dominate the spinal if he wanted to. So it all depends on how Linus is playing this.
Yep.
Linus does have the 3-card hand, so he has some play here. But a lot of his disruption is aimed at the Arsenal disruption. So I think he has a couple of shakedowns left, so he could do something like that or get one more death touch in. Looks like he has an E-strike, the third one.
Yeah. Okay, it's the scalpel.
Yeah, he's worried about the D-reacts. He knows everybody, all of them has not gone out. This is a really good read. Feeling that, okay, the problem is the D-react, it's not the attacks. Because Jakob wants to block with the D-reacts and wants to keep the attacks. So I think this is a really good read. Doing it like this. Oh yeah, I had the Spider Spite also.
Yep.
And you can really see the ordering what Linus is doing is like, okay, first I attack you, taking away your power of D-reacts, and then I attack with your Spider Bites, and Jakob doesn't want to block with a D-react right now.
Yeah.
So he's not going to waste that value from the Nerf Scalpel. If it was the other way around, Jakob could have blocked with an attack on the Nerf Scalpel and just wasted the Spider Bites value.
Yep.
So you can really see how he plans around this, because now both the attacks and the D-reacts have -1.
Yep. This is an isolate though. It's coming in for 2.
Yes, this is the isolate, yeah. Yeah, he only has the 3 yellow and 3 blue isolates, so.
Imposing block.
Yeah, Jakob is fine, because if it's a CNC, he doesn't have an arsenal, he's fine with that.
Yeah.
And if it is something else, he can use the D-react then. So,
yep.
Yeah.
And Arsenal.
Yeah, and now Jakob can get his fate into the Arsenal instead. See if he wants to keep making those search tokens. Yes, he does. He's just happy swinging for 6.
Yeah. Getting a spinal and a blue card.
Exactly. Like, this is what you want.
Yep.
This was his game plan. He has the direct to put in an Arsenal. He has Linus going lower and lower in life totals. He knows that Linus can't keep up doing the 3-4 card hands. He's just gonna have to start blocking these Anatals for 6 every time.
Yep.
And as soon as he does that, then Jakob has a lot more space to just set up the big attacks.
Yeah, I think this game is swinging into Jakob's favor more and more now. But it's not over yet.
Yeah, it's all about who set up the better second cycle.
Yep.
We've been pretty good at following what Jakob's been doing, but not as much as what Linus has been doing. So Linus might have something really good lined up where he has all the blocks he needs.
We know that it's gonna come into double onslaughts at one time, because he needed to pitch those to swing with the daggers. So
yeah, that was where he started. So
yeah. And then I think it's a codex after that. So yeah, let's just keep up this game.
Yeah, just keep up with isolates.
Yeah. And now, nicely enough for us, putting out the dominate token. Nice, the warmongers.
Yeah.
Throw it away as a block. Yeah, Jacob also said it like, yeah, I don't know, like it costs 0. That's not that good. It's only Bravo that would say that.
Yeah. Yeah, the directive from Arsenal, so the dominant is not a problem here.
Yep.
Yeah.
And here we go.
Yeah, now Jakis is going through, okay, how many swap cards have you used? I know you have the 9s, so how many are there left? How many death touches? How many CNCs? How many shakedowns is there left? So it's important information to know what to play around.
Yep. And like in a way, it's easier to read a Suri like that.
Yeah. But now you can see how Warmongers is a pretty weak card, because if he has the Tears Under and other 2 blues, but he can't get it to 7. He can only get it to 5 because there was 0 cost. So yeah, this is the weakness of the card. It is really good against some decks, but there is drawbacks to it, especially for Bravo.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of players who are like not super happy with the performance of the card.
No, I also went down to 2 in my Icelander deck because like the card is not good. The only reason you have the card is to force Lexi to play Trench.
Yeah.
But as soon as that happens, you don't want to play it anymore, because that's the only reason you have it in the deck, is just to force Lexi to play Trench. And as soon as she plays Trench, you already won what you wanted to win. So
you can also play it if you just want to make Visceral players miserable.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, and now Jakob needs to Bravo twice to be able to get the cards, because he don't want to Arsenal the Warmongers, and he needs enough cards to be able to get those 2-3 costs in.
Yep.
So yeah, it's good when you can do that. The dominate doesn't matter, but it's a good filter to have, just to get that hammer to 6, because the hammer to 6, when you're at 13, it's starting to feel rough.
Yeah, especially when you know that there's going to be an onslaught of dominate coming up after it. So we have our tournament organizer sneaking around in our very dark room here.
Yeah. Find a pen he's looking for.
A pen. Gives a thumbs up, so
yeah. Apparently we're doing something correct.
Yeah.
Okay, Linus has 1 more of his D-reacts. I think that might be the 3rd one. He might have 1 left from the sinks, but after that he's probably... We haven't seen an Oasis yet, so yeah, he's probably running low on the D-reacts, which is exactly what Jakob was wanting to do. Like, get those D-react out first cycle, and then second cycle, when he has all of his dominate attacks, he can just go. And Linus doesn't have any play against it.
Yep. And as you said, like, we should start seeing second cycle plays coming very soon. And Jacob drawing another Fate.
Yeah, but again, it's a pretty low resource hand, so...
Oh yeah, it's very red.
It's 2 CNC and a Starstruck.
Double CNC. He does have the life point buffer, but then again, like, if the tempo starts swinging...
Yeah, you need to be careful to not like waste the life when you don't have the hand to swing back.
Yep.
So just keep blocking safely, just stay in the game. Make sure you get to where you wanted to go and get to your stack, and don't take any unnecessary life hits.
Yep.
He's still got a lot of HP, but yeah, it can go really fast if you're not careful. But as we talked about, Jacob is always careful. Like he knows what to do here.
He loves blocking.
Yeah.
and pitch stacking. So I think he's on the right hero.
If you play Bravo, you gotta love that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's not your thing. You need to go get off and do something else.
Unless you go to a Pro Tour in Lille and everyone is playing Fi. Then you can just swing all day.
Is there a Codex in hand? I think it is. I haven't seen a Leave No Witness yet, so he might need to find us some other contract cards, but I don't know if he has a Leave No Witness in his grave or not. But if he has that, then the contract can be pretty good, like you steal that. But also Jacob has the armor if he needs to, so
Yep.
you always have that option. And yeah, Linus decided against it. He hasn't gotten the armor yet, so the play is not strong enough. It's better to get the Arsenal going. Because now he gets the CNC to the Arsenal, so if Jacob wants to set up with a good direct in Arsenal or as some kind of power card in Arsenal, he can threaten it next turn.
Yeah. Okay, Jacob just taking that damage, I think.
Yeah, taking the 1, he can play the CNC in Arsenal and the Fate, so he's in a very good spot.
Yep.
Starstruck is just enough to play the CNC.
It's gonna leave him without a Seismic Surge though, but that might not be the end of the world right now.
I don't think he's planning on like drawing and playing it right away. I think he's planning on drawing it, arsenaling, and then get into his play style. I don't think he's in a hurry to get if he's going to stack next turn. I don't think he's in a hurry like to play it right away. I think he's super fine. Just I get my Fate in the arsenal. I can play that out. I can arsenal the power card, and then I can just go from there.
Yeah.
I know when we practice, he usually tries to make sure he always have the power card in arsenal and then 1 in hand, so that he can do it. He always know he has it twice. Mm-hmm. So like if you do with the 1 power card and then you don't draw 1 more, then you lose the power you get from it.
Yeah.
So I know that he likes to get the first one into the arsenal before he goes. And again, this is 6 damage. It's threatening Linus' arsenal. We know Linus has a CNC himself there, so he probably wants to protect it.
And Jacob gonna get his Fate into arsenal, right? So
yeah, I think that's pretty good for Linus though, because if he blocks for 2 cards here, he Spider's Bite and then comes in for the CNC, then the Fate is going to be really rough there. It might get stuck.
Yep.
It might be that he draws something else he wants to arsenal, so Linus might be able to get it out there and get some damage through.
Jacob has Crown still left though, so he could also just Crown it if he wants to save it, if he feels that it's good in the stack. He has 3 block on those gauntlets and
he has a lot of armor left. He hasn't used armor since that turn 1, where we talked about him using it to protect his polarize.
Let's try to see what he has in hand. When I say that, he draws his hands back.
I think there's a Rouse and Show Slam, so it's not a great blocking hand, especially after the Spider's Bite. And the Fate is not doing that much, so like again, this might be where we see armor, or it might just block with 3 cards and just, okay, I'm just gonna swing for 4.
Yeah,
that's fine. I'm still getting where I need to go. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's the plan. Block 3 cards. Every card blocks for 2, but it's fine. I block it out. I can still attack you. I still have the tempo because I have the life lead.
Yeah, and the game plan still goes on, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Block until we stop blocking, and then we start smashing.
Yeah, Tony, he always can do that, but he knows what his stack is. He knows where he's at his stack, so, and he's no hurry to get to it. His plan is not to lock into a Rouse. It's to play safe until he gets to where he wants to be.
Is there any ways to use Jacob's playstyle against him? Like if you know that he's a very defensive player and has a very like recognizable play pattern.
Yeah, the way you can do that is you force him out of the stack. You saw a couple of turns mid game where Jacob was forced to pitch reds and yellows that he didn't want in the stack. So if you can counter stack that so that you put pressure on him and then you lean off when he draws that hand, like that red hand. If so, but it forces you to be as good at stacking as he is.
Exactly.
So you need to be a really good player, and you need to be aware of that game plan. So you need to like get him uncomfortable, get him off his stack, play cards when he doesn't want to block with them, and force him to do things he doesn't want to do.
Yeah.
That is kind of like, because you know he is going to be the consistent. He's going to do the correct plays most of the time. So you need to find ways to get him off that, and like make him uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And we know there is a hand coming up, like it's a bit later in the stack, but there is a hand coming up with there is going to be a lot of reds and yellows, and if Linus can capitalize on that hand, he can survive to that point, get into a place where he can attack that hand, and then he knows that this is going to be a good time.
Yeah.
And here we see the come to fight, like Linus runs the 3 come to fight. This is a really great way to do it, because he can find the death touch. The death touch can be for 9. It's a lot of damage. It's a really good card to play in these kind of situations. We didn't really get to see that display pattern against Lexi yesterday, but like Linus did, that was not the plan against Lexi, but he has the card because it blocks for 3 and then does this in these type of matchups.
Yep. I really like it.
Yeah, it's a really flexible card that has not seen that much play until Azuri came out and just started to show that the 1 cost is fine because I can block with it, and I'm not worried about the nimblism or stuff like that, and I want to give my power cards power. It's not about the low to the ground cards. So it's a really interesting card to play.
And it's nice when you see like a resurgence of an old card that hasn't really been touched that much.
Yeah, exactly. Like one more of the Welcome to Raid staples that like all of a sudden like
Come to Fight is from Arcane Rising.
Oh, it's Arcane Rising. Yeah, it's probably.
But
it's one of those cards that are like they are in some kind of bulk pile of someone's drawer somewhere, or like, and then all of a sudden you see the Come to Fight in the list, and you're like, oh, where are my Come to Fight? So you need to go digging through that bulk pile, and But here we see that fate that Jacob set up there 2 turns ago, and like, he saw the spinal on top. He knows he's getting to pitch stack. He's pretty happy there. He's noted that if I set up a search here, search hammer, the spinal is coming up. I can pummel it from a 3-card hand. I can block for 1 turn next time. So,
yep. All right, get some more life.
Oh, he also Arsenal's. Yeah.
It's a crippling, unmovable, right?
Yeah, pummel. It's a bit awkward of a hand. There's a lot of red in this hand. And I think it's the blue unmovable. It might be the red unmovable, but I think it's the blue one. But yeah, this is the type of hands that Linus needs to pressure.
Yeah, Jacob is playing 1 red.
Yeah, 1 red.
Yeah.
Jacob Linus has the 5-card hand, so like there is a lot of player here. Like if he can get tempo, he has to come to fights. He can he can really put some pressure on Jacob, and Jacob with a really red hand. It's this is where he needs to find something and get some pressure on.
I think this is a nice first game for today too.
Yeah.
We can take it a little bit slow, very like technical, methodical.
Yeah.
And then we'll see some Briar action.
Yeah, we're gonna have Briar Icelander games. Can like if you blink you miss it.
Yeah.
It can go really fast sometimes, and there's a lot of triggers on the stack all the time, so you need to really pay attention, even casting or playing, with all everything that happens. So yeah, this game is a bit more straightforward. You can see what happens pretty clearly, so it's good to get going.
Yeah. I think we're gonna have really, really good games. The fact that we have spaced out and said that we're gonna stream everything means that the players gets to rest a little bit in between the games too, so it's not just a grind like yesterday.
Yeah, whoever wins this game has 3 games to just chill out, hang, look at the opponent's games, just having a good time, just watch the PTI event, hang with your friends. Yeah, it's so they're gonna be well rested and be focused. So gonna be a lot of good games. And here we see Linus again doing the Nerve Scalper first, because you don't want to block this, and then if you do Spider Spite later, you still don't want to use the Direct, so he's trying to maximize the value here.
Yep. Double checking his arsenal.
Yeah. No.
Here we go.
Make sure there is no mistakes.
Yep.
Still have the 2 resources. He could do the come to fight if he wanted to.
Oh yeah, that's a...
Jacob, this is really good from Jacob. He's like wasting the reaction value. So the pummel blocks for 1, but that's super fine against Spider Spite.
Yep.
So now if he has a direct, he blocks fully. And there's Annihilate Arms for
3 for 8, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Jacob played Sigil.
Yeah. Oh no, it's probably true. On the, I think he pressed the wrong button. He should be on 22.
Oh,
he was on 23 with the.
Oh right.
Yeah. That's a good catch.
Okay, yeah. So he's on 22. Let's see if they correct it. I think they're also writing, so it might be that they're.
Yeah, they are definitely writing. The life tracker that we set up today is a little bit wonky because it's like it's more for tournament organizers. So you have the minus and the plus on the same side for one player. So it's quite easy to misclick it, but
I think they double checked it. They checked their own pads, and then they checked the life total on there. So they should be correct. Like Jaxa is saying, the Sigil forgot to do that, so it only took 2 damage, so I think it's fine.
And we've also said to the players that obviously it's their life pads that they are tracking with pen and paper. That is the most important thing. The stream is extra. It's for all of you guys at home.
The stream is not the official life counter. It's their pads.
Yeah.
So we're not going to disturb them with if the stream is 1 or 2 points off. They're going to catch it eventually, and if so. And now it looks like that spinal that he kept, it looks like he's going to be able to get it into the arsenal. And this is the time where if he finds another power card, then he knows he can go power card into power card.
Yeah.
So this is exactly where he's going to found 1 more Sigil, so and a crippling, so it looks like he's a bit low on resources again.
Ravenous hitting a blue card.
Yeah, we're only playing 15 blue cards, and he's blocked with a bunch of them, so yeah, that's a bit rough of a hit. It's not as low as some other decks, but it's still 15 is still on the lower side, so it's a rough hit, especially when you need to push that damage.
Yeah. Yeah, ask Niklas Bengtsson about his game against Iceland yesterday when he was only drawing red hands, and he's like, I have 20 blues in my deck, could I have at least drawn 1? Like, no.
No. Yeah, he said that he drew like 4 blues in the first hand against Iceland, and then he saw like red until he died.
Yeah.
It's like, it happens. That's the part of the game we're playing. So
yeah, he's still in top 8. We're gonna see his game, so.
Yeah. He's coming up playing the dash later on today, so.
No, I think it's Niklas Asner plays the dash. Bengtsson is...
the Bengtsson. Bengtsson is playing...
Bengtsson is up against an Icelander, but...
Joachim.
Oh, it's Joachim.
Yeah, on Icelander.
Yeah.
We saw Joachim on stream against Katsu yesterday.
Yeah. Joachim managed to not drop and play side events. Blitz, his favorite format.
Yeah. And here is Jakob liking his hand, feeling that it's worth taking some damage and start to go.
Yeah.
I think he has the crippling in hand, and I think he's getting close to his speech stack, so he knows what's coming up. So
yeah, losing a rouse to the contract card.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
I don't think he needs rouse, especially with Linus at being at 9.
Okay, here we go. Dominate.
Yeah. Dominate the crippling. So this is exactly where, like, this is going to be. This is a rough spot for Linus to be in because he doesn't have the HP to just take it and just. He needs to find some way to survive this, and he used a lot of things already. So, but we can see the patience of Jakob here. Like, Linus has been felt forced to block with 2 of his sinks already.
Yep.
And Jakob has been like, yeah, do that because I'm not playing my cripplings yet.
Yep.
They're coming now. So, and now all of a sudden Linus is thinking about those things he played earlier and like, okay, how could I gotten them to this spot instead?
Yep.
And yeah, and this is also the spot where we're only playing 3 sinks and not playing 3 fates can hurt you. Where you, it's hard to get them to line up in the late game, where you need them. And same thing with that CNC that took. And when that CNC took the Crown of Providence, like you don't have the armor for this point. So yeah, Jakob has been getting the game to where he wanted it to be. He has the sigil to put in Arsenal to fake out that he has something.
Yeah.
And just can play it out whenever he wants another Arsenal. And make Linus think that he is on a lower HP than he is.
Okay, we'll see the block. There is so much to think about here, though.
Yeah, you really need to decide, okay, what card I block with, because what card can I survive? What card makes me so that I still have a turn if I take the damage here? And yeah, he's going to take the damage here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the life pad is a bit hard to update. It's lagging a bit, so
Yeah.
going to 1 with 1 card in hand, this is yeah.
Yeah.
Jakob just need to find 1 more dominated attack. And knowing him, he probably knows what he has coming up.
I would guess so too. Then again, like, it's a lot of nerves, obviously, going into this.
Yeah.
Jakob said yesterday before going home that he's just happy if he gets to the final.
Yeah.
That's where he wants to be. He does not really care if he wins or not, which
No.
I think is a pretty healthy way of thinking.
Yeah, and like the important thing actually is probably this game, because if you get into the semis, you have your Worlds invite.
Yeah.
So we were lucky enough this year to have the top 4 getting the Worlds invite.
Yep.
So I think that is a big thing for him, like knowing he punched his ticket for Barcelona. Like he is already planning. With the Nordic community, we're already planning like Airbnbs and stuff like that. And Jakob is planned to go. So yeah.
Yeah. Rub it in that I can't go because I can have a new job.
Yeah. After my disaster yesterday, I'm not sure even I'm going. So yeah.
You'll claw your way back.
We'll see.
Yeah. Okay, we have block. And now we'll see what Jakob follows up with.
Yeah. He didn't get it to line up really, so it looks like he needs to do the Anatos for 6. But
yeah, but I think he has the patience to do this.
Yeah. Anatos for 6 still a really good play. Like he knows he has a sigil, he has a lot of HP. Arsenal threat is not a thing because he can just play sigil in response.
Exactly.
Like the only thing that can really mess with him is a death touch, because every other, like the Command & Conquer, Sleeve No Witness, stuff like that, he doesn't care about it.
Yeah.
He can just play his hand. He still has 3 armor to block with.
Yeah, and we don't know, like in Jacob's mind, he might feel like he's still not there, you know?
Yeah.
This is not where he wants to start pushing. He still can take out some threats, and as you say, like if you can bluff this Arsenal card and eat a CNC or something like that, and go for it. Looks like a wither.
Yeah. He has the Macho Grande in hand, so he could go for a dominated play if he wanted to. Like he felt that all the D-Regs are gone.
Okay. No, there's the Macho Grande. But yeah, Jacob, yeah, still playing safe, making sure that
Linus had not found a position where he can use his Snapdragons. Like that is the kind of position where you sometimes looking to use the Snapdragons and then play one more stealth card and then have to swap for the second one. He wasn't in that position, and here we have the Tier Thunder dominate, so it's an even safer play than Macho. Let's see if Linus has the sync in Arsenal or if he has something lined up here.
Yeah, because he only has 2 block on equipment. So
and now you can see in his face, like, yeah, he's just, it's looking like he can't really find what he wants to. You need to check every card, like, is there an out? Is there a way to play this?
And I'm sure Jacob has done a comment, like, if you have it, you have it, you know. Okay, we'll see. There we go.
That's the third sync, but now the third sync is gone.
Yep.
So now he knows there's only one frailty trap left, and then all the D-Regs are gone. We still haven't seen an Oasis, so I think Jacob is pretty happy about the state right now.
Yep. Sinking a card, trying to build a good swing back hand.
Yeah. Still has a 3-card hand, so he can put some pressure on. Like, if Linus think that there's a big attack in Arsenal, then he might want to pressure that Arsenal.
Yep.
And we know that Jacob has the crippling in hand.
Yep.
With the blues. So
and another Terra Sunder.
Yeah.
So. Okay, how do we build this turn on Linus hand?
Oh, there is a spinal there also, so it doesn't have all the resources to dominate the crippling. Linus double pitching to that means that Jacob can be safe. There is no swap card at least, so it makes it a lot easier for this block.
Yep.
And he has the HP lead to play. And with him having the spinal and the crippling in the same hand, it might be that you just want to play out the sigil next turn.
Yeah.
Play out that spinal, Arsenal crippling, and then look at Linus trying to block the 9.
Yep. Codex,
yeah.
Here we go. Good card, I've heard.
Yeah, it's a really good card. Like, this is again the part where a Leave No Witness might be the play you have to do, because you have to pressure that Arsenal. Like, you can't leave Jacob with a 5-card hand, but if he does that and Jacob comes with a Leave No Witness, it's a real, here the same. CNC is the same thing.
Yep.
He feels like, okay, I need to pressure a card for you, and Jacob is just like, yeah, I have the sigil here, I don't care. Like, this is exactly my plan. I'm forcing you to put pressure on my Arsenal, and the Arsenal is just gonna be gone when it hits, so.
Yep. Jacob looking pretty happy with himself.
Yeah, this is exactly what he was looking for. Like, play the sigil and respond. Linus looks at it and go like, oh crap, I didn't do what I wanted it to do. And Jacob can just take the 6, has the life buffer. And get his good cards in Arsenal. Yeah, no blocks.
Exactly.
He's just like double checking his hand. Still looking like it looks, so yeah, he's happy.
Then it's gonna be Seismic Surge.
Seismic Surge.
Crippling.
Seismic Surge Spinal, I think.
Oh, Spinal, I mean,
Yeah.
So, and then like crippling in Arsenal.
Taking 3 cards from Linus, and then Arsenal crippling, knowing that Linus doesn't have a swing back or a really weak swing back. Or does he go for the dominated Spinal already even? Oh, he does.
Okay,
dominate Spinal, yeah.
But then again, like, if he has counted and he thinks that there's no D-Rex.
No D-Rex, he hasn't seen an Oasis.
Why not just try to win?
And if you haven't seen the Oasis, you know you have it. Yeah,
there we go.
You got it. Good job, Les.
Very good game.
Yeah.
Very good game. Yeah, important, going down to the -4.
Yeah, thanks Linus for showing us how you lost there. So no mistakes on stream. Who lost or who won?
Yeah, And then you can see them immediately going like, this is how I pitch stack, this is what I've been doing.
Exactly.
And this is what I like. Like, I played a lot of Magic in my youth, and most of the games is just like people, take their deck when they've lost and then just yeet off.
Yeah.
I'm done here. I'm going to the next game. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Exactly. Like, no, this is the thing. Like, I know me and Jacob have been sitting a lot of time, like just discussing our pitch stacks, like comparing each other's pitch stack, like, okay, did we counter stack each other and stuff like that? Like, this is how you, and now they're going through Linus deck doing the same thing, like, okay, how many threats do you have left? How is your deck looking? Like, just seeing, because even though the game, like, was a bit lopsided with Jacob at 14, like, controlling the game, small things can change it. So if you just discussed it for next time, it's really good at, like, that's how you grow. Like, and even here we can see it in the quarterfinals in the nationals, like, they still want to get better. They still want to get each other better because...
Yeah, of course. And like, this is how you build a strong community in your country too. If you're going to go to Worlds later, everyone should be friends. Everyone should be able to sit down and do these kind of things.
Yeah, because like when we go to Worlds, like Linus and Jacob is going to have to practice against each other because like we know now that Linus are really good Usuru players. So when we feel like, okay, we need to practice against Usuru, like we're going to contact Linus and go like, okay, hey man, take your Usuru into me. I need to practice my strategy. So like getting it, like building that community and building that team around it, like the Swedish team and like the group around it. So it's super good, and that's how we getting better, and it's a super fun community. But yeah, it was a really good game one.
Yep, for sure. I think we are gonna take a short break and then check a little bit if we have the second quarters ready to line up.
Yes, I think the plan is draw my dash, but it could change. But I think both of them are here.
Yeah.
And I think the plan was to have them as the second game, with Niklas Aster on Droma and Dennis Fröberg on Dash.
Yeah. As said, we're going to play it super casual today when it comes to the lineup of the matches. We'll check who's here, who can play, who's ready. And if someone's like, hey, I need to go and have a phone call with my mom, we're going to be like, yeah, sure, you do that. And then we'll take another game. It's going to be fine.
Yeah. We're just going to help each other out to get through this day.
Yeah,
and have a good time.
All right then, but let's jump into a little bit of a pause screen and we'll be back in a bit.
Hello, welcome back.
Welcome back.
2 different casters for you today.
Yes, the
Well, not
Dutch,
today.
the Dutch Armada.
The Dutch Army's here, not for the Formula One. I know there's a race today.
Ooh, go Max.
But we're watching Flesh and Blood. It's exciting
Just
too.
close up the last one. Oh, you have it open. Yeah, let's just see. My girlfriend doesn't like it when I have the last one buttoned up. Anyways, we're not talking about shirts. We're talking about decks.
Yeah, we saw a very nice game.
Yeah.
Jacob, very methodical.
Very clean game.
Wouldn't surprise me if we see him in the finals today.
When I saw him playing yesterday, yeah, definitely. And also this game, he had the sigil to counter the Command and Conquer.
Yeah.
He was playing very methodically, very safe. Didn't overstretch his hand. He knew he was in control. He kept control, kept it safe.
Always safe. Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Definitely. Now we have 2 people we saw on stream.
And they also know what they're doing because one of them is Christopher, the previous national champion.
Yeah.
On Briar. And I think his list is like a very traditional Briar that we've seen a lot lately. No big surprises in here. He runs 3 crowns, which is nice.
Yeah.
Has options against the different heroes. We were watching some of the US nationals last night. We saw some fatigue Briar going on. This doesn't look like that.
No, it looks like more of the... yesterday I was talking about the Briar deck. It was called Cheerios, Briar. And that's what started this kind of lists where you just go 0 for 4 and build up the embodiments. That was like the first version, I believe. And you had the channel mount. It looks a lot like what you would expect from a Briar to play into you. I don't see any tech cards because you can bring in some tech cards against Icelander. I don't see those. But yeah, it should have an okay time into Iceland. It really depends on if she draws into the Channel Lake Frigates and Blizzards. And
he runs 20 blues, which I think is also pretty average.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And looking at the list from Erica, deck lists are open, by the way, so we're not spoiling any information. Like the most interesting thing, which isn't really an innovation, but it's I think it's a preference. She runs 5 defense reactions instead of
the
3.
Or 3.
No, she runs 5 instead of 3. Normally, you always play the Sink Belows, and you can bring in the Fates, and she used them yesterday against Jacob, which does make sense because you can prevent some more damage.
Yep.
But it can also brick your hand because she drew into... I was analyzing the game with her just before we got on the cast, and she had 2 yellow Ice Veins and 2 defense reactions, and then it does suck to have 5.
You don't
so
want
that it's a preference. She's running 5. I don't think we'll see any into Briar.
No.
If he runs snatches, you can get a cheeky snatch, but she'll
It's
probably
nice
run
the
the Iron Rod Gauntlet to get the 1 breakpoint she needs, and you don't want to dilute the deck. You want to play Ice Cards on his turn, because Briar wants to be very lean. He wants to play off 1 blue if he can, or not even pitch at all. So the 1 Frostbite can be very relevant.
Yes.
Into Briar it's not. Into Bravo it's not. Into Briar it is.
It's very relevant, yep.
And we're actually not sure where they're going. Ooh, they're all set up, so let's jump into the game.
All right, we're right on time. They're looking up towards the camera, waiting for our thumbs up.
We can't give them a thumbs up, but
they can hear us over here.
We're good to go.
Should we make a loud sound? We did some extra soundproofing on the studio today. There were some slight mumbles coming through yesterday, so we put some extra, I think, a table on its side, very professional. But we gave them the thumbs up, and they're gonna start.
Yeah. I'm not sure who. Oh wait, Erica should be starting. No, who's the higher seat? It is Christopher, so he can decide. I think you go first, right?
I think you go first, yeah. Oh, and there's a channel. That's a very nice start.
You see Erica's like, oh. That's a rough one.
Yeah.
That's
He's going to save the snatch in his hand for next turn, which is going to come in for 7. That's a very nice breakpoint. The Scar doesn't have go again because of the life totals.
As an Icelander, you want to block. Maybe if she doesn't have the Channel Lake Frigate, we can't see. If you don't have the Channel Lake Frigate, you might overblock just to look for the Channel Lake Frigate. Because if you can put it into the arsenal right now,
and play it in his turn, you take so much tempo. So she chose to block it cleanly, and she did run the defense reaction, by the way.
Yeah.
Which
So 1 out of 5. Yeah.
That's why she's there and I'm here.
So will you change up your list after watching Swedish Nationals, you think?
Yeah, I don't like running 5. I probably
No.
still stick to the sync belows. But I'm focused more on the Lexi list right now than the
Yeah.
Icelander list. So
There's an E-strike coming in.
probably 7.
Yeah.
We see the life totals going down. Yeah, as a Briar, it can be pretty easy when you're on 40. You just take
have
if it's
the
not
channel up.
irrelevant.
You want to keep as many attacks in your hand as
Yeah.
possible, especially if you are maybe getting a frostbite. You want some
Yeah.
extra cards to pitch to still have a good turn. So we know there's a snatch in Arsenal.
Yeah.
He has the Snapdragons. Could be a nice start to the turn.
That was not a channel in the Arsenal. I just sniped the card. It looked like the brain freeze, which can be nice as well.
All right. I see the heart of Final in her hand as well.
Yeah. I think I like the setup of Christopher. He has Arcane Barrier 3, and with the Spell Void from the Shock Charmers, you go up to 5.
Yeah.
Meaning that if you really, really want to, you can
Yep.
pitch a blue and destroy the Shock Charmers to
Yeah,
ignore
in
the
emergency.
Arcane for the of the Aether Ice Vein.
Yep.
And the kill turn, she needs 2 more. So if he goes down to 7, he's still safe. He knows he needs to go down to 5.
Just that extra bit of breathing space.
Yeah, it basically means you start on 2 more life against Icelander,
Yep.
which is nice. It does mean that his turn 1, he couldn't make a grasp, a rune chant
Yep.
if he wanted to. As Erica, you're looking to disrupt as much as you can.
So Christopher starting off with Enlightened Strike. That's coming in for 8 with Go Again then, probably.
Probably you go 8.
Yes. He could have chosen the card draw to have some more options, use the snappies, but I wouldn't use the snaps this early.
Well, it does make sense, but we know there's a snatch in the arsenal, so
Yeah.
you probably want to snap the snatch.
Yep.
And this is looking pretty good for Christopher. So Erica really needs some strong disruption.
This
maybe
is a very strong
blizzard.
start. Yep.
But it can fizzle out as well. So if he doesn't have the earth card, she will take damage this turn.
Yep.
She will take damage this turn.
But then the channel will be gone and
Channel will be
Yeah.
gone, and maybe he doesn't see one for the last 4 cards, and
yeah, it happens.
then you're in a good space.
It happens. And we have to change the heroes again, just like the first guys.
Yeah.
So we have a Briar, and
We
on the
have
left
Icelander.
we have the Icelander.
We're having so much fun with the game. But we have our ever-looming producer. Shout out to Henrik.
Shout out to Henrik.
He's been running a perfect tournament, so...
So he's judging and then also running in here to tell us to change the heroes.
Yeah,
Because the stream is not correct. Like he's in control of everything.
So Erica's thinking... she pitched for the Cold Snap. It's a Wounded Bull, generating the Frostbite.
Yep.
I'm not sure if she drew the card. I do see the Frostbite, so that resolved, so she probably drew the card. Which is nice. She can pitch away the Wounded Bull. You want to keep them in the deck, and defending with the Wounded Bull, it does 2. Attacking with does 8. So
yeah.
you never want to...
Easy choice.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
now you just cycle the Wounded Bull, hopefully into a 3 block. It's not the ideal play. You generally want to pitch a blue so you can Waning Moon. But looking at this game state, if she had 4 blues, you would just pitch a 2 block blue. But changing up the Wounded Bull for a... Oh, the draw resolves right now.
All right.
So she's still on 4 cards. She created the Frostbite, which is why the Cold Snap is just so nice.
Very nice. Yeah.
And actually, it also freezes the Arsenal because he didn't pay.
Right.
So we're not seeing a
So
snatch
not seeing
this
the
turn.
snatch. But I see there's I think it's a Coax and maybe a Swarming Gloomville. So
It looks like a swarming.
if
Yeah.
the E-Strike connects, he makes the Embodiment of Earth, which will give the Swarming Gloomville Go Again. So this could still be a very big turn. Oh
Yeah.
no, he'd have to pay 1 because of the Frostbite
Yeah.
now.
So
He had to
this
choose.
is very good disruption from Erica.
Very
She
good.
froze the Arsenal because he's on all red hand.
Yeah.
We don't know what he bottomed, but it wouldn't have been a blue.
Yep.
So he bottomed he bottomed like a Scar for a Scar or another 0 for 4 attack.
Yeah.
So he does have the good opening, but then just having the 4 red attacks into Icelander is quite rough.
And here's the Coax coming in for 8. No, 7.
If I was Erica, I would be happy right now.
Yeah,
The Cold Snap taking 2 cards, freezing the Arsenal,
that's
and
great value.
pitching him needing to pitch away the Swarming Gloomville. I would be pretty happy. Also, E-Strike is a very good card if you have a 2-card hand into Icelander because she cannot respond to the 7.
Yeah,
And seeing it in the channel mount turn does hurt, but it's probably less bad. It's actually nice to see it in the channel turn because if you're going to disrupt them and they have just 2 cards left and it's a E-Strike and something else,
you can do anything.
they still get to do damage. And
Yeah.
if it's like a Scar or it's a Swarming Gloomville, it's just 3 or 4, but E-Strike turns into 7.
Yeah,
So that's, I wouldn't be happy because he had a turn 0 channel, but in this situation, she took 8.
she handled it well.
She took 8. She probably has an attack in hand or maybe even an Ice Vein because it
So
looks
we'll-
like she's blocking for a swing turn.
Yeah. So the Cox connects, so Christopher can choose to draw a card, gain a life, and create a Quicken token. Any or all of the
Ooh.
above. I'm wondering what he's going to choose here.
Probably not the gain in life.
No.
Would you draw?
I don't think so. He can't Arsenal. He hasn't given it go again.
Oh, yeah, of course.
But he would give Erica another card. So
Yeah, of course.
I think you go for the Quicken, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a free go again for the Snatch and Arsenal that he can maybe play next turn.
It does feel weird that Coax doesn't have go again.
Yeah.
But it makes sense because it's a symmetrical effect. So
But it's also a 0 for 4.
yeah.
So it's pretty
I
on
don't think it's very scary giving a Quicken token to an Icelander because you
No.
generally don't do like a Wounded Bull into Wounded Bull.
Yeah.
Well, if the hand lines up perfectly and you get 2 blues, 2 Wounded Bulls, and you have an Arsenal, you do it. But
Yeah.
It's the Ice Vein.
Yeah, there we go.
It's the Ice Vein. I was talking to Erica earlier, and we were talking about her game last time around and how she might have had a different play where she pitched this Insidious Chill. If she would have played it out from the Arsenal, it might have been a different game state in the end.
Yeah.
And she said, like, yeah, against Briar, you just always play the
Always
Insidious
play
Chill.
it. Yeah.
So she prioritized the Ice Vein, which is a very good card always. And now she gets to develop the Insidious Chill probably next turn
Yeah.
because he will be having a downturn. I see a Nimbalism. I see a Sonata.
Sonata.
I see that's a Force of Nature, right?
I think it's a Force of Nature. Yeah.
And a mystery card.
That might be his only blue card in there, but is he willing to give it up? I think he is.
I think you do. Because you can just discard, take 5 discard,
Yeah.
but then you're at life parity. And if she can develop the Insidious Chill,
Yeah.
he pitches the Force of Nature. So it's the pay 1 for the Arcane Barrier, pitch away 2 for the
for the Aether.
discard. Just keeping 1 more life. And now there's life parity. And it does mean she will take a tempo loss. Because playing out the Insidious Chill, it does generate 1 Frostbite.
Yep.
But you're pitching an entire blue card. And normally you want to play 1 cost and do the Waning Moon. Which generates more tempo because you're pressuring the life total. And the Insidious Chill is there for when you see another Ice Vein.
Yeah.
Or Brain Freeze. So she will probably be running Brain Freeze. Which you can also fuse in their turn to trigger the Insidious Chill, take a 0 cost from their hand, force them to pay another card. So developing the Insidious Chill is very crucial for winning the game against Briar, because you don't want to give him full hands.
Yep.
Ooh,
So we see the
Sonata.
Sonata being played. 3 cards will be revealed.
I think you always wait until after
Yeah.
the Sonata. It does hit.
It does hit. So a Coax or a Snatch.
Those aren't like the best hits though,
No.
because both lack go again. And she's playing Metacarpus for the 1 Arcane Barrier, which makes a lot more sense to run the D-Reacts, because if you run Iron Rod, you can block out specifically the Snatch once.
Just once, yeah.
Just once. But she prioritizes the arcane damage, which in the late game stage can be quite annoying.
Yeah.
And I do think Stormstriders has 2 arcane barriers, so there's not a need. But Metacarpus Notes increases your range against Briar.
Yep. definitely.
The kill range when you're going for the kill.
So we see a snatch coming in with the quicken token having go again.
Oh, yeah, of course. I missed the quicken token.
And there's another snatch in Arsenal. I missed which card he picked to put in his hand from the Sonata.
The snatch.
Oh, this
he
came
got
from
the
his
snatch,
hand.
and
Oh,
the
right,
snatch is
of
in
course.
Arsenal. Now she blizzards. That's
Now
good.
she blizzards.
That's a
yeah.
good card. Because it creates a frostbite,
Yeah.
and you have to pay 2 to give go again. And what Erica doesn't know, and we can see, is Christopher has 2 reds,
Yeah.
so he can pay and play the other snatch. He can pay,
He will pay.
but I'm not sure how he's going to play out the other snatch because he still has the
If
frostbite.
there's a frostbite, he can't. Yeah.
Oh.
So maybe he hopes to draw into something from the snatch if it hits.
That makes sense. If he,
It's a gamble.
it's a gamble.
Yeah.
It does force Erica to block with cards.
Keeping the 2 red cards in hand is also a liability for next turn. So if you lose the go again and you're stuck with the 2 red cards,
Yeah.
he might just want to cycle into more blues.
Which makes sense. And he was running 20 blues, so
Yeah.
about 1 in every hand.
It should be.
How's the ratios on his deck? He's like, it's probably like 50-50, right?
Yeah, I think most Briars try to hit the 50-50 for the Sonatas, but
It looks like he's a little bit more attack heavy. I see the Nimbalisms, I see the Bramble Sparks, I see...
so there's a lot of the non-attacks are in the blue.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Because you're pitching them and all your red cards you want to be attacks. Most of the red 0 cost are 4 attacks. So that's the nice breakpoints you want. So he did draw into, I think, 3 blue cards now, actually.
Yeah. So he decided to not do anything with the draw from the snatch.
Yeah.
Or she played a defense. Oh, she had the sink.
Oh, she had the sink, yeah.
That's why you run the sink.
Yeah.
Now we learn. We're
Mhm.
learning
We're
together. This is a learning experience. Yeah, she plays out the Insidious Chill. With the Insidious Chill, it makes a lot of sense because having 1 is fine, and even doing it in your own turn, it means it's less of a tempo loss.
Yeah.
And she had the Blizzard to disrupt his turn, which was nice as well. We do have a mystery Arsenal card for the Icelander, though.
Always exciting.
That's a
Alright.
force.
And he fuses it. So this is, he's hoping for a big turn here.
Yeah. Let's hope
but
it's a
also
channel.
giving Erica a window to react to this.
Yeah. But does she have any good cards to react with?
So here's an Earthlore Surge. So this will buff his next attack by 5 if it's a red one. Creating also a lightning,
And then,
embodiment of lightning.
and then it will be the snatch from Arsenal, probably.
Probably, yes.
So that will be a snatch for...
Which will draw 2 cards on hit.
We do see that Christopher is a very experienced Briar player,
Yep.
setting up these turns, identifying how to maximize his cards. Like he put down the snatch turn 1, and he's just
Yeah.
waiting for the right
Turn 0.
turn 0. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just waiting for the right time to play out the snatch.
Yeah.
And this feels like the right time because
It's easy to get greedy with the snatch, but this is good.
because it will be coming in for 10, right? It's 5 from the Earthlore Surge, 1 from the Fuse,
One
and
from
it's
the
4.
fuse. Yeah.
So if he doesn't have another non-attack, it will be a snatch for 10.
With go again, draw 2 on hit. So that's the start of
Yeah.
a big turn. And the Force of Nature is for the entire turn too.
Yeah, it's... I remember when I was playing my first Pro Quest ever, there was a guy, he just went Channel Mount into Force of Nature,
Yeah.
and he just killed me on like turn 2.
That's a dream for the Briar at least.
I was like, wow, okay. And that was like my third classic constructed game. I was
Ah.
very happy to be playing games, and the Pro Quest I could play 6 games, so I just went to the Pro Quest.
You've been playing at a high level ever since you started.
I started on the highest level.
Armories? Nah.
No.
Just go Pro Quest.
Oh, I had a draft armory. But anyways, it doesn't feel like there's a clear winner yet. It does feel like Erica's a little bit on the back foot. If I would be Icelander seeing these 2 cards, I don't know the Arsenal, but it will be a scary situation seeing the Bramble Spark. Because as a
Yeah.
Briar, in this situation when I am playing the Icelander, I always want to look for the moment where the Frostbite matters.
Yep.
And he has one floating, and I don't know what he's going to play. So if it's a 0 cost, which Briar runs a lot, there's no reason to disrupt.
Yep.
And that's why Christopher is playing it like this. He's giving her no information at all to know if it's the correct call to disrupt or not. And if he just plays the Snatch or he plays another 0 cost attack, it's just one big attack. And I do feel like as a Briar, you want to do the channel turns and you want to do big attacks.
Big attacks against
not a lot of attacks.
Yep.
Because if you're going to do a lot of attacks, you create more windows to disrupt.
Yep.
And if you just go Earthlore Surge, big attack, there's one window between the Earthlore Surge and the big attack. And if he just plays a CNC right now, that would be very big.
Yeah.
So if it would have been a CNC in the arsenal and blue in hand, you just pitch a CNC. It's a CNC for 11.
Yeah. That's
Draw a
probably
card.
going to hit.
That's probably going to hit.
And it has go again.
And there's the Snatch.
There's the Snatch. All right.
And I do feel like Erica also identified that there's no reason to disrupt. And disrupting will cost you a card. And now she's able to just donate the hand, reset the turn cycle, allowing him to probably not draw. But yeah, it's so scary because if you donate the hand to the Snatch, you prevent 2 draws. But if the other card... no, it won't have a buff, right? The other card?
The other card won't have a buff.
Yeah.
So he can, if she doesn't do anything, he could Rosetta after this. Still coming in for 4.
Yeah. Blizzard is nice.
It is nice. So he
has
pays
the card.
Yep.
Just to open up the Rosetta Thorn.
Still 3 cards in hand.
I see a Ice Vein. This is rough. So she blocks 6, takes 4.
Is there?
Oh, there's the Fate. These defense reactions are coming in crucially.
Clutch cards right here.
Oh man, I said that she wouldn't run them, and she's just showing why you run them.
Why you run them, exactly.
Good call for Erica, and that's why she's in the top 8.
Yeah. We saw the Rosetta coming in. Erica takes the 4. But still, she prevented the 2 card draw.
Yeah,
it could have been way worse.
And now it's not the worst. Like, if you keep an arsenal normally if you keep an arsenal and 2 cards and you just can keep the arsenal, it feels like you've won the turn cycle as an Icelander. Now she still has the arsenal, which means you didn't lose the turn cycle.
Yeah.
Because you can still disrupt, and we see a very good card in Erica's hand. So I would probably look to cycle the card from the arsenal. Oh, another Sonata.
Another Sonata. And we're getting some... right. We're going to give you some correct information about which round this actually is.
Yeah, this is round 2.
We're all about the details up here in Stockholm.
It's a Sonata. It does hit.
With an Exude Confidence.
Oh man, I would love to play Briar and all the Sonatas just hit.
Oh, they are.
Because we've seen 4 Sonatas from Christopher. They've all hit.
Yeah. And yesterday he played one paying 6 extra actually.
Yeah, and it got 2 hits as well.
Yeah, 2 hits, 2 extra cards in hand, 2 arcane damage. It's great.
It's great. But I do feel like there's a turning point ahead for Erica. Like even we saw it yesterday.
And there's a channel. So Christopher is ready for another big one.
That's annoying. And then the Exude, probably.
The Exude would give it, would have go again.
And Exude is just...
It would prevent defense reactions.
Yeah. Exude is such a complex card as well, yeah. She does have the Ice Bolt, and you generally want to Ice Bolt off the Tunic counter, because you can Waning Moon as well.
Yep.
I probably would have preferred the channel in this turn. It's coming up next turn. I feel like if all the hands were shifted one turn for Erica, she would have been in a very great spot. But she's drawing into the answers. She needs the turn after she should have gotten the answers. Yeah. But that also means that she still has a lot of plays still to be made. So now she goes for the Ice Bolt.
And with the one Frostbite, Christopher has to choose. Or did he have one floating?
No, I think.
No, he pays for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a So Tomorrow in his hand. I thought it was another attack. So it doesn't really matter now.
So yeah, this can be a tough one. You can probably take 7 because.
The channel will still be up next turn.
Yeah,
So,
but
yeah.
if I saw Erica's hand, it was a Emeritus Scolding, it was a Ice Vein and a Channel, and that's like the perfect hand because you take the damage,
Yeah.
and then you fuse with the Channel.
Oh.
You force them to discard 2 cards, and then you have the Channel.
Yep.
So you destroy his Channel turn. Yeah, you do the Waning Moon here first, so he. So the damage, it's either you pitch away and you can't exude, or I deal 3 damage.
Yeah.
And this is like we were talking about the windows of Icelander. This is one of those windows where you get more information if you Waning Moon first.
Yep.
Because if he takes it, he still has the resources for the exude, and it increases your play pattern. So this is asking the question of Christopher: do you think I have it? And he does pay 1.
Pays 1. Probably wanting to leave 1 open for the Rosetta.
Makes sense. So you know he won't exude.
Now,
This
does
is
she
a,
have
this is a
another
tough
one?
call. This is
Yeah.
such a tough call. Because you will be taking a lot of damage to play out the hand. You will get the tempo back. But going down to 7 to 24, you can still close out those games, but you need to run a very tight game against Christopher.
Yeah.
And you can, because if you keep the channel around for 2 turns and you draw into the other channel, and you can pretty much keep him out of the game.
Yeah.
But that's a risky game to play.
She's really thinking hard about it.
Yeah. And if there's another Ice Vein, you should block probably. Just block and take the channel. Let's see, she's lining up a block. I think it might actually not be a Ice Vein. I'm trying to read her hand. Maybe it is 2 Emeritus Scolding, and then you probably, if it's not specifically an Ice Vein, I think you block, because you won't have the Insidious Chill trigger, you won't have the Ice Vein trigger. You will be able to play the Channel Mount of the Channel Lake in their turn.
Yeah.
And if it hits, it creates an embodiment of Earth, and you can respond to the embodiment of Earth as Icelander. So I think you want him to hit. So you probably block 6, give them the embodiment, so you can play the ice.
Respond to that.
The Channel Lake Frigid on their embodiment.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a tough call.
And there's no time limit in top 8,
Yeah.
so she can take her time, really think this through.
There's no pressure. We're having a lot of fun.
It's not like it's the national championship on the line.
Yeah, I would want to take my time. I wouldn't make any mistakes. I'm just like, I would be like, is there anything I'm missing?
Yep.
I calculate out the lines. You think about what can happen if this hits. What happens if I go down to 7? What happens if I go down to 9? What happens if if I block everything out?
And also, to put a little more pressure on it, I just heard in the previous game that Sweden actually got 4 World Championship invites for the top 4 of this championship.
So everyone is
winning this
battling.
game actually means you get to go to Barcelona and play Worlds.
Then I would count out everything thrice.
Yeah.
And it does look...
She's going down to 8.
She's going down to 8. And... Does she have
She's
the
probably
Ice Vein?
gonna
Does she
do
have
the
the
thing
Ice
you
Vein?
said, because you predict everything.
No, if she has an Ice Vein. Well, she can also go for a Wounded Bolt, which is fine as well. Yeah, there's the embodiment. Oh, she
A
has a Scar.
Okay.
That's just 4 damage, 4 free damage.
Yeah.
And then you Cornet Peak. If it's another blue, you Cornet Peak and you keep the channel.
Yep.
So he will be down on 3 cards. And this is one of those situations where she's like, you need the embodiment because it's a beneficial trigger for her, not for the Briar.
Yeah.
Normally you're like, oh, you forgot the embodiment. It's like, oh, yeah, that's your fault. And now she's like, you need to have an embodiment. Yeah, and there's the Coronet
That's the
Peak.
Coronet.
It sucks she didn't have the Ice Vein. It would have been a very good return play.
Yeah. So Christopher with 4 cards still in hand, setting up for another channel turn.
So
It's an Anthem of Spring. That's
2 and a Scar. That's an Earth card as well. I don't know if it's an Anthem of Spring. I do see a Scar which isn't live. Oh, it's a Bramble Spark.
Bramble Spark, right?
So it still has the blue. And Erica arsenals the channel.
The
I see
embodiment
one
of
Ice
Earth
Vein.
triggers. Wait for the reaction.
It should be on the stack.
I think they're waiting for it. She just drew her hand, so
Yeah, she's
Taking
just
a good
checking
look.
with which card she will pay it.
There's
So
the
it's
channel.
probably the yellow Ice Vein. And I saw another Ice Vein in hand. So yeah, this is like, if you want to do something,
yeah,
you have to pay at least 2, maybe 3, but he does have the blue.
So there's
Goes the Rebel
the
for
Rebel.
the blue. Going for a Rebel for 7.
Alright,
It's
so
always red. And in these
It's always red.
situations, when you're Icelander, you want to see a blue, it's always red.
yeah,
Rebel is such an unfair card, because when you play it, it's a 3, it's 2, and then the Briar does it at the exact perfect moment, and it's a 7, and
It's
you're
a
like,
7.
ah, man,
yeah.
I don't like Briar.
I don't like Icelander.
Makes sense. So as a Briar, when you see the blue and you can play the Ravenous Rebel, you're pretty happy.
Yeah,
Because he can also he didn't have the non-attack, so he can pitch the last card into Rosetta Thorn just for 2 damage.
yeah. And if it's an Earth card, he can pitch. He can keep the channel up for 1 more turn.
Yeah, Erica's probably going to go for protecting the life total, keeping around the channel.
Yeah, she takes 1. There's the Scar for 7
Oh,
again.
yeah, of course. He still had the one resource.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is a very tough game for Erica,
it is.
because you can block. Well, if you block right here, I think you just give the Coronet Peak and you lose the channel, and that's just so. You could give the Tunic,
Yep.
go down to 1, and just hope you can lock them out of the game. But it's such a tough spot for Erica,
Yeah.
and I think Christopher played it out exactly how you want to play it out. He saw 2 channels in, I think, 4 or 5 turns. Erica goes down to 1.
1.
She has
He
the
just-
ice card. She
Right.
doesn't have the disruption. So now it's just hoping that he has an all red hand.
Yeah.
You hope for an all red hand and just hope that you take 1 card and the channel just locks him out of his turn.
He has 2 lightning surges, I think.
I see 1 lightning surge, 1 and it's 2 lightning surge and then Twilight Lightning and an Amulet of Earth. It looks like. So he pays for the lightning surge. And as a Briar, you're looking to attack.
Definitely. And being at 1 life is you have to block. She has nothing in arsenal.
Yeah, he's just cleaning it up.
There's
She
the
can
Earth.
Storm Striders, but yeah, you don't. And that's the Entwined Lightning, which he fuses. Is it a blue? Yeah, it's 2 attacks. Yeah, no, this is.
So
she
that's a 4.
Does she have the defense reaction though?
Probably. No. Ah, okay.
The
The
first axe and
Coronet.
the Coronet Peak, and then 2 cards, and then you lose the channel.
Yeah.
Maybe he sets up a bigger turn. He is in the lead. Like you can push for lethal with the lightning surge,
Yeah.
but if she blocks it out, or you can also just go for Rosetta, taking 1 card,
1 more card.
getting the arsenal.
Yeah, keeping the arsenal with a guaranteed go again next turn.
That seems about right.
Yeah. So what's your magic number? Like how low would Christopher have to be for a kill range?
Well, with the shock charmers, it should be 2 more. So like the magic number is 7.
7, all right.
It's always 7 because you go Emeritus Scolding from the arsenal and Waning Moon, which is 7 arcane damage. And you can go up to like, and if you have Metacorpus node, it's actually 9 because you can pump both. Oh no, you can pump the Emeritus Scolding to 5, so it's 8. And if you have any spell from hand, it can go up to like, if it's Aether Hail, you can do 11.
Yeah.
If it's Ice Vein, you can, but you need the resources. You need the right resource curve, but you can go up to maybe 13 or 14. You can have some funny lethals if you have a Frost Hex in play, because if you generate a Frost Bite, it makes
goes
it
away in the meantime. Yeah, but that's still pretty far off for Erika. So.
Yeah. Well, if she had like 2 Frost Hexes and the Blizzard, you can play a card from the arsenal, play the Blizzard, generating 2 Frostbites, dealing 6 arcane. And then if it's an arcane spell from the arsenal, I did this to Bravo. I did like 15 arcane damage because of the 2 Frost Hexes and generating 2 Frostbites. But that's not relevant for this game, because there's a Lightning Surge for 4, and I think Christopher will close it out.
I think he has 2 Amulet of Earth in hand.
Oh, and it looks like a Tome of Harvest.
A Tome of Harvest, that's a lot of blues.
It is a lot of blues. There's another channel, but she probably doesn't have to.
Again. He can go Scar and use the Snapdragon.
That's another channel.
That's 2 breakpoints.
But she probably won't be able to keep the channel around. And what I just like about the Swedes is she's still playing out the game perfectly. She's behind. Like she's
behind.
She gains a life off the finals fighting spirit. But they keep it at, they still take their turns if they're at 1. They still try to maximize their game plan.
They even adjust the life counter to below 0 to the actual number where they end up.
Oh, yeah.
At least Linus did in the last game.
So is it a 3 block? It is a 3 block. But the channel goes away. Yeah, this is a rough one for Icelander.
Yep.
I do feel like Erika made the right calls, and Christopher just had all the answers.
Here come the snaps.
Snap Rosetta?
I think so. Or he can throw down the Amulet of Earth, but maybe keep the blues in hand.
Well, isn't just Rosetta? It's 2, and she doesn't have a block, right?
Oh, she pitched 1.
He's probably calculating, do I miss something? Is it just Rosetta? Yeah, and that's the fist bump. Yes.
Wow.
Well played by both of them.
It could have gone either way, I think.
Definitely.
The timing was in Christopher's favor.
Yeah, definitely. Just going first, even if Erika would have got to pick, she probably would have chosen the Briar to go first.
Yeah.
And just getting the channel off the first turn, getting 2 attacks in, it just creates so much pressure, and you're on the back foot. And when you start as Icelander, and if your opponent starts with a channel in play, you're like behind 2-0.
Yeah.
And that's just a very rough situation to claw back into the game. And she was doing a very good job, but I think that one channel like Frigid, if she would have gotten it a turn earlier, we would still be watching a very close game, because they're very good players. They played a very good game, but I do feel like the odds were stacked in Christopher's favor.
Yep.
And sometimes you have some people say it's an 80-20 matchup, and sometimes you just see the 20% matchup for the Briar, and this feels like the 20% matchup where you just get the channel turn 0, and when the channel goes away, you get another channel, and
yeah. So we're looking at another Briar in the semifinals.
Yeah. If one country wants to kick Briar out of the game, it will be Sweden.
It will be Sweden.
It
will be tradition by now.
Yeah, and it would be really awesome if Christopher did it, because he was the first Swedish champion doing it on Briar, on Cheerios.
Well.
Cheerios Briar.
Yeah.
Then we had, I think Niklas did it last year.
Yeah.
And now they're both up in the Christopher's up in top 4.
Yeah.
So we probably will be seeing him in Barcelona.
Yeah, and I hope you like this game, because there's another Briar Icelander game coming up.
So up next is Dash Dromai, actually.
Yes.
Which will be a very, very fun game because the Dash is prepared, but the Dromai player, the other deck he plays is Dash. So the Dromai knows both ends of the matchup very well. And we'll see what the Dash brings for a game plan. We know he's on a hybrid list. So it will be interesting what side of the hybrid list he will choose into
and
the
I think
Dromai.
they played each other yesterday.
They did.
The Dromai won.
Yeah.
So that's another like mental factor in this game. Will they change up their game plan? Will they keep it the same?
Yeah.
So
if with the Briars meet, I'm not entirely sure how the bracket looks, but I think they're on opposite sides. So Christopher's. Let me just get the standings. We have the standings right here. So Christopher is on 4, Niklas is on 3. So they're on opposite sides, I believe. So they actually would meet in the finals, right? Because Jacob won. Jacob won and Christopher won, and Linus lost and Erica lost. So we still have Niklas Asler going up to Dennis Freuberg.
Yeah, very good. I think the G is sort of silent.
Yeah, it's like a J. Freuberg.
Yeah.
They're up next. So that's 2 against 7. This was the 4 against 5 game. And I'm not entirely sure how the brackets look. But I think they're on opposite sides though, so they would meet in the finals.
In the semifinals.
In the finals, actually, because they're on opposite sides of the bracket.
But if
do you guys know if Niklas and Christopher, if they both win, they meet in the finals, right?
Yes, because Christopher is going to face Jacob.
Oh, he's going to face Jacob. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So they would meet in the finals. That would be the most Swedish finals. The old guard versus the new guard. That would be a very cool final. So I think we're going on a break real quick. We'll be back with Dash versus Briar Dennis Freuberg. Is that okay? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Nice. Against Niklas Asner. So
on Dromai, not
on
Briar.
Dromai.
You said Briar.
Ooh, I'm sorry. Dromai against Dash.
Yeah.
And we can see them setting up. So we'll be back shortly.
Yeah.
I'm back.
That was a very quick change.
Yeah.
Because the players are already setting up.
Yeah, because I mean it's gonna be quick now. We don't really need to wait for anyone.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So we, I think we are almost ready. They're still shuffling the deck. Maybe we can preview this game a little bit because I think you are very good friends with one of the players.
Yes. So Niklas lives in the same apartment building as I do. And I think we met in kindergarten, so we've known each other for most of our lives.
All right.
I got him into this. So
you played him a lot of times?
Yes.
Yeah.
He started his Flesh and Blood career on Prism. No, he did not. He started on Dash. So he's played a lot of Dash. And then he went into Prism when he started playing like real competitive. He won a couple of events, like smaller ones, here in Sweden when he started. He went really heavy into Dash, but then he was on Prism during the Prism era. and then went into Dromai. And he's
Stuck
like
with
all
the illusionist.
he's like all Prism players. He's just like, oh, this is so bad, but it's actually pretty good. So yeah, he's been playing Dromai for quite a while. He was switching into Assassin for a while, but then he didn't really like it. He went back to Dromai.
It's a very different playstyle.
Yeah, definitely. But I think that here, like, I talked a little bit with Dennis. He's super happy being in the top 8.
He's the only dash here.
He's the only dash here.
He went in without expectations and he just he crushed it.
Yeah. He's living the dream right now.
Yeah.
And he's having a lot of fun. I think him and Niklas faced off against each other in the last round before top 8.
So they did play before.
Yeah.
We had a dinner with Dennis last night.
Yeah.
And he was talking about his plans. We won't reveal what he's going to do here.
Yeah.
I don't think he was sure himself.
Yeah.
So
I think it's a little bit uneven in the experience because like Niklas has so much experience on Dash too.
Yeah.
So, but Dennis is a really good player. Obviously, like he's up here in top 8. So
yeah,
it's gonna be one hell of a game. Hopefully.
So who do you think is favored? Just Niklas based on experience?
Yeah, slightly favored, I would say. He knows exactly what Dash is going to do.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Like Dennis might throw in a wrench in his plans and cards might not line up. And
well, we see the card should line up. How the card should line up for Christopher last game.
Yeah. Oh,
so
yeah.
if you draw the right hand in the wrong turn, it's it can be over.
Yeah, and after we casted the first game, we went out and talked to the players, and Jakob was like, "Yeah, I had a pretty good start." And we're like, "Pretty good start, did you?" With your pulverize turn 1 in Arsenal.
It was a pretty good start. Yeah, he was winning after that.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. All right. The players are shuffling up.
Yep.
Should we switch to the
yeah,
table?
let's do it. You can see some concentrated faces.
Yeah.
Once again, I'm not sure who won, who is on the play. Obviously, they don't roll off in top 8, but we should figure out a good way to show that on stream.
So Niklas can decide who starts because he is the second seed in the top 8.
Yeah, exactly. So it depends a little bit on what game plan he is on, right, or what he thinks that Dash is going to do.
Yeah. I think it changes the like the equipment you use. You might want to create some ash on the first turn of the other player. You draw back up.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's also like I think this Dash deck. Do we have the deck list?
We have the deck list. I think they're over here.
Yeah. Let's see what we have.
So that's the draw my list and the dash list. We have this on paper. Very old school.
Yeah. So how does it look on the?
Yeah, we're good.
Giving
a thumbs up to the judge.
Yeah.
Feels like we have real authority in here.
You're right.
The judge is coming to us.
Yeah, it's all pretend. So yeah, it looks like there's not a lot of like the React package in the Dash list.
We have the 3 sync belows.
Yeah.
2 unmovables.
But no fates, right?
No fates.
Yeah. So it's okay, but it's not great. So
yeah,
I guess that Dennis is going to try to push through damage when he can push through, and then clear dragons when he needs to.
Yeah, well, and if Niklas manages to get out 3 Kylorias again and steal all of Dennis's items,
yes,
that can happen.
Then again, if you have a pistol that shoots for 2, then Kylorias are quite easy to clear off at least.
Yeah, Niklas shouldn't get 3 Kylorias.
I mean,
Dennis is starting with the Teclo Pounder.
Yep.
So he's going for big attacks.
Yep. Boosting and trying to hit face in the beginning, I guess.
Yeah.
And now we can't see what Niklas has picked as his footwear, but
it looks like Mage Master boots.
Probably.
We can see on the deck list if he registered it. He did register the Mage Master boots.
Yeah, all right. So he wants to do some shenanigans and get action points. Yeah, why not?
So it looks like Niklas is calculating a turn. Is he starting?
I do not know yet. Yeah. I would guess so. That looks like Niklas' thinking face.
Yeah. I think the Dash game is a little more straightforward.
Yeah. And they played this yesterday too. Obviously, like they didn't see all the cards, but then they had time to.
We see the Seeker Smiths coming in. That's an Ash.
Yep.
Opting for something nice.
And of course, important in the beginning of the game to just build up that pile of ash so
Yeah.
you can get the dragons you want and start taking tempo. But Dash is a really quick deck right now.
Yeah, it really is. And there's an Asphali on the
Yup.
field. The Marvel, of course.
Yeah. It's a pretty good first turn, right?
Yeah.
Get a dragon out.
So
Force your
I don't
opponent.
think Dennis is running any Arcane Barrier. Or does the
Doesn't the new
the
hands have Arcane Barrier, right?
maybe, yeah.
I don't think he would go into this matchup without
No, without any.
AB1, yeah. 'Cause then you're dead to...
This can be a long game, and with the Burnham also
Yeah,
in there
yeah,
as
yeah.
well. Yeah.
Especially if it becomes really swingy in the beginning. Oh, here we go.
Okay. Setting up a big one already.
Yep. I mean, if you have it, you have it.
Yeah. Drawing a card.
See if we get some T-bone shenanigans on
Yeah.
top of this. So I was testing out the new Katsu build against Niklas like a month ago,
Yeah.
and I managed to take away Dromai's hero power, like I think turn 1. With the...
Another one.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
In the voice of DJ Khaled.
Yeah.
Okay, so he will be generating a lot of action points.
Yep.
T-boning
Yeah.
and boosting the T-bone.
Getting 2 action points from that.
Yeah. So this forces an equipment block,
Yep.
but
It's fine with with the Mage Master.
he might have another T-bone.
Exactly, and then it starts getting...
Then it starts getting annoying.
Yeah.
I think it's a payload and a throttle in there, in Dennis's hand.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, so the payload would get dominate because he boosted.
Yep.
He might be getting rid of Asphali maybe? Or is that not worth it, do you think?
I mean, it depends on how much damage he feels like Niklas can swing back on his turn, I would say.
Yeah.
Because if you can take the lead right now, like the Asphali is like, sure, it's damage, but
Yeah.
if Niklas blocks a lot now, which he kind of needs to with double
Yeah.
Octane.
And also the Teclo Pounder triggered. They're not using the dice, but the T-bone got the +2.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's throwing down the sweeping blow.
Yeah.
The card resolves, so he's 3 action points now.
Yep. Of course, he needs the resources to load the gun. There we see the chest piece,
Or the
Teclo
foundry
heart.
heart. Yeah. Generating 2 resources. That's very nice.
Yep.
Charging the pistol for 1.
Yeah, and if you only have 1 T-bone, this is kind of fine, right? You throw that down. If you have more T-bones, you don't really
Yeah.
want to stop that combat chain going, because then you can just send out that equipment again.
Yeah. And Dennis has 2 action points left, so he could still charge the gun and shoot again.
Yep.
Which he will do. And he will shoot again.
Yep.
Taking Niklas down another 2.
Yeah,
points.
clearly looking at his hand and being like, okay, I have 2 high octanes. Do I just go for this and try
Yeah.
to do as much damage as possible right now, or do I keep one in arsenal? But
All right.
a little bit low on resources. He's gonna arsenal a card. Yeah, I think Dennis has a game plan for this.
It looks like it. Yeah.
But Niklas didn't leak that much damage.
He took 6 damage, but he still has an Ash and an Asphali. If he
Exactly.
can build another dragon, swing twice,
Yep.
he's right back in there.
Teclo Pounder is gonna get 2 more hits in with some
Yeah.
boosted damage, and then it's gone.
Niklas doing the math.
Yep.
So many dragons to keep track of.
Oh no.
Oh, here's the
Vows of-
Kylori,
Oh
yeah.
wow, that's really good. This is gonna force some blocks. And now we'll see. Do we have a popper?
Yeah. So 1 arcane and 2 physical on the Asphali. He will take it.
Then the question is Niklas thinking, did he... No, because he should have stopped it if he had a popper, right?
Or he could save the popper for Kyloria.
Yeah, but then again, Kyloria can just be...
Yeah.
Just take it down with the pistol.
Exactly. You want to... Oh,
Oh,
Chroma
no.
Eye.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Now, this is already a problematic board state for Dennis, I think.
Yep.
3 dragons, guaranteed extra point, action point.
Yeah. And I know that Niklas favored dash list when he's playing dash.
So we did see the popper.
Yeah. No, but Niklas really likes playing hybrid dash, so you can go very defensive and try to have that defensive package at all times too. And when they played yesterday, he was a little bit worried that he might run into that and be fatigued. But then again, like now, I think he knows that he can push damage and be aggressive. So
yeah,
pitching magnetic, charging
pistol to floating, coming in with the throttle.
Yeah, it's
the spark of genius.
Yeah, it sucks. But then again, like this is a big attack coming in now.
Yep.
And you need to respect the life point in this game. It's gonna be, they're gonna swing out at each other.
Yeah, definitely.
So how many poppers do we have in the dash list?
So we have the 2 payloads.
Yeah,
I think.
Yep.
3 maximum velocity. That's also a popper.
But yeah. It's not a lot.
It's not a lot, no.
Yeah. So we'll see.
All right, so Dennis playing the Teklo core.
Yep.
Another item, pretty crucial to his game plan, I think.
Yeah, and it took down one of the Kyloria, so doesn't need to be too worried. Chroma coming in, generating another action point.
Niklas with the sigil.
Crucial for go again.
Go again for the dragons.
Yeah, Niklas he has a good board state.
He has a good board state, but Dennis is trying to race, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
So coming in for 3 twice is not gonna kill Dennis. If he comes back with the Teklo core, he's getting the free resources.
Yep. But yeah, Dennis opting to block a little bit.
He does block.
But Niklas has a lot of resources, so he's just gonna throw out the damage.
Yeah.
Forcing some more blocks. Which in all honesty is gonna make this a more interesting game. I think pitching to Furnace in the end there just to make another ash.
Yeah. Pitching the Uvia too.
Yep.
Yeah. So 2 cards for Dennis.
Still 1 counter on the pounder, so if one of those is an attack, it's gonna be a bigger one.
So he has I think it's a zipper hit and
0 to 60 and a T-bone, I think.
Oh yeah, 0 to 60.
Throttle goes banished. All right. So right now Niklas is obviously thinking of damage, but also like, is there gonna be another T-bone coming down?
Yeah.
It's gonna start putting minus counters on my stuff. Or even worse, destroy them. But it's a 0 to 60.
I'm still having 2 resources floating.
Yep. But those resources are kind of like collateral resources. They came from the Teklo heart, so...
So I think they're still... Oh, it's a Spark of Genius.
Yeah. A good follow-up.
Yeah.
Get another item. What do you think it's going to be?
Maybe another Teklo Pounder, if he wants to keep the big swings coming.
Is he playing...
Another Teklo core.
Oh, all right.
He's going for a lot of free resources.
Yep. That means that he eases up his hand, he can block more.
Yeah. But he already played 2 of his high octanes, so there won't be, well, maybe 1 more of the big shooty turns.
Yeah. He gets to draw a card. We didn't really see what that is.
Getting
Okay.
an action point
All right.
from the Achilles heels.
Yeah, we're going for it. We're really going for it. Zipper hit.
There's the zipper hit. All right, banishing a Tome of Fiendal. So
Yeah, that's
no go again.
yeah, that's a bummer because I think that he saved that last resource to fire off the gun, right?
Yeah, probably. The gun was loaded. I think there's only 4 non-mechanologist cards in his deck, so this was really unlucky for him.
Yeah. But then again, like if you have those in there, then
Yeah.
you always run the risk, right?
That's a choice you make. Yeah,
But the tome is so good,
it's very
especially when you're racing too. If you can get the extra action point and then
Yeah.
just have a good turn where you know I'm gonna keep my hand, I'm gonna take this damage, it's not too bad, and then all of a sudden you play with a 6-card hand and
Yeah.
you gain life.
And I think there's 2 pulse waves in his hand right now.
Yeah,
Niklas just swinging with the Chrome Eye.
yeah. I mean,
If it gets popped, you have the action point.
exactly.
He might have something to give it go again in his hand. Or it has go again. Did he play something? Oh no, you get the action
Yeah,
point
you
when
get
it
the
attacks
action.
too.
Yeah, you get the
Right.
action points. That's no problem. Sorry, I was looking at the list. Yeah, and I mean, Niklas have seen Dennis' deck list. He knows how many poppers he needs to be
Yeah.
worried about. So I don't think he's too concerned.
Not yet, no. Dennis took the 6. He's looking to swing back. with
Niklas
4
is
free
gonna
resources.
try to play around, like, you know, saving his Calorias
Yeah.
and having them wreak maximum havoc. But otherwise than that, the dragons are there for damage.
Yeah.
Zipper, dominate. Or go again? Is it the go again? Yeah,
It's the go again, yeah.
Go again token, right? Yeah.
I can see the color of the zipper hit. Might be a red one.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing Rainbow
Yeah.
of those, so.
A lot of the mechanologist cards are just very good.
But that's also good for Mechanologist as a hero
Yeah.
choice because you kind of need to play most of them. Another Ziprit getting banished.
There's the pulse wave,
Yeah.
boosting twice.
Yeah, it's a good card. And Pulse Wave came after Niklas like stopped playing Dash heavily.
Ah.
So
This is new
That's-
to him.
yeah, that's also why he's like, okay, let's take a break.
He's
let's
explaining to it. Yeah.
read the card. I mean, obviously he knows the card, but
Yeah. So he gets to choose which cards to present.
Yeah.
And now Dennis chooses one he has to defend with.
yep.
But
Oh,
here's
that
the
was-
thing. He has another pulse wave.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the
Okay.
crown. And then, yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
oh
Just another
wow.
one. And now Nicholas has to show Dennis's whole hand,
Yep.
boosting 3 times. Yeah, you can shuffle all you want.
Oh,
All right.
Tome.
A tome, a sink, and a Necria. I think.
Necria, yeah.
Yeah. There goes the tome.
Yeah, this is a good turn for Dennis.
Cleaning out Nicholas's hand.
Yep. Turns out that Flesh and Blood is a way easier game if you get to pick how your opponent blocks.
Yeah.
Now Nicholas
Alright.
is like, oh my god, you can play 2 Pulse Waves in a turn. I want to play Dash now.
So breaking the chain by activating the chest piece.
Yeah. Ooh.
And here comes the maximum velocity.
Yep.
That's a big finisher.
Yeah.
And this is another one Nicholas has to read.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. But now I think he's in, how do I
How do I
get out of this
yeah.
pinch?
See some sweat on his forehead.
Yeah.
Maybe. All right.
All right.
The Necria in the sink.
Yeah. But it's fine, right? Conserve your life total.
Yeah, you still have the dragons.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still... Nicholas is still 2 points up on life total, so...
Yeah.
And the dragon come. And it's gonna give you an action point.
Yeah.
And the other dragon is gonna come. So it's
Alright.
pretty good...
On a 0 card hand,
Yeah.
still having a 6, 3 and a 3.
Okay.
Dennis actually blocking the 2 physical.
Yep.
Also trying to protect his life total.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if it is a race, then you still can't take too much damage,
Yep.
so...
The last counter on the Teklo core.
Yeah.
No, that's a boosty hand.
Mm-hmm.
That's a freeze 0 to 60.
Yep. Niklas still on like 20 plus life total. Also has the option to like, do I start blocking?
Yeah.
I mean, they're right now with the items out, and sure, 1 Caloria gone, but you might get into a game state where you can fatigue a dash from here.
He will win the value game if Dennis doesn't get rid of the dragons.
Yep. Keeps on boosting, of course. He needs to.
And Niklas keeps on blocking.
Yeah. I mean, as long as it's
Another
not
one.
coming for the dragons, then I think Niklas is super comfortable with just.
Yeah, just blocking.
You can't get into the pattern of just throwing a card in front of those attacks though, because you need to be like, okay, cool, what is the final attack? Is that gonna
Yeah.
take out my Chromai and I'm gonna lose my engine that I have right
Yeah.
now?
And the pistol
There we go.
at the Chromai. Yeah.
And Niklas kept 1 card in hand. Or is that an arsenal? No. That's his hand, I think.
It's his hand. Yeah.
Maybe it's a pre-arsenal because it's gonna go there after this
Yeah.
dragon has attacked.
He will just turn it around.
Yeah.
Yep. And he's still up 7 life, so
Yeah.
I don't think he's scared yet.
No. He's gonna get into a position where he can get another dragon out, and if that's another Chromai, then Dennis needs to start killing them off again.
So the pistol being charged. And a T-bone.
Yep. That's oh my
Ooh,
god, that's
missing
so
the
unlucky.
boost.
That is so unlucky.
That's the worst thing that could have happened.
Yeah, and the boots are gone, so
Yeah.
this is harsh.
Dennis really regretting putting that tome in there, I think.
I mean, it's took him into the top 8, so
Yeah.
it's there for a reason.
But when you boost it away,
yeah, of course,
you feel silly.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had some swingy games
Yeah.
now, like in the top 8.
So this will end Dennis's turn and will give Niklas a chance to respond.
And I mean, Niklas just puts the Mage Master
Yeah.
boots in front again.
Very efficient blocking. Yeah.
3 times a charm.
Yeah. I think that's also why he ran it. We were talking about shenanigans at
Yeah.
the beginning.
Yep.
But he only registered the Iron Rod legs, I think.
Yeah. And they don't do that much. Like
No,
there is
and you
no
block
there is-
once with them.
yeah, and
they're
it's not
gone,
that
so-
many scary hit effects anyway, so
Yep.
alright, we'll see. How does Niklas capitalize on Dennis' unluck here?
Creating a mirror guy.
Yeah.
So that's no phantasm for the first dragon attack.
Yep. I'm not gonna be afraid of the poppers.
No.
I mean, you need to still respect them, but it helps a lot. Pitching a sigil.
Yeah. Creating another ash
And
on a Yenderai.
yeah.
Now the engine is starting back up again.
Yeah. Yep.
Now the first one doesn't have phantasm. Which one do you swing first? Which is the one you really want to keep?
I think you, like, obviously you want to keep the mirror guy, This is just damage.
Yeah.
Like, this is just damage. But then again, like the Ender Eye is kind of the same, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, you don't want the Ender Eye to be popped, because then it's just gone. Otherwise, the opponent needs to commit resources to taking it down.
Yeah.
Okay, here we come in.
And then
Take
Asfalai.
Yeah. The split damage is
The one arcane.
really
So
annoying right now.
Yeah. Getting rid of the crown.
Yeah. I guess Dennis is trying to build a better hand.
Well, he has to really respond. So I think he needs a 5-card hand to get out of this one.
Right.
And then, yeah.
Niklas dropped something. It's fine. $22 on Niklas and 13 life on Dennis. Super hit.
Steady opening attack.
It's gonna be boosted.
So he probably took out the unmovables against the Dromai. So
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
he's gotten rid of all the non-mechanologist attacks now.
Yep.
Cards.
But he's been so unlucky then.
He's been unlucky.
Yeah.
And the 0 to 60
Yeah.
on the Asfalai coming through.
He wants to take away the split damage,
Yeah.
which I think is pretty smart here.
It's a pretty smart move. That's the one arcane is what kills you in the end.
Yep.
If you don't have the AB. Boosting a T-bone.
And
Getting the Mace Master boots in.
4th time. Yeah, that's a good sideboard from Niklas end.
And Dennis checking his graveyard.
Yeah, figuring out what's left, what have
Looking
boosted
for a big
away.
turn, yeah.
All right. Gonna go grab ourselves.
What's it gonna be? That deck is looking pretty thin to me.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right?
So if Niklas starts blocking now, he still has 2 dragons up.
Yep.
This is gonna be over in a couple turns.
So he didn't find anything with the spark.
Doesn't have any items left.
Yeah. So he just draws the card because he boosted and
Arsenal's it.
Arsenal. Okay.
So he took out all the plasma purifiers as well, I think. We
Yeah.
haven't seen any of those.
Or, no, I don't think he's boosted them away, right? Then he's been even more unlucky.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Like, sure, you want the Arsenal right now, but it sounds like it's drawing one more card from that deck, and it's gonna be thinned out very soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Niklas is in a very powerful position now, where he can just, if he gets to keep cards, he can play cards. And if otherwise, he's just gonna swing with a dragon.
Yeah. He looks pretty comfortable here.
But we're in a top 8, so we're still gonna make sure what's in here,
Yeah.
what's in the
Gotta
even
make
bigger
sure.
pile. Yeah,
Maybe still checking for poppers.
yeah,
The first one doesn't have Phantasm, but if you want to swing them both,
yeah.
it's good to know.
Okay, here we
The
go.
burn them all.
Yeah.
With the 1 arcane.
Yeah,
So the split damage is back.
yeah. That is so annoying when you're trying to keep cards in hand too.
Yeah. And then it's taking the 3 from Yendurai
Yeah,
and the 1 arcane.
and that's
The sigil.
not what you want to see if you're
No.
Dennis right now. It's more life to chew through. And banish it immediately to
All
burn
right.
them all. So I think that was a maximum velocity in
Yeah.
Dennis' hand, right?
But can he get 4 boosts? Or 3 boosts?
He has a T-bone,
T-bone.
and then he... What's in his arsenal?
Yeah.
But like boosting right now too, that deck is just getting.
He's killing himself
Yeah.
by boosting. And he hasn't really used his pistol all that often.
Yeah,
That
Niklas
saves your
blocks
cards.
with a Kyloria.
Blocks with a Kyloria,
Yeah, he
very
knows that
confident.
this is gonna be over when.
There's no items in the game, he
Yeah.
knows, so. Another T-bone, getting the Flame Forge.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
He keeps boosting. Still one card in hand, and here's the maximum velocity, I think. Or will he? He has no resources.
No. And Niklas is just sitting and like making sure he's not making any mistakes. But
Yeah.
I think this.
Just staying cool under pressure.
Yeah, but this is gonna end up with a 0 card deck for Dennis very
Yeah.
soon. And it's the downside of the aggressive dash build, right?
Yeah.
If you get into this position, like you need to keep on pushing,
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, it's like,
Actually, activating the Teklohart, banishing 2 more cards.
wow,
Maybe he just wants the game to go
yeah,
go
maybe.
faster.
Oh, but he has a maximum velocity. Okay,
Wow.
yeah,
Okay, well that's probably worth it.
yeah,
It's a big swing.
Yep.
But can Niklas take the 10?
I mean, he probably
There's-
can with.
There's like 7 cards left
Yeah.
in Dennis's deck, so
So he has one more turn where he can boost.
yeah.
But Niklas is going to block this.
He's playing it safe.
Yeah.
That's the best way.
Yeah. And as long as he has one dragon, that's still gonna be
Yeah,
whatever damage that dragon does plus an arcane. So
exactly. He's in control.
Yep.
Actually, he closed the chain, so can he play the maximum velocity?
oh, yeah, it's very true. Yeah, no, he can't.
Yeah, so that's someone in the chat actually called this out. but
Yeah, we have a table.
There should be a table judge.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to impact this game, but
It shouldn't, but
Yeah.
well, we can't interfere. We
yeah, no, exactly.
determined that.
Niklas should know this. This is very true.
Yeah. Well, I guess Dennis should know this too because he
Yeah.
plays the card.
Exactly. I guess that like in Niklas' mind, this is also like he's pretty set on. This is my.
Oh. Well, we should pull up the card because we're getting mixed signals from the chat. Do we have that system set up?
No, we don't. We're
All
not
right.
logged in.
We'll
Yeah, we'll
we'll
fix
check
it for
after
now.
the game. Yeah,
I mean, we can still look up the card.
we can look up the card.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
We are not Dash experts, so
but like we said, this might not change the outcome of this game.
I will just.
And then it's going down to 3 life here.
Yeah, you just need to have boosted 3 times. So
Right.
yeah, it was totally legal.
It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need a bigger screen.
We do. We talked about that
Yeah.
when me and Tobias was casting in the first game. That like next time we're probably gonna have like a big TV screen,
Yeah.
and then we just route the feed that we get from the camera overhead.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, Gerben Games, you're absolutely right. We checked it up. I have had misinformed. There's a lot of cards in this card game right now, so
Yeah.
knowing all of them exactly how they work by heart is
I think there's actually 2,800 cards right now.
it's insane.
That's crazy. Yeah. But if you play Fable, you might learn them all. Just to throw some self-promotion in there. Meanwhile, we'll see the Pulse Wave Harpoon coming in.
Yep.
Followed up with the pistol shot. Yeah, Nicholas is just comfortable blocking.
Yeah.
There's probably 1 card left in his deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is
This is Dash running
over.
out of steam.
yeah.
Ho ho.
Blocking with the maximum velocity.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a popper.
Oh, they're playing it out. That's the
Yeah.
Swedish mentality, I think. Just
Yep.
keep going. No, they're talking about the game already.
Yeah, I think that Niklas said that.
Can we get the fist bump? No.
I think what Niklas said is that he knew that was coming because it was pitched.
Oh, right.
So
Yeah.
He's like, I saw it coming. Why did I do this? But yeah, I don't think it's going to matter.
There's
there we
the fist
go.
bump.
All right.
All right.
Yeah. And we're gonna get some table talk because they're gonna talk through this game. So
Yeah.
yeah. Very cool. A bit one-sided.
A bit one-sided,
Yeah.
yes.
But also like on Dennis' end, hitting Tome twice is
very unlucky.
Yeah, it's extremely unlucky.
Having to skip a turn
Yeah.
is deadly.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we can go over to us here in the studio.
Yeah.
The studio, the
studio,
basement.
The basement.
Yeah.
But we have very nice decorations.
Yeah. Yeah.
Super
Cool.
Yeah.
Shall we go into a small break, get something to eat and drink on our end too, before we get into the next one?
So there's one more quarterfinal coming up,
Yep.
another Breyer Icelander game.
Yeah.
And then after that, I think we'll have a lunch break into the semifinals.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So stay tuned for one more quarterfinal.
And we said that it's going to be Tobias and Giovanni, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
So.
2 Icelander experts.
Yeah.
So grab your notebooks, grab a pen.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
Start learning. Yeah.
All right. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the Swedish Nationals. We're going up into round 4. It's a Briar against Icelander. I'm joined by Tobias. We both play Icelander, so this will be a fun match for us to watch.
Yeah, it is going to be a really fun matchup. We have Joachim Gustafsson on Icelander. Like we talked about yesterday, he's an avid Wizard player, choosing Icelander for this one.
Yeah.
And then we have the reigning champ, Niklas, on Briar.
And the legendary Swedish Briar.
Yeah, and he won on Briar last year. So like both nationals in Sweden have been won on Briar. You saw Christopher last quarter, and now we have Niklas coming up.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a good one.
So let's look at the decks. Do you see any interesting cards for Joachim?
No, when we look at Joachim's deck, it's a standard bull energy list. He's got all the standard stuff like Scars, Fjendals, Wunderbull, everything you expect. He has the Ice Veins, both 3 red and 3 yellows. He does have 5 directs, 3 Sinks and 2 Fates.
Yeah.
We don't really know how he's going to side them in, if he plays them or not, but there could be up to 5 in there.
Yeah, because we were talking about this. I personally wouldn't play the defense reactions, but you had some interesting insight about why you would play the defense reactions into Briar.
Yeah, so the game plan we ended up on, like you saw Erika last round, like you take out the Wounded Bulls because the 8 damage is not really what you want to do in the matchup.
Yeah.
So you add in the Fate instead of the Wounded Bulls, and then the Fate gives you time because it blocks better, and it also opts, so you can get your Ice Veins and you get your Channeling Fridges faster. So that was like, and I'm not sure if Joachim is on the same plan or not. But that is like the reason you have the Fates, and the Fates is good in this matchup specifically. And there is also a lot of 4 attacks, so if you can stop that, like sometimes you want to take the 1 damage because you want to give them the Embodiment of Earth.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it can be really good to block out like a Snatch or something like that, so not give them a card.
Yeah, but would you run the Metacarpus nodes or the Iron Rod?
That is also a really hard one that we're going back and forth on. I personally tried both.
Yeah.
I decided to play Metacarpus in this tournament. I'm not sure it's correct. So I think Iron Rod could be correct. But we will see what Joachim decides to be on. I think both things are really good. Like the Iron Rod again, blocking the 4 attacks to just cleanly block them, or if there comes a 7, you can like put that in or something like that. So I don't know. It's hard to say. We will see what Joachim ends up on. When we look at the blues, everything is pretty standard. He has the Brothers in Arms that he can use if he gets a tunic counter, and he has the 2 Warmongers. I think a lot of Icelanders ended up on 2. The card is not super good, but you still need it. It feels like it still blocks 3, and it still forces some deck constraint on the opponents. So if you have 2, you're still like, when the open deck list shows up, they see the 2, they can't really ignore it. Yeah. But if it's 0 or 1, they can be like, oh, I'm going to ignore that card, and they don't care about it. But now they still need to.
Yeah, and it's a 0. It pitches for 3. It's a 3 block.
Yeah.
And it actually is relevant into the Briar as well. If you want to go for a channel turn, you cannot attack afterwards, or you have the channel, you cannot play any of the bump spells.
Can we see if they're starting to get ready or not on the?
Oh yeah, we can.
We don't have to jump there. We just can see if they. Okay.
Okay, they're slowly setting up.
Yeah, they're setting up. So and then we go to Niklas' deck.
Yeah.
He has some spicy cards. He has the 3 Lightning Press.
Very
good.
A
really good card. If like you play a Blizzard and think that turn is over, and all of a sudden 3 more damage comes out. So that is a card to look out for. I think Niklas really likes it. Me and Niklas has been playing a lot for the last years. Like I've been traveling around with him to different events, and me and him we usually share a hotel room and stuff like that. So we like, I know he liked the Lightning Press to just get those damage over top.
And I feel like the game plan as a Briar is to find channel mounts and find big attacks that you cannot disrupt. So if it's after the attack, like the Lightning Press, you don't, as an Icelander, don't see the window to disrupt.
Exactly.
So you won't disrupt, and then the lightning press comes, and then you missed your window to disrupt.
And if you go to like the Force of Nature turns, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, I can block the Force of Nature, and then comes a lightning press, and he just draws up new cards, and then just blows you out of the water.
Yeah.
And you felt like, okay, I have it, and then I don't have it anymore.
Yeah.
And you just auto die. So the lightning press are pretty interesting. We can also see one more other interesting card is the Seek Horizon.
Yeah.
I talked about Nicholas of that card, and he likes it just because of Warmongers. So I know a lot of people play the Flex card. You have it here.
Yeah.
So the Flex is really good. You can pump it again, especially against Iceland. It can be really good. Like they do something to disrupt you, and you just pump it. You don't have go again, but push 2 into it.
And the interesting thing about Flex is the trigger of the stack is when you attack. So the trigger goes on the stack, and Icelander can respond before or after, but not when you pay. So it can be a very annoying spot where the Briar just has 3 cards, plays the Flex, and you're like, should I disrupt them? And if he has a blue, you're like, my disruption didn't do anything.
Exactly.
So it keeps the Icelander guessing, which makes it a very good card. But the Seek Horizon, like you said.
So I know that Niklas has gone with the Seek Horizon instead, because if Joachim plays a Warmongers and he has Seek Horizon on top, that non-attack that doesn't do anything, he can just put that card back, play the Seek Horizon, has one more card with go again, so he has more cards with natural go again.
I do see one double sound, or maybe not.
Double sound, or maybe not. Okay.
just let us know if there's any double sound for anyone else, and we can try and fix it.
Yeah, and the other spicy thing that Niklas is running is he's on the 3 Tome of the Arknight. He has the 3 Tome of Harvest, 3 Tome of Arknight, so like he likes those tomes. Of course, the Gorgonian tome, he has that one, but he likes the Tome of Arknight. Like we joke a lot here in Sweden that when you talk about the heart of the cards, it's not about that. It's about Niklas. Like that's the way he plays. Like he just like does this and just draws the card he needs like every time. I don't know how he does it, but
I saw multiple Swedish people doing the table rub with the card before they draw it. Is it some superstition?
I don't know. It's just like we're just trying to channel our inner Niklas. That's just kind of what we do when we're trying to do it. Just like because he has this knack of just finding whatever he needs. So I think it has given him the like of doing that. But he plays the Tomorrow Knights. He likes them as just a turn extender. He likes them just it's a non-attack would go again. So even if he doesn't get anything, it's a half an embodiment. It's still a super fine card to play.
And it's blue, so
you can always pitch it. He has 20 blues in his list.
The same as Christopher, but Christopher did have the candle of the pulse of Candlehold. I don't see it in Niklas.
No, Niklas has the 2 rights of replenishment as his recursion package instead. So he has it's probably not going to come up this game, but he has. That's his kind of recursion if he face a fatigue Bravo or something like that.
Yeah, makes sense.
So you need some kind of recursion package in your Briar list, and Niklas has opted for the 2 rights. Christopher had the other card. So I think it's going to be a good game. Like nothing crazy. We have Niklas has the Shock Charmers, so we're probably gonna see AB3 and Shock Charmers. It's super efficient.
Yeah, I would expect the same suite as Christopher brought with the Crown of the Academy, the Dyadic Carapace, and the Shock Charmers. Just having that final 5 when you need it can be very interesting. How do you feel about Icelander in this matchup? Do you want to go first? Because in my opinion, most of the time you go second because you don't have a good opening turn. But against Briar, and we're going to swap to the screen because they're setting up for the last one. If we go into Briar, you can do what Christopher did and just play Channel Mount turn 0.
That's the risk of going second as Icelander. Now Niklas is the higher seed, so he gets to decide. But I think as Icelander, I want to go second. Because unless it's a channel, I want to get some tempo going. I want to get some free damage, some pressure on him. So that is what I want as an Icelander. Of course, you can get the high roll with channel. And if that happens, it happens. You have to figure it out. But at the same time, you can have an Ice Vein that turn and steal some cards from them or something like that. But
it's like that in most matchups. I think except against Bravo, where you have a relevant turn 0. But against most other decks, you start second as Icelander, right? Or do you have any other matchups where you start first? Maybe against Dromai.
I like going second. Like I think that it's a lot of personal play style, but personally, I really like the tempo you get from going second. Like you're the one that forces meaningful blocks or meaningful damage most of the time. Like if you can get a Scar or a Woundable or Fiendal or something like that, or even Ice Vein, like you can put out 7 to 8 damage, get an Arsenal, and they have to either take damage or lose cards. But if they attack you there, you can just block and probably don't take anything. Yeah. So that is the first meaningful decisions of how you're gonna play. I like that, but I know everybody's playing differently. So.
Ooh, I see a channel. I see a E-Strike and an Emeritus Scolding. That's a good first hand. Insidious Chill as well. I do see the Metacarpus node. I think it can be relevant to the Arcane one. And it increases your range as well on the kill turn, right?
Yeah, it decreases your range. It's also turn 0. Like Briar can sometimes just arcane you just to make it rough.
Yeah.
And we have it's a Cheerless Briar, or like the normal standard Channel Mounted Rook Briar.
So you just go Insidious Chill and Arsenal the
probably get out the
channel.
Yeah.
Right. This is like of course it's the E-Strike. That makes sense as well. E-Strike 7.
E-Strike go again into using the peak.
That's that's actually better.
And you have the channel, so it feels really good. Yeah, it's the go again.
Like the last game we saw the channel turn 0, but this is like one of the better starts for Iceland, I think, because you're taking a card, he's down to 3 cards in hand, and you can play the channel out. He can probably find a way to keep the channel around because you can take damage as well if you have the channel. It's fine taking damage because you know there's probably going to be 1 or 2 cards coming less when you keep the channel around. So taking 4 to keep the channel around generally makes sense, or even taking 7.
Yeah, it's super fine.
The value of it staying on the board is probably higher than blocking with 2 cards and not getting to keep the channel up.
Yeah, it's so much value having the channel for a couple of turns. Oh, here comes the Force of Nature, and right away, like even if he sees the blue, it's still like, okay, he's going to struggle to play 2 attacks.
Yeah.
If the channel comes out here, see if he has enough resources to play it out. Yeah.
It bits the Ice Eternal.
Yeah.
I see a Cold Snap.
And Insidious and Scar. So it's a bit low on the blocks. Especially pitching one of the 3 blocks.
That's Snatch.
Yeah, so here, this might have been one of the first, but it doesn't have the go again. No, but he has 1 card, so there's a possibility snaps here if Joachim doesn't block. But again, like if Joachim had kept that Ice Eternal and instead pitched like the Cold Snap or the Insidious, he could have had a 3 block in hand. And block with the Scar if he felt like he needed to block.
I do feel like pitching the Ice Eternal makes a lot of sense, except especially into this specific Snatch.
Exactly. Like it's hard. Like Force of Nature can be so rough, but like the thing is, he needs to figure out like, okay, you can't give the crown, you can't give 3 cards because all of those things means the channel is not staying.
Yeah, so
this it's a rough situation for Joachim. We probably just need to take it and then hope we can block the next one.
Yeah, I feel like in this situation, although it does feel very bad, he's probably saying, "I'll take it." Is he going to the bed? No, he's thinking about it still. It's a rough one, but
Niklas doesn't like to use the snaps early. He's also like he doesn't like it's the channel. Even if he doesn't know what he's drawing, if he's drawing 2 bad cards, he just wasted the snaps for no reason.
Yeah, and you need to pay 1 for the snap and then draw into something that you can still do. I see a Swarming, and I think it's a blue card as well.
I think he missed one of the draws. The double draw there, but he got 1 card, so it's fine.
Yeah, he got the Arsenal. I think it was a red attack, so that's fine. So this is less less bad for.
Yeah, but Joachim didn't get punished.
Yeah.
Now he can play Scar and then corner peak afterwards and keep the card around and get Cold Snap in Arsenal. So he gets everything he needs. He might even be greedy and put the Insidious.
Yeah, what would you do? I feel Cold Snap's the better. Well, it's setting up the
Cold Snap is the safer option.
Yeah.
But also like if you get an Insidious, it's so good.
Yeah.
Like Joachim only has 2 brain freezes, which is the easiest card to pivot around to.
Yeah.
But he also has the 2 blue ice veins, and then so Joachim is on 8 ice veins and 2 brain freezes. So there is a lot of cards he can use to trigger that Insidious.
Yeah.
And with the channel out, like if I see a block here, I would probably.
Then you get greedy, right?
Yeah, and then I get greedy because now I got him on 2 cards because I take 1 card with the peak. If I don't see a block, I get hesitant because I might need the Cold Snap. So I think that is like that block is going to.
But like if I got to choose 2 cards in this specific situation, I would probably wanted the Insidious Chill and a Cold Snap in hand.
Yeah.
Because the Cold Snap can take 2 resources because you get the Frostbite and you can freeze the Arsenal.
Yeah.
If Niklas pays for the Arsenal, it will just be the blue, and you can still you still have 4 cards to block, and you still have the channel around. And if he gives the block up right here, you just get to get greedy and play the Insidious.
Yeah, he chooses to use the chest, cash that in as soon as possible.
Yeah.
You don't know if you can when or how you can use it again. Let's see how greedy Joachim wants to be, if he feels that it is going to help him or if he needs the Cold Snap.
This is a tough call.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And Niklas got rid of the mountain right away because he knows that he can't play the mountain, and the mountain is just a red card in hand against the channel, so he just goes.
Why didn't he pitch?
Because late game, when he gets back to his second cycle, they're going to be like around 10.
Yeah.
And a red card is just a dead card. Like he can't play it. It's too expensive. It doesn't pitch. Like if you can't play it early, you just get out of here.
Yeah, and you Cold Snap off the embodiment.
Yeah.
Would you Waning Moon right now? Like after he paid, of course. Because I feel like this is one of those situations you just keep it open. Like see what he does. There's no reason to force any other. Because he'll pitch 2 to do something probably.
Yeah.
Then he has the 1.
Get as much information, and also you have the heart in hand. So if you moon now, then the heart might not get you value. If Niklas is taking off turn. So
is there a world where you just don't moon just to get the 1 value of the heart?
If Niklas has 2 cards in hand, you probably don't. Might not do it because Niklas can just block 2.
He did pay for the Arsenal with the blue, I think.
Yeah.
I did not see what the Arsenal was. I think it was a 0 cost attack.
Yeah, I also missed it.
As an Icelander, I would feel pretty confident because I see a Brain Freeze, I see a Aether Ice Vein. Does he have an Ice card though? What's the last
he
card?
has 1 more Cold Snap. Yeah, so he has the Ice card.
So you might even just take damage, because now you can go for the pretty aggressive play of going Waning Moon in this turn, then keep the whole hand. Ooh, that's a Bramble Spark. Fused. But you can go for the Ice Vein and still go for the Waning Moon as well and keep the Cold Snap around.
Yeah.
So that's 11. That's 11 damage. No, it's 10 damage.
Yeah, and here we have the 1 Arcane, so now he has to decide, do I want to block the Arcane or do I want Waning Moon?
Yeah.
Niklas is has 2 resource floating, so the Waning Moon is just going to deal 1. So preventing that damage is just the same. It's the same value.
But if it hits he will probably he might not Rosetta.
Yeah, if he resettles, then of course you can do that. But also you can block 2 from there and just leak 1. So it's probably correct to wait a bit, but Joachim needs to decide how to block this because it gets go again if it hits.
Yeah.
Like the embodiment trigger, you put that on top, and then the card gains go again because you create an aura. So It is a pretty hard block because it's coming in for... It got fused, so it's coming for 6 here. So it has the Ice Vein, so you need to decide if you want to play the Ice Vein or if you want to block with the Ice Vein, and then just use the Heart to peek next round.
Yeah, and just Arsenal the Cold Snap. And
exactly.
Just wait for a better turn cycle.
Yeah. Because Niklas is on no Arsenal, so he's going to be on 4 cards, and if you peek that, he's on 3 cards, so you feel pretty good in that situation.
I feel like, and you gain a life of the Heart as well, so you're 33, 32. I feel like dropping the 3 blocks, preventing the go again, maybe even just mooning to take the 1 damage, and then playing the Heart.
He took the Arcane. And now he blocks 1 card. He wants to play the Ice Vein.
Yeah. But the big question is, he will Rosetta, and then he will moon.
Yeah. So now you moon and respond, or after, it doesn't really matter. You just
and he does get the embodiment trigger as well.
Yes.
For the Cold Snap.
Yeah.
Which is
but
relevant.
It's not as strong when you don't have an Arsenal.
Yeah.
You need to moon before end of turn. Yeah. Here it comes.
Yeah. This makes sense.
Yeah.
And then he rips a card off the Aether Ice Vein and can create the Frostbite off the Cold Snap.
Yeah. He gains 1 life back. He plays the Ice Vein. Like it's super fine. He's just down 7. He has like a good tempo play going. He gains 1 life, go back to down 6. Like it's a comfortable position.
Yeah. And you never cash in like the Shock Charmers on this turn, so the Moon will, or the Aether Ice Vein will hit probably.
Yeah, the Shock Charmers is like it is also a way to find lethal late game.
Yeah.
When you attack for like 1 and they are on 3, and they block, they just block. They let 1 go, they think it, and then you Shock Charmer twice, and then all of a sudden they die.
Oh, that's
you can
sneaky.
do it. So you can. I know a lot of kills is happening that way, where you come in for 4, they want to keep their hand blocked with a 3 card, and they just like, okay, double Shock Charmers, and all of a sudden, oh shit, I dead.
That's good. That's good to note, because I wouldn't have thought about the Shock Charmers actually being live and having kill pressure as well.
Yeah, and also it's like when they do the Blizzard play, and if you have like two blues in hand and you come in with a 4, they Blizzard you. They like, hey, fine, it's like I don't do anything, and they block with a 3, and you said, yeah, it's just double Shock Charmers.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you did 3 damage instead of just 1 damage, because you go around those stuff like that. So yeah, there's a lot of utility in the Shock Charmers in this matchup when you don't have the action points, but you have the resources sometimes.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, people tend to think about the Ice Vein as having the possibility of pay 1 and pay 1 AB and then 2 for the discard, but even in Lexi, I'm just sometimes going like, I'll take the 5 and discard the red and have the blue to fuel my turn, because preventing the 1 isn't as relevant as just dropping the 4th arrow or the 3rd arrow in your hand, for example. Or in this case, I think it was a Earthlore Surge.
Yeah, it's too expensive, and he knows Joachim has a Cold Snap in Arsenal because he saw the fuse.
Yeah.
And he knows he can't get around it because the embodiment is going to trigger. So he understands that, okay, I need to get through this Frostbite no matter what. So you need to calculate your turn.
Yeah, you can't give up the blue. And now we're at about life parity. The channel is gone. If I'm Joachim, I really want to find the second channel.
Yeah, you need to dig through it.
Yeah.
It is I think Joachim missed Tunic last round.
Oh.
So he could have Tunic just to play the Cold Snap for free here.
Yeah, and get a 5-card hand.
Yeah. But I think he missed it, so now he needs to think about if he want to play it at all.
Yeah, this can be a tough one. And I would feel so much pressure playing at the top 8. Like, if you win, you get to go to Barcelona. Like, the Tunic counters, of course, for us, it's very easy to say, oh, I missed the Tunic counter. But when you're sitting there and you're calculating the lines, you feel the pressure. You're up against probably one of your good friends. You know how good he is, and you can feel the pressure. And this is what I was talking about in the other game. Like, the E-Strike is so good into Icelander.
It is.
You don't give any windows.
No, it's just like, I'm going to come for 7.
Yeah.
It didn't cost me anything.
Now,
and Niklas really loves his Arsenal, so he wants to get there and just get a good Arsenal card, come in with a 5-card hand and just play that.
But I also do like this turn from Iceland in this specific instance, because you just give 2, and if he has a Fine Elves Fighting Spirit in the hand, you can attack for 7 and don't need to keep a hand.
Exactly.
For
it's
the
super
Arsenal.
efficient. And then you have the cold snap for next round. And you give them the embodiment.
Yeah, and now he has an Arsenal.
Exactly. So now it's worth it. So
does he have the attack though?
Remember Tunic this time, yeah.
Yes. Does he have the attack? I think he does.
Oh,
yeah,
of course he does.
Perfect.
Yeah, and here comes the Fendal. Like,
yeah.
So far so good for Joachim. He's doing what he needs to stay into this game.
Yeah. And like the only thing is the Tunic counter, but in this instance, missing the Tunic actually helped him because you might be more tempted to cycle the cold snap. And in this instance, I feel this is better. Because it actually set up his next turn, and he doesn't have the arc. Like you don't want to see a fighting spirit and a blue brothers in arms when you're defending, because well, you can pitch the fighting spirit for the 4, but that just feels like you're losing a lot of value. You want to do the brothers in arms off the Tunic counter.
Yeah, you want to do that. So yeah, no, it became a really good turn cycle for him, and now it looks like Niklas is going to block with 2 cards. So Joachim can play the call snap, feel pretty comfortable that it's going to do a lot.
And you probably played off the Tunic, right? If you're Joachim.
Yeah, it depends on what his hand looks like, if he feels that he needs the resources or if he wants to cycle cards or not. So, but yeah, playing it off Tunic always feels great. It feels like cheating. It's like it almost like what Oldhim used to do when you use Tunic Crown and just get a card and a prevention. It's like, what are you doing? And Icelandic can do the same thing. Like you get a Frostbite, I tax your Arsenal, and I get a free card. Like it's so much value.
I love the deck so much.
Yeah,
because you get to play twice as much Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, you get to play all the time. You're never not playing.
It's my turn, and now it's our turn.
Yeah.
If I would have drawn a Frost-Hex, I probably would have used the Frost-Hex to pay for the cold snap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. If
it feels like he doesn't need it for blocking, there's only 2 cards in hand. The Arsenal is getting taxed, so Joachim is not worried about a huge turn.
In this instance, you Waning Moon immediately.
Yeah, you see Niklas he just probably passed.
Oh,
Joachim tried to do some damage. Niklas just like, no, I'm fine. I didn't take any damage. You wasted a card.
And this is this. I think these kinds of plays that Niklas are making make him the national champion, where you're just not thinking about how can I do as much damage as possible and just keep. Sometimes you just donate the hand or just say pass and just wait for a better turn. And now he just didn't take any damage. Joachim played the cold snap. It's 1 cold snap less you have to worry about, and he's just waiting for the right turn to blow out Joachim.
Yeah.
It can be a bit dangerous because if he draws into the second channel and you go into your big damage turn and he goes channel, that one hurts.
It really hurts.
So you are on the clock.
You really are. Like, he gets to steal a zero cost here, so...
I can see a amulet. Wait, what did he do with the amulet?
Oh, he shocked Charmers in response.
Oh, that's smart. That's very smart. Yeah, because you don't want to give up the blue, you want to pitch them for the final turns.
Sorry about that. So...
Lightning Surge, Scar for a Scar. You probably don't take the Scar. Oh, he's thinking about it. These can be tough calls.
It depends on if you want to... what he wants to do with rest of the hand.
Yeah, I feel like Lightning Surge is better because you don't know what the Arsenal is. He wants to Arsenal the Lightning Surge, and the Scar isn't online at this point. But he will do the Waning Moon. And Niklas is just being very careful with his life total, which... I saw it in chat, the fatigue Briar. He isn't going to fatigue, but he's playing a game plan where he's just being careful of his life total, keeping it high so he doesn't get blown out of the water by a big attack. So he can take the big attack, hope that Joachim doesn't have the disruption, and just go for a 5-card hand with the channel probably.
Niklas knows that if he doesn't find the spike turns, he needs to play a longer game.
Yeah.
He can play a pretty efficient game when he has the embodiments. It blocks really well. He has the AB3, a lot of prevention that way. So he's like telling Joachim, okay, you're gonna leak a couple of that points of damage, but will you find enough to kill me?
Yeah.
And when you've gone through the 3 Fendals, the 3 Bulls, the 3 Scars, the 3 E-Strikes, if you haven't taken more than like 15, 20 damage, 25 damage, what do you have left? And so now Joachim is going to have to figure out, okay, if he's going to try to block me out and play a pretty defensive list, how do I find tempo where I steal cards on my turn and then deal damage on his turn.
Yeah.
And so far, it's gone pretty well. But let's see how it shapes out. It can go so fast.
Yeah, in his turn, this is the 5 arcane.
Yeah, exactly. This is what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
Where you stole the hand, and then boom, you trade. I take 4 damage. That's fine. I take 5 from you.
Yeah.
I'm advancing. My game plan is get you to sub 10.
And I did see Aether Ice Vein as well. So this is a very stacked ice turn cycle, and he even has the Polar Blast.
Yeah, we have the same thing. It's like again, and now you steal cards.
Yeah.
And you put a card in arsenal. So these are the turn cycles Joachim is looking for.
Definitely.
And Niklas, he's playing pretty safe, but he also needs to break out of this, because if he lets this go for too long, Joachim is going to get him to sub 10.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you can't just play safe anymore because you're gonna lose.
You need to keep the blue, and then you're just attacking for 4, and then Briar looks like a very bad deck.
It does. So he needs to find a window soon. He still has some time, but he needs to start looking for that window where he can start dealing some.
I think
damage.
this might be the window if he has 2 blues and he pitches away, because it's a blue Aether Ice Vein, and he doesn't have the Insidious Chill. So just if he has 2 blues, you pitch away the blue. And then it's only the Polar Blast.
Yeah, he needs to calculate that one Frostbite, but it's nothing else.
I feel like if you're going to go, it probably will be this turn, but he's writing it down.
Yeah, it's Lightning Press. You probably only have 1 more blue, so you take that, and then you have the 1 blue to get through that Polar Blast, and then
this is okay.
Yeah, try to push some damage, but
it needs to be around now. He needs to pressure Joachim, because if he
starting-
draws into another attack,
the clock is starting to tick. Is that the channel? Yeah. So now Joachim is like, okay, just survive this turn, get the channel in arsenal, and then he can just go back to being annoying.
well, he never stopped being annoying.
Yeah.
It's Icelander.
It is.
It's why we like the deck.
Yeah. So now, okay. So does he want to use the tunic now to get a 5-card hand, or does he want to save the tunic for the channel like Friddy so he can moon on that turn?
He doesn't have an attack. He doesn't have a very, very viable play in his own turn.
No, I don't think he really needs it. He can just play pretty safe on his turn, because if you Arsenal or channel like Friddy, he can't. That's kind of your safety net.
And if you want to channel off a tunic counter, so you can fire off the Waning Moon as well. That's just 3 extra value you get off the tunic.
Yeah, and it has a sink, so you can dig even more if he really wants a red card.
Yeah. I like the Waning Moon here. It's probably 3 damage, because he discarded the Lightning Press, so you probably have the information that he wants to do something, and he calculated for exactly what's in his hand.
Yeah.
Like a Ravenous Rebel.
Oh, and it's the blue. Oh. Yeah, so this is a rough situation where you, like as Niklas, you needed the damage and you found the 2 damage.
Yeah.
Joachim is ecstatic. He's like, okay,
yes,
what I want. This looks good for me.
This is looking very good. He even has the Aether Hill. He can go Aether Hill, Waning Moon in his own turn cycle.
And just like, okay, I'm gonna tax you even more because you're so low on HP here. So
just chipping away.
Yeah.
And this is just a 4.
Yeah, now I had the sync to just perfectly block this one, and he already gave him the embodiment, so I have the trigger I want.
Do you go digging for a big attack?
I probably do.
Because you can go Aether Hill, Waning Moon for 4.
Yeah, like no matter what you draw, you can just play it out, and then.
Oh, of course, yeah. You just cycle the other blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
So you're fine no matter what. If you draw new blue, you're still the same plan is on. Yeah, and then found the bull, so you can play the bull instead. It's a lot of damage. So it doesn't matter what you draw into there. So that's.
I would be having so much fun if I was Joachim right now.
Yeah, this is where you want to be. Like you have a really comfortable life lead. You're getting Briar close to where you want to be. You're putting on pressure with 7 damage right now. You're arsenaling the channel like Frigid. You have the tunic at 3.
Yeah.
You have everything like. Everything is looking like you want it to be. The game has been going your ways.
And as a Briar, you cannot take the 7, because then you go down to 7 and...
You can't be there, because then all of a sudden, like 2 Emeritus, or you're gone.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter anymore. So, yeah, it's the thing. And if he blocks with, like, depending on if he blocks, even if he blocks with 2 cards, it might be a way where Joachim is like, okay, I'm just gonna wait for the channel for next turn, and then like make you believe that you have a 5-card hand and his channel on that turn instead. So Joachim has options here.
Yeah, I feel like in this situation, if you draw another attack, you just keep the channel until they play a channel, or they keep or they take like 4 damage. And
exactly.
You're like, sure, you don't know what's in my arsenal. You probably don't think it's a channel, and then you play the channel.
Exactly. You can sit on it for a couple of turns, just waiting for them to give you the opportunity to use it.
Even if you just block out, and just find a scar, or just Coronet Peak, and just wait for the destruction of the Briar.
Yeah.
with the other channel. I wonder if there will ever be a time where you see channel the Thunder Step.
Maybe. Again, it's a pretty expensive card, but it could be. I think that the Briar we have right now is probably feeling pretty comfortable. But yeah, maybe.
Maybe something. Oh, that's. I think I saw E-Strike and a Scar. Like.
Yeah, E-Strike and Scar.
Blizzard. And I think a Frost Hex.
Yeah, so it's a Blizzard. So
Blizzard
and with 17 HP, it's like this might be the time where you're like, okay, I'm just gonna take some damage.
Yeah.
I'm going to go down to below 11. I'm gonna scar you, and then E-Strike for 7.
Yeah.
And then just your move again.
Send me. Well, and when I'm Joachim, my mindset is send me the check.
Yeah.
Like, just if you're gonna do 8, it's fine. I go to 9, but I'm going to force you to block with probably 2 cards, maybe even 3, because you really don't want to go below the 7. Well, we can go below 5, because Shock Charmers has the Spell Void too, and 7 is the magic number. But with Metacarpus note, it's actually 8, so we can't go below 7 actually.
Yeah.
Because if he's at 6, he dies. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a rough position to be in. He doesn't want to take it. He wants to make sure he doesn't lose to something stupid, which is also totally fine. It's
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Like, just play it safe, and that's what we've been seeing from most players on the winning side here in Sweden. You guys are surgical in finishing the game plan. Like, we would probably take the Scar for Scar E-Strike, and Joachim is just heads up, and Jacob was also heads up in his play against Azuri. Like, no, I'm not going to overstretch my hand. I'm just going to keep it tight, keep it clean. Don't give him any window to come back. And if we take 2 more turns, it's fine. We're not on the time.
Yeah, my game plan is working, and I can just keep doing it. So, now he can block with E-Strike if he wants to, or he can just Scar.
Yeah.
Pitch Arsenal E-Strike. Like, he has option here. Okay, Moon, like, you're still doing damage, you're trading damage. You're super happy about that.
Does he push him down to 8? Oh no, he had to down to 8.
And now blocks because the channel is out there, so he can't give it go again. The card draw doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
And now he can play.
Do you just E-Strike 7?
He could E-Strike go again because he needs
to
keep
go
the
again.
channel.
Yeah, he needs the channel, of course. Yeah.
He can E-Strike go again into Cornet's Peak and don't have an arsenal, which is Ornus, just Cornet Peaks. But yeah, he probably E-Strike go again. Sinking the Scar.
Or you could Scar Coronet Peak and keep the E-Strike.
No, Scar is not head, doesn't go again.
Oh no, of course, yeah. I'm so used to being behind.
Yeah, you need to recalculate when you're ahead. It's so hard.
But your deck really functions differently when you're ahead. Because like the Wounded Bull doesn't have the value, the Heart doesn't have the value, the Findel doesn't have the value.
Yeah, and looking at this hand, like if he was at 7, he could have played Scar into Cornet Peak.
Yeah.
And Arsenal E-Strike. Yeah. And now he needs to play the E-Strike, doesn't get an Arsenal. So this kind of worse for Joachim being ahead than where you want to be like at 6 or 7. So it is a strange deck that way, is that sometimes like you want to take a couple of points of damage just to make sure your deck works.
And you get the value of the big attacks and
so
especially the Scars.
Yeah, the Scars are from one of the best cards to one of a strange card.
Yeah. I also, I don't know if you do it in the mirror, but I dropped the scar because
Yeah.
you're generally not going to be lower than the other one that's starting on 36. So
No.
you don't take the scars because
And you don't want to attack for 4. That's a
No.
bad turn. Like
Yeah.
it's not worth it. So
you just want to bonk for 8
yeah.
or bonk for 7.
Yeah.
And if you draw the 7s, you win.
Yeah.
If he doesn't.
So no, it's super good. And again, it comes for 5. Niklas is like, okay, I kind of need to block this, but same time he knows the peak is coming, so
Yeah.
he doesn't want to block it because he wants to keep his cards. So let's see what he decides.
Yeah, well, because Niklas doesn't know it's a blue, so blocking 2 makes a lot of sense, but then just him ripping another card, Joachim ripping another card is just backbreaking.
Yeah, I think he's calculating that this is going to be a corner peak, because otherwise why do you play the channel when you play the channel? So I think he's calculating that, but at the same time, like, you're always hoping that it isn't.
Yeah. It makes sense. And this is a tough spot.
Yeah, this might be like where you block with 2 red cards, you throw away a red card for the peak, and you keep the 1 blue card, and then you just pass on your turn and hope you're not dead.
Did you catch what his arsenal was? Because I feel like that's been there for like 3 or 4 turns. Could it be the channel?
No, I didn't see what it was. It's been there for a while, yeah.
And I do feel like Nicholas is playing the game like he should as well. I didn't see anything that... He didn't make any strange calls. He pivoted correctly, but everything's just been lining up for Joachim. And like Nicholas was probably banking on the legendary 4 red hand that can happen like once a game. And if Joachim just draws into like 2 wounded bulls, a fighting spirit, and a sink,
sometimes
you can take the game back because you don't want to block with them. You can't play them out. You can't arsenal a card.
Here comes the block. He's worried about life total, but he's wasting his AB here. So it's a scary position. Like when here we can see the weakness of the, like we talked about the discarded channel that he he pitched late. It's like, was that the correct call? Is the stuff you start to go through? Like you can't thinking about it here, but he's going to think about it tonight. Like, should I just guessed and just hope I found it or something like that? But yeah, it's in a rough position when you're this. Like this is where Icelander really strives.
Yeah, especially in these when it's tight, when it's like single digit.
Yeah.
Icelander's so strong, which makes it such a strong deck, because if you can push your opponent to about this situation and you're ahead, that feels like you're on top of the world.
Yeah.
But even if Joachim was at like 4 or 5, I would probably still feel ahead.
Yeah, you feel super comfortable being in this position. You have the channel like figured out, you're going to keep it, you're putting them on either like almost no life at all or on no cards at all, which is both of them are really good for you. So yeah.
Or you lock them, or you pretty much IP penalty them every single turn, because you need to keep the blue, because if you pitch it away and I have it, you die.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Niklas is just calculating his outs. Okay, what is his outs? Like he knows this is the turn, and he needs to figure out, okay, I have a couple of ways, which one is the best for me? And he's just going through every line, making sure he doesn't miss anything, making sure that he doesn't make a mistake here, because this is so crucial.
Yeah.
So he's calculating, okay, what type of lethals Joachim has left in his deck. What will he draw up? If it's the Fiendal, okay, how does my next turn look?
Yeah.
All stuff like that. So.
And he probably has the capabilities of tracking his pitch deck as well. So, and he'll probably approximate where we're at in the game, how deep he's into the deck.
Yeah.
He probably registered most of the cards Joachim played, because I haven't seen him going to the graveyard, but that probably doesn't mean he doesn't care. But he's memorized what's been played. Yeah. I can feel like he has a very big understanding of how the game state is.
Oh, he went to 4. He decided that the way I win is that I kill him next turn, or I put him low next turn, and hope that he doesn't draw it. And again, like that's the thing, is that sometimes you just need to figure out what is your outs. Sometimes it's not playing safe. Sometimes it's just like, okay, I just need to go, and if you have it, you have it. If you don't, okay, I took it.
Yeah.
And let's see what Niklas can do here. This is at least really interesting.
It's tight.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, I call it playing to win or playing not to lose.
And here we see, did Joachim draw up the 3 reds? Or is it 2 reds and a yellow? Because
It's
only...
It's an Ice Vein.
Okay, and here's the Toma Dark Knight we talked about in the pregame. It's like, sometimes you just channel your inner Niklas. Let's see what happens. Oh, 2 attacks. No.
Scar.
Scar.
Which is live.
Yeah, and now you're like, okay, I'm on 6 HP. Do you have it or do you don't have it?
And we know he doesn't have it right now.
No, he's 1 off.
But like, if I am Joachim, I block 1 attack with... Because he has 2 blues. No, he has 1 blue.
Yeah, I don't think he's only 1 blue. So...
Yeah, but you block with 1, gain. You don't gain the life. I'm so used to being down. You block 2, take 2. You play the Fighting Spirit and you arsenal the red Aether Ice Vein and just wait for the 4 blue hand, right?
Yeah, it might probably is the play. We'll see what Joachim chooses here.
You can also double block and be super safe and just do nothing. But then you give a window to the
you
Briar.
want to keep taking cards because every time you threaten lethal, you know you're getting a couple of cards.
Yeah.
And if you're getting a couple of cards and then you get the correct hand, then you can just kill them. So because you also want to that if you arsenal the Ice Vein, you want to make sure that you can keep 2 cards.
Yeah.
On the next round. So
or you better make sure you kill him.
Exactly. But if you can keep the 2 cards, like they can't attack with a big hand, you can block with 2 cards and then play the Ice Vein.
Yeah.
You feel comfortable that round too. So yeah. Again, Joachim is just making sure nothing is wrong. Just like, okay, how do I lose this?
Yeah, and I feel like for Niklas it was the right play to go, how do I win, and not how do I not lose?
Exactly. Like sometimes you just gotta play to your house. Okay, how do I win this game?
Yeah.
Like I'm about to lose it. How do I win it? And you just go there because if he hit that, like this turn would have been scary.
Yeah.
Especially when we knew what was in Joachim's hand. It didn't have lethal no matter what he did. So like when that happens, it can be really scary. Like and then Niklas just he went for his out and it didn't work out this time. But
when I was playing an army, I also was going down to 1 and was like, if I draw these 8 cards, I win.
Yeah.
And I drew those 8 cards,
Exactly.
and that's why you play to win. Because if it was against a Fi, you're gonna lose. If you're on 1, you're gonna lose against Fi, and you don't have a lot of turns. So you need to find a way to win the game, finish it off as an Icelander. You have those positions more than not, because if the life totals would be different, Joachim would be thinking about how do I win and not how do I not lose.
Yeah.
But now it's Niklas who has the how do I not lose.
Yeah, he needs to figure it out. Oh, here is the blue Emeritus. So if Joachim can keep a big hand, then I didn't see if he find an ice card or not, but so.
But isn't it always lethal with the Storm Striders because it's 8, and he has AB 1 and Spell Void 2?
Yeah, he just probably taking it because he sees that it's what is happening. So Shock Charmers, pay off 1. I think he missed the Metacorpus here.
But wait, this is in response to the embodiment, right?
Yeah. Did he miss the... Oh, it was a blue. It's a blue Ice Vein. Yeah. But then he can Striders the Emeritus and be super fine. If he has the resources to do it.
He needs 2 blues, though. Because it's 5 resources.
Yeah, if he wants to moon also.
Yeah.
But even if he...
Oh, he just moons off.
He just won, and now he... Yeah.
If he has 1 blue, it's over.
Yeah, 1 more blue, yes.
Or yellow, actually. Because he can pay 1
Yellow
with the
is
Storm
fine,
Striders.
I think Joachim's fine here. He can just arsenal the Emeritus and then just go to next turn. Oh, it's the E-Strike.
Yeah, it's E-Strike and a Frostbolt.
Does it just pass with E-Strike or does it play it? Oh, it was a Frostbolt. Okay. Okay, so draw a card.
Ooh.
Oh, he's just going 7.
That's
like, yeah.
Now he's playing to win.
No
He's not playing to lose.
No mercy. It's like, I'm just going to take your entire hand.
Yeah.
Give me your hand, and if I find it, I kill you. Or if you don't have a hand, so it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And he still has the corner peak to block as well, so he's at 13.
Yeah, he's got the
comfortably.
tunic to block,
14,
yeah.
tunic as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what he gets. Does he find the
A
card or doesn't
Warmongers,
it?
Blizzard. I don't think there's a spell in there.
No, no spells. And he said it. As you can see his face. It's like, nope, I didn't
Nope.
get it.
That's the Seek Horizon.
But here you have the sync. The sync is gonna be able to.
Does he sink into the spell?
Yeah, or just sync into something, just an
Yeah.
attack or anything that he.
He,
Because
he has a Wounded Bull, I believe. A Warmonger's Wounded Bull and a blue.
Okay. Yeah. But he still wants to spell into Arsenal, so.
He can Blizzard Waning Moon.
No.
Oh, no,
it's
the-
an
no,
instant. It's an instant. So that doesn't
You need a
trigger the-
non-attack action.
Yeah, you need a non-attack. Oh, he found the spell. So now he has the Ice Vein for next.
Yeah.
Oh, he just does
Sounds
it.
Riders.
Yeah.
The fist bump's ready.
Yeah, fist bumps remedy.
What a game.
Yeah. Then, as you can see, like Briar has gotten a couple of tools with the Carapace, but Iceland is still a really good deck.
Yeah.
Michael Hamilton showed that during Worlds last year,
Yes.
and now Joachim is showing it's still a good deck. So
It's a very good deck.
we saw last round, 2 rounds ago, that Christopher he got what he needed.
Yeah.
And Niklas didn't get what he needed. Like it's the onus is on Briar to like push the point, but didn't work this time.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're Briar, you embrace this style of deck where sometimes you just get the high roll, you get to go for the channel, Force of Nature, and do 40 damage, and sometimes you draw the all non-attack blues. It's part of playing Briar.
It really is so.
You want to see it on like the if you're like a 6-0 and you do it at 6 and you go 6-1 because of that game, it's fine.
Yeah.
You don't want to see it in top 8.
No, it happens. So yeah, Joachim is going to go up against the
Dromai.
The Dromai on
So
Niklas.
Niklas,
Yeah. And so
So we have Jacob up against Christopher, and then we have Joachim up against
Niklas.
Niklas.
yeah.
So there's still a chance that we can see a Briar into the finals, and it will be a very interesting game. Bravo against Briar. How do you feel? How do you feel as a Bravo? How do you feel as Jacob?
I'm not comfortable as Jacob in the matchup. Like Briar is really good. It's hard to block out it efficiently. I know that Christopher was talking about it. Talked to me out in the hall, and he was like, "I'm afraid of the fatigue."
Yeah.
But I also know that Christopher is really good against the fatigue.
Yeah.
Like I've been playing Oldhim into him like the last almost a year and a half,
Yeah.
and he has a lot of game into fatigue, and yeah.
And I feel like if you are used to the Oldham fatigue, the Bravo fatigue is less worse.
Yeah.
It's like it's still very bad.
It's still a good deck, but it's not Oldhim.
It's not Oldham.
It's not Oldhim. So yeah, that was a fun game. When we're gonna get back, it's I think it's Jakob and Christopher coming up next. So yeah,
that will be very fun.
It's gonna be a really fun game. Yeah.
And it was fun casting this game with you.
Yeah, thank you. It was really fun, and we'll see who shows up for next games.
Yes.
Okay.
See you around.
Yeah.
Now we go to the ad roll.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello. We're back.
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah, with a little switcheroo.
The two other casters again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we just saw a very interesting Icelander game.
Yep.
Joachim taking it in the end.
Yes.
Getting lucky. I heard some people saying never punished. Not sure if that's a local joke going around. He gets lucky more often.
No, not really. I don't think so.
Meanwhile, we have our other semi-final setting up.
Yeah.
The first semi-final, actually.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're getting into the upper echelons of the tournament right now.
It's going to be Christopher on Briar.
On Briar. And Jakob on Bravo.
Back on Bravo.
Back on Bravo.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been making jokes about Guardians going bonk, but I think Jakob has been a very intelligent Guardian player.
Yeah, he really likes to block. And I think this is going to be a quite interesting game.
Yeah.
They are setting up. I asked them, so Jakob has the decision who starts. He gave the start to Christopher.
Okay.
So...
and I guess Christopher hopes for another channel mount.
Yeah.
0.
Yeah, that's what he said. He's like, okay, so it's just going to be a turn 1 mount heroic. And then Jakob said, no, there will be no mountain.
There will be no mountain.
So we'll see what's going to happen here.
All right. So are you rooting for the Briar to go Living Legend? Or,
I mean, that would be nice. But then again, I do play Viserai, and if she
you
goes,
need the
she
Thorn.
takes the weapon with her. So
no, we are rooting for everyone to have a good time.
of course.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a super interesting game.
Yeah. Very different from the previous game.
Yeah. I think when it comes to practice and stuff like that, Jakob has been playing so much lately, and Christopher don't have the time to train as much. So
right. That might make a difference here too.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, Christopher likes the Runeblade decks. He always plays some kind of aggressive strategy, so he knows what he's playing. It's going to be fun.
And he's been playing this for years. He's been the national champion.
Yeah,
on Briar before.
and he's been playing Magic the Gathering before this for even more years. So like forever.
It's like David versus Goliath.
Yeah.
Jacob being the new kid on the block.
Yeah.
Quick rise to fame.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we can go into the game. Even if they are still shuffling a little bit, it's fun to see their expression and
still looking quite relaxed.
Yeah,
to be honest.
I mean, we have the small room outside of the streaming area where all the top 8 players are sitting, hanging around. They're watching the stream. It's super relaxed right now. So
just people discussing the game and looking at each other's deck lists.
Yep.
It's one big happy family.
Yeah.
And
I think they all know that, like, you know, they're gonna be practicing against each other for Worlds. This is gonna be this Team Sweden people.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and so Jakob and Christopher will both be going to Worlds, I guess, because the
right.
these are top 4.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think Jakob is happy. He has wanted the invite, so this is probably gonna be a quite relaxed game. Wow. Christopher not as relaxed because he has kids, or a kid, and he's like, oh no, I need to fix all of this. But yeah, it's gonna be fine.
It's a forced holiday in Spain.
Mm-hmm.
That's worth things, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think our camera is a little bit wonky over the table there, but
it's a little bit crooked, but we can still see the whole playmat. So
we're gonna fix that for next round.
They're taking it easy.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is a pretty good setup for the players too, that they can just hang around. It's a day of just, you know, hang out with people, talking about the game they love, and then going on stream, playing a game.
Well, in the other room, there's a big PTI event going on.
Yeah, for sure.
They actually gave out 8 cards that were signed by James White.
Yeah, I know.
That's so amazing.
I know.
Yeah.
So Andre, who was playing, we didn't have him on stream.
Yeah.
He was in New Zealand, so he fixed that when he was still there. So
right. He is from New Zealand, right?
He is from New Zealand, so he started playing Flesh and Blood like when it became a thing in New Zealand. So
he's one of the very early adapters. Yeah.
Definitely. And now he's in Sweden again, and
I'm actually staying with Lewis, another player from New Zealand.
Yep.
He won one of the signed cards.
Oh, nice!
He showed me. It's actually the Lexi weapon.
Oh, cool!
The Voltaire.
Very cool.
So it's right now in the current meta, that's a really good reward.
I have a bunch of cards signed by James from different events that we've been on. So Mostly merchants, because of the memes.
The memes.
Yeah.
I didn't know you played merchants.
No, I play a lot of UPF as a side event.
Oh,
So yeah, I think it's really fun.
Do you have UPF armories in Stockholm?
Very seldom, but we did have one like 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really fun. There were 5 players playing.
5 players.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a huge, huge pool.
Yeah.
But
And I guess if you're a merchant, you're making a lot of silver.
I didn't play merchant
Oh.
in that one. I actually played the Shiana. So
Wow.
Henrik played Jenny's What You Need, and our tournament organizer, and he built for a giant turn of fire breathing,
Oh.
and then he could even go to me, and I had a buzzsaw trap in my arsenal, which takes away all the pluses you get from it. But he went for Tobias instead, who played Oldhim, and he just blocked everything.
Oh.
20 blocks in one turn, so
Wow.
it was quite fun.
All right. We're giving the thumbs up to the
Yeah.
judge.
We're
The
gonna
players
go
are
into
set
this
up.
game. And if I understood correctly, it's gonna be Christopher on the play.
Yeah. So I see on Christopher, he's playing the Dyadic Carapace.
Yeah.
Not a tunic that we usually see.
Yep.
So I guess he wants to block the breakpoints.
Yeah. I also think that he wants to have as many resources as he can to go like a really big turn.
Yeah. Or is it? Oh, it's the. No, it's not the Aether Iron Weave.
Is it?
Is it?
No, it's probably the Iron Weave. It's the Iron Weave,
It's
right?
quite small.
Yeah, I think it's Iron Weave. It's me like getting names.
Let's look on
but
the
yeah.
registration list.
No, it needs to.
It's the Carapace.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Meanwhile, he plays the channel on turn 0. We've been here before.
Oh my god.
Now what a start. Yeah.
Yeah. He looks kind of happy. This is what he wanted.
This is very nice. This worked for him very well last time.
Yep.
Jakob gave up the boots for the null rune,
Yep.
which is also very smart to do, I think, with all the rune chants, but it's one less breakpoint you can block. So maybe Christopher with some big snatch turns can really get a quick start.
Yep.
Now let's see how Jakob responds.
The chat, Andrew. Do you hate fun? Do you like seeing people turn beet red? Does methodically pulling wings of flies sounds like a fun Saturday night? Then fatigue might be for you.
Does it sound fun to you?
I mean, fatigue is not that bad.
So you like pulling flies of wings?
If you play merchant in UPF, it's the only way you win. Yeah, Jacob looking at his hand, trying to figure out like, how do I capitalize on this?
Yeah. So pitching 3 into the Starstruck.
Here we go.
And one of the new cards, so Christopher will have to read this for a bit.
Yeah.
The details really matter at this point in time.
Yep.
So the attacks, if it's greater than or equal to greater
Yep.
than, those kind of details, you really want to make sure before committing your blocks.
Yeah. And I just traded a Starstruck from you. So now
Yeah.
I have a playset of them.
Very
I
nice.
can
Yeah.
start playing my Bravo too.
Being inspired.
Yeah.
Jakob. Yeah. Yeah, this might be an early equipment play.
Yeah.
Having the channel up. Dropping your hand now would
This is a
suck.
wasted mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bully Ranger in chat says there's goes all the equipment. And
Yeah.
yep, here we go.
And that's 2, that's 4, that's 6. Going into the Starstruck.
Yep.
Now he can crown something away to set up for an even better channel turn.
For sure. Sorry, everyone watching, if you hear me drinking, but my voice is starting to take a little bit of a hit from 2 days of talking. Even if I'm not on stream all the time, I just go around and talk to the players and see what's going on. So.
Yeah. It's been a long weekend for us too, but it's been a fun
Oh,
weekend.
it's been so much fun.
Yeah. And it's fun to talk to the players in between games too.
Yeah, of course.
Getting the insights.
Yep. Christopher here is like, do I block with some more stuff?
He does want to play some of his attacks, so he goes for 9 block here.
Yep.
So he can play most of his other attacks from hand.
Yeah, I guess he didn't have any resources to throw out the CNC on top of that, so
Yeah.
just get rid of it. It's not going to be relevant.
I see a
On-
nimblism.
Yep.
So let's see what he can do here. All right. That's a scar with the lucky go again because of the 1 damage that
Yep.
got through. Jakob being very helpful,
Yeah.
providing the go again token.
But then if you throw away a command and conquer, is Jakob thinking that, this is probably just going to be a lot of cheap stuff, so the mountain will at least disappear? And
Yeah.
try to just block out as much as possible now, keeping
That might
life
be the
total.
play here. Yeah. He's very good at blocking.
Yes,
So,
he really likes it,
Yeah.
which I think is key playing Bravo in this
He
meta.
is taking the 7 now, though. Maybe expecting some more relevant on-hits to
Yeah,
come in
exactly.
after this.
This is just damage. You never know. I mean, it's a embodiment of earth and damage.
The
but-
lightning surge from Arsenal.
Yep.
7 go again. It's a very good second chain link.
Yep.
Now, does Jacob want to take this 7 too?
No, I think he needs to start blocking here, right?
Yeah. All right, so here's the first block.
Because you don't want to go into, Christopher just pitching for Rosetta in the end, and then
Yeah.
then again he hasn't played a non-attack action yet, so
He has the nimblism in hand.
yeah, for sure. But Jacob doesn't know that.
No, that's very true.
No, but I think he's gonna try to.
Oh, he's going to E-strike
Wow.
the nimblism away.
Okay,
And then is he going to extend it? Drawing a card, use the snappies?
I think he will.
He will.
Yeah, I mean depending on the card, obviously. But
And he can always pitch the card into the Rosetta.
Yep.
Well, the Rosetta wouldn't
no, it's just 2.
wouldn't trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Jacob throwing down 2 more cards.
Yep. Yeah, so this is a little bit unfortunate for Jacob to have to block this much this early, because he also likes to establish his pitch stack really well,
Yeah.
and if he needs to throw away too many cards, then he's gonna be on the back foot the rest of the game.
All right. So Christopher drew into an Anthem of Spring.
Yep.
He will trigger the Grasp and then swing the Rosetta.
Yep.
Sadly, not being buffed by the Channel Mount.
Oh, poor Christopher.
Poor Christopher. It could have been a way better turn.
Yeah.
So still 1 more Arcane from the Rune Chant.
Yep. And I think on Christopher's end, every point of damage matters. He just
Yeah.
wants to finish this as quick as possible.
I think he needs at least 1 more of these turns.
Yeah,
to,
definitely.
to get through Jakob's fridge.
Yep. Just passing back,
All right.
arsenaling a card. Okay, so we have some D-reacts now on Jacob's end, which is good. So now Christopher just needs to keep on the pressure here. Bramble Spark,
Bramble Spark fused.
it's not too bad.
So he has an Earthlore Surge. He could play that to create the Embodiment of Lightning
Yeah,
to make 1 very big attack, giving it +8.
Yep.
Maybe. But he would need a lot of resources.
yeah.
The Earthlore Surges too. He's gonna E-strike. Let's see what he picks. So this should come in for 8. 5. All right. He's just splitting it up.
Yeah.
For 10. Ah, he chose the +2.
All right. And then he is just gonna arsenal the last card then.
Probably, yeah. So that's 10 plus the 1 Arcane
Yep.
from the Bramble.
It's at least gonna be a little bit of a swing back for Jacob on his turn.
Yep.
Gonna fate. Is that something I want? No, it's
Putting
going
something on the bottom.
because then we have a sink.
A sink.
Yeah.
That's nice. Is he gonna sink?
I mean, I think he wanted to see if it was worth sinking.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It depends on what he feels about the rest of his hand. I said like he really wants to pitch that correctly. So
Jakob being down at 21 live.
yeah, making a seismic.
Coming in with this.
That's good. That's a good comeback.
Yep. Christopher on the spot here.
Yeah. I mean, Christopher has only taken 1 point of damage so far, and Jacob is down on 21, so...
Yeah. Depending on what he put in the arsenal, he could just give it up.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, this is what the crown was for, but there's always more than one CNC.
Yep.
You're not going to save the arsenal every time.
And he put the non-attack action in arsenal, right? We saw that he had a boost, Earthlore. And
I think Christopher has a channel mount in his hand. Or is that... It looked like a channel mount to me.
Yeah, it might be.
So he's thinking of setting up another big turn, maybe?
Yeah, I think that like in the spot we are in right now, if he just takes it, sets up a big turn, and then... Oh, wait.
He blocks with it.
Oh, wow. He really wants to keep that card in arsenal.
It's an efficient block right now with the embodiment of Earth. Maybe he has another one?
Maybe.
Or he just trusts his deck.
Yeah, I mean, that's a card gone. I think it might be that he is trying to keep the tempo.
Yeah. Setting up the channel doesn't produce any pressure in that turn. So would you leave Jakob with a big hand.
Yeah, because as long as he can keep on forcing Jakob to block, then he knows that he's not going to get that much of a swing back.
Yeah.
And he wants to stop Jacob from coming into the end game where, he, like, you know, second cycle, he's going to have been able to set up crippling crushes and...
Exactly, yeah. So the Rebel coming in for 4.
Yep. Not surprising.
Yep. Jakob's reaching for the pen. He's taking it, maybe? No, not writing just yet.
Yeah. Once again, it's like just damage. So do you take it? What else are you going to get hit by? Because there's some really nasty on-hit effects in.
I do think he has the Fate Foreseen in his hand.
Yeah.
But it's not... there's no on-hit.
I think all of the white bordered cards in his deck are Fate Foreseens.
Extra tilting.
Yeah. No, but Jacob is a student. He's playing on a student budget.
Yeah.
Like, I remember the first time he got his chest piece. It's like white bordered, and he does not care.
There's no shame in running white bordered pieces.
He just wants the game pieces.
I play the warrior bracers. I pulled them from the history pack. I still play them.
Yep.
White border.
Yeah.
I love them.
Yeah, you saw the rainbow foil in my binder.
Yeah.
Those are only there because I have a duplicate of them. Because me and Niklas, the Dromai player, did a sealed just to have fun with some cards that he had left. So I bought 6 packs from him, and then I got another pair of them.
That's lucky.
Obviously, like when he had those packs lying around for forever, he could just open it and have it in his trade binder, but no.
Yeah. So thinking very hard about this Revenant's Rebel here.
Yeah. I think Jacob is just going through like all the different cards that can come flying.
Yeah.
He's been playing against Briar a lot too, like both Christopher in bigger events
and a CNC to follow it up.
Oh, yeah.
So now Jacob is nice that he saved the Fate Foreseen.
Yeah.
Or is he just gonna block it still?
We'll see. Yeah, he needs equipment.
Oh, it's a CNC. You can play the
No,
Fate
exactly.
Foreseen, of course.
It's fine. We're getting tired.
Yeah. It's time for lunch after this.
Yeah. Yeah, I snuck away during the earlier game and had some lunch, so. Okay, we see a Bravo activation.
Something big. It's the spinal.
That's
big.
Yep.
A dominated spinal crush.
Yep. And Christopher has used all the equipment already, so this is Jacob getting some breathing space that he needs.
Yeah. So as the Briar, you're now hoping for something like an Earthlore Surge, or no, you can play only one action.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, you're screwed anyway.
Yeah, no go again in whatsoever.
You're hoping for more equipment.
Yeah.
I think.
Chat is talking about Swedish cards when, like the Japanese promos.
I would buy those.
Yeah.
What would you call like Bravo in Swedish? Showstopper.
Bravo. I mean, show is kind of we call it show. Showstopper and Bravo.
All right.
It's
not
not
as
that fun.
not as Swedish as I.
Yeah. So Bravo is still the same thing in Swedish. Bravo when you want to congratulate.
It's the same
someone.
in Dutch too.
Oh yeah.
Blocking with the anthem for 4
Yeah.
or 3 actually.
All right.
So the sync from Arsenal coming in handy now.
Yeah, very much so. Then maybe Christopher can put up some pressure.
Yeah. So not triggering the crush effect here is crucial to still get something out of your turn.
Yeah. So everyone in chat, while you're watching the game, what would the Swedish promo be? What card would you like to have a Swedish version of? Because I have no idea.
Yeah. Something coffee and pastry based.
A Fate Foreseen, but with Fika on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fika foreseen.
Yeah.
Fate for Fika.
A Fate for Fika. Fateful Fika.
Fateful Fika.
Yeah, Christopher hitting a blue card on the
Rabble.
yeah. Swedish Fate. Yeah, it makes Forge for War IKEA art. Yeah. Oh, Forge for War. What a good card.
Just Frostlock.
Frostlock. Yeah, that's actually great. I like that. I think that's the winner.
Another Spinal.
But not dominated this time.
Not dominated, but Jakob's still putting the pressure on.
Yeah.
Just doing some efficient blocking and still having a very big swing and return.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Giflar sponsored Fate Foreseen. Yeah.
What's Giflar?
This is one we looked at in the store. You know, the little cinnamon rolls.
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, we get those at IKEA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a good the mechanoid should be like IKEA sponsored.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
you need to build it
To
yourself.
build your own, yeah.
There you go.
It should have like a Swedish name, like all the IKEA products.
Yeah.
Evu.
Okay. We got a big block from Christopher.
Dropping the hand. Taking only 1 damage.
Yeah, he's not leaking damage whatsoever right now, but
He had a lot of blues in there, so not a very efficient turn anyway.
Yeah.
See,
snatch.
a
okay.
snatch.
Yeah. And Jacob has the sink, so if he wants, he can just block out the entire thing,
Yeah.
and he will.
And then Christopher still has an arsenal from the card
Yeah.
left in hand. Now Christopher doesn't have any equipment left.
Nope.
So there's still a lot more relevant on hits. Jakob is looking to Bravo here.
Yeah. And Jacob is sitting on those 2 equipment pieces that can still block for 1,
Yes.
which can kill off the breakpoints quite easily.
The 3rd Spinal. It's here.
Okay.
And it's dominated again.
Yep.
So this one, I think will hit. Unless he put something in Arsenal that can help him here.
Yeah, but he needs to have a D-react then. And I don't know how many. Let's check. Yeah, there is no fates in Christopher's deck. He has 2 sync belows.
2 sync belows.
Yeah,
I think we've seen both.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this could be a turning point.
Yeah, and
I see. Oh, wait, there's a sink in his hand.
oh really? So
It's not enough to save him from
no,
the
no,
crush
no, no.
effect. But there is the
Yeah, and the danger of like showing that right now.
Yeah.
He won't do that. He needs to get that into the arsenal,
Yeah.
because the moment you show Jakob that both of
third
them
sync
are,
is gone,
then he's just gonna go.
He's free to go.
Yep.
Yeah. Then he goes bonk.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he kind of have to at this point too, to swing back the game a little bit. Have we seen any? Oh.
There we go.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
he wants to cycle his hand. But now, yeah.
Still taking 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
No go again.
Is he taking 5? The life total is not adjusting. Oh, yeah. Jakob is
Go.
doing it for us. Thank you.
Queen for a scar. Does not matter if it has go again or not, because it does not. Jakob having the spinal a little bit up there just to show the effect.
Reminder of the pain.
Yeah. The back pain.
The back pain. Yeah. Now this is tempting for Jakob maybe to take it and just keep on swinging like this.
Yeah, but going down to 13 from here.
Yeah. He has a terrace under.
Yeah. So then he needs to keep. He needs 2 more blues then, right? To be able to terrace under.
Yeah. There's something in his arsenal. We haven't seen a pummel yet.
Yeah. And Jakob is playing 2 red pummels in his list, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Still some very relevant disruption in his deck.
Yep. And have we seen any crippling crushes?
I don't think we have.
No. So they're in the deck still.
Yeah.
Unless he has used sync when we haven't been noticing and not showing the card. Wouldn't the Swedish card just say bork, bork, bork?
Right, so he does block for 3.
Yep. As Andrew points out in chat too, like taking that damage is, then you're in real big trouble when the mountain comes again. But here we go. We get Bravo. Pitching down the terrace under, so we have it for later.
There's
And here we go.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, this is the turning point where that Jakob was waiting for.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna start stealing cards, dealing damage. Yeah. And I said, like, there's nothing really left for Christopher to block with here now.
Yeah.
These dominates are gonna be huge.
And now the question is, like, do you block at all? You will be left with 1 card hand, or you're gonna take the crush anyway.
Yep.
Discarding 2. Yeah.
Yeah, then at least you have maybe a play, but it's also like it's so demoralizing.
He does throw the pulse in front of it.
Yep. I don't know what he has in the arsenal. Maybe there's something he feels like can save it a little bit, but Christopher does not look happy with this.
Yeah. Yeah, rightly so. That's a lot of damage.
Yep.
And 2 cards.
So we're rolling for which one to keep. And it's a Bramble Spark, and what's on top
An
there?
Anthem of Spring, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what Christopher has left now.
Yep. Yeah, that was huge for Jakob. He needed that.
Yeah.
Is that
It looks like a So Tomorrow, actually.
Yeah.
If it's played from Arsenal, you draw a card.
Yep.
Is it worth it to do it this turn? You pitch away the only card you have. You draw something, but you don't know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what card it is, right? That
Yeah.
you're pitching away. Yeah, okay.
He plays it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he can put something back on the bottom of his deck.
Yeah. Like a mountain.
Like a mountain. Yeah. And let's see what he draws. A Snatch.
Yep.
That's a pretty nice outcome. We'll give him an Arsenal.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless Jakob throws something.
That's a really
further.
good draw.
Yeah.
But then again, like Jakob has the block on the equipment if he wants to stop the 5-card hand or the potential 5-card hand. I don't think it's going to be a 5-card hand left, but
Here comes the shield.
because once you start going under 20 life, like you're just one dominate away from getting in the real red zone. So
Yeah.
oh yeah, you also have the shield. I didn't even think about that.
We haven't seen the shield in the previous match with Jakob, right?
No, I think he plays it primarily against Lexi
Yeah.
to stop breakpoints there.
Yeah.
But it's an added bonus that Briar also likes to go wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shield is good. We'll see if the Ram's head makes a resurgence with people starting to play Dash and
Yeah.
mechanologists now.
Jakob taking back the shield. He has a lot of pieces of armor left. That's
Yep.
true.
I think in this game, like, Jakob is the one counting everything. I
Yeah.
think Christopher is just like, going on instinct. I've been playing card games since forever.
Yeah.
I just need to play on the value in my deck. Taking a bit of chances here and there.
One block. Is he gonna throw the shield on there?
We shall see. I think in Jakob's head it's just right, like, okay, cool. Do I need this for later,
Yeah.
for the breakpoints? Or is the card that is going to give Christopher such a threat that he can build something from a turn?
Yeah. I think also as the Guardian player, you have to do the counting.
Yeah,
As,
yeah,
as
for
the
sure.
Briar, you are just the aggressor. You hope you draw well.
Yep.
It's no use pitch stacking because the Sonata shuffles your deck.
Exactly.
You can try to do something after the last Sonata, but
Yep.
yeah. So will the snatch connect? No, he's throwing the equipment in front of it.
Yeah, he decides that. Oh, or maybe not.
He's still not sure about it.
Yeah, and exactly, chat. The snatch is a red one, so it comes in for 4. So you want to block with one of these 1-block equipment on top of it. Alright, that denies the card draw. Christopher is going to be in a 4-card hand. Let's see what Jakob comes back with. Is that a
Is that a
heave
Thunderquake?
card? Yeah, Thunderquake. Yeah.
I think so, yeah. It's coming in
Yeah.
for 8.
Okay, why not?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, right now it's damage.
That's not bad.
Because Jakob doesn't want to be too far behind. He needs to present this and give Christopher the option of, like, do I block this out and take less damage and have the life lead, or do we raise this for real?
Yeah.
And it can be real scary raising Bravo.
Exactly. Going down to 16 now.
Yep.
That's dangerous.
And
But
if it is as we think, that Jakob has only seen one crippling crush, he knows
Yeah.
that the other crippling is going to come there. It's going to slow down the game plan a little bit more.
Yeah.
Just hoping that there is no mountain shenanigans before that. But Christopher takes it. 16-16. It's tense.
Pitching for a rune chant
Yep.
because he has a Swarming Gloomfield in hand, I think. There we go.
Yeah, okay. So it comes in for 3, but we go again due to the rune
Yeah.
chant.
Jakob taking the rune chant.
Yeah.
It's just one, but if you take all the ones,
Yeah.
it matters.
Yeah, and like unlike Viserai, who has a lot of rune chants coming in, like this is just pings all the time, and that's
Yeah.
not really
And we haven't seen a single Rosetta swing, I think,
no.
this game. Yeah.
Nope.
Jakob is really keeping Christopher in check here.
Blocking that. It's not weird. And another snatch. And this time with a die on it.
Yeah. He only plays the red one, so
Yeah. Yeah, the blue and the yellow one is not that.
Yeah. I tried yellow snatches in Bolton.
Yeah?
It's not great.
I mean, they're okay if you have the mountain out, but it's still such an even block.
Yeah.
So that one extra power really throws it off.
Breakpoints are so important in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. If you have relevant hit effects.
Yeah.
Which Briar definitely do.
Definitely.
But Jakob still has 2 equipment pieces that he can block for 1 with, so
He has the exact same dilemma as last time.
Yep.
Another snatch for 4. Does he block it?
however this time Christopher has a card in hand.
Right.
So it doesn't matter as much. This is just damage
Yeah.
per se.
I think that's a sink below in his hand.
Oh yeah. So I guess that was his thinking.
But
right
he could
now.
save the sink. because
Exactly.
Drawing from the snatch is not as relevant now.
Exactly. But what does he do with the rest of his hand then? Swing with hammer.
Swing with him. He might be missing the Anathos now.
Yeah. I mean,
Swinging for 6.
when the shield is gone, you miss Thanatos anyway.
Yeah. Well, the shield is still up.
So right now I think he's quite happy with this actually.
Yeah.
But this is the second snatch. So there's going to be one more.
Yeah.
Breakpoint 4 to stop.
So he has the Warmongers too.
Yeah.
And an unmovable. So no attack actions in there.
Yeah. So he's just trying to figure out like what's the most value here.
Yeah.
Do I swing back with hammers at this sink in my arsenal and be happy about it? I don't think we've seen Jakob play Warmongers in
No.
any of the games we've seen him on stream on.
All weekend. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
just been blocking and pitching.
Yep. And I said in the first game I was casting that I had a chat with him and asked like, how do you feel like the card is performing? Do you like it? And he's like, nah, it doesn't cost 3, so it's bad.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, bravo.
Oh. So Christopher got the card draw.
Yep.
So yeah, we're getting some Razor Reflex talk in the chat, but the deck lists are open. There's no Razor Reflex,
Yeah.
so Jakob doesn't have to wonder about that.
Yeah, no reflex and no presses either, so it's like it's gonna be pure damage.
Yeah, what you see is what you get.
Yep.
Kind of like the hammer for 4.
Yep.
And Christopher will be taking the 4. So now with the 5-card hand, can he present enough pressure?
This is really a really important turn for him, right? Because
Yeah.
now he needs to start putting pressure back. And Jakob has that sink in the arsenal now.
Yeah.
So
The Force of Nature.
yep.
All right. This will have to be the turn, but Jakob still has plenty of equipment.
Yep.
So the Surge from Arsenal coming in for 5
Yep. Buffed by the
by the Force of Nature. So
yeah. So it's gonna be a card draw on hit, but I don't think this is
and
going to.
yeah, I think this is why Jakob saved
Yeah.
the sink below.
He just wants to make sure that he makes the right call here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew in chat, like I don't think that the deck lists are open for everyone, but like we can see them. The players have already seen them. So when we're talking about like what they're expecting, it's just that they had a chance to study them overnight. The entire top 8 is played with open deck lists. So
And even just now during lunch,
yeah,
they were still going.
yeah,
to
for sure.
these deck lists. Yeah. So
It makes the
Christopher,
games really interesting because there's
yeah.
less guessing and okay.
more
So
calculating.
here we go. Embodiment.
And an Earthlore Surge, so big attack coming up,
Yep.
presenting card draw on hit.
Ravenous into a red card.
So that's a 9 maybe, depending a 7. Or
7.
it's a blue. It's a blue Earthlore
Oh, it's
Surge.
a blue earth.
So that only gives it
Okay, yeah.
+3.
Yep.
But still, the 7 is higher than the base value. So
Yep.
on hit, draw a card. It has go again. He has 1 floating, so the Rosetta can still come in for 4 after this.
Yep. And now we're back to...
And we know if he draws a card that it's going to be the Entwined Lightning on top
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
So
Jakob's leaning back.
yeah, no hidden information. Just do the math.
Yeah. Grabbing his head, calculating. We shall see.
All right. Yeah.
And once again, like now, Jakob is going full on. Let's
Yeah.
calculate everything.
Let's
what
see
you
all
have.
those sinks.
Yep. What do you have here? What can you present? What can you draw if you get to do that?
Yeah.
But he really likes to block, so...
Yeah.
And it's half of this game, right? Unless you play against Wizard. How do you
Yeah.
most efficiently use your hand to make sure that the damage you're taking is less than the damage you're dealing?
It's all about the value of your cards versus your opponents.
Yeah, for sure.
Like Giovanni likes to say, never block with the Wounded Bull. It's very easy, but there's other cards that are not as easy to
Exactly.
decide on. Yeah. So it looks like he's going to give 2 cards to Christopher here.
Yeah.
Blocking the 7, preventing the card draw.
Yeah. And he shuts down a lot of extra damage too, because it would have been 4 more damage on top of here, right? No, because he wouldn't have been able to... Oh, he couldn't have had go again on that one, so he would have...
Yeah.
But it would have been an Arsenal card, but
Yeah,
it's 4
also
more
an
damage
Arsenal.
for later, so... Yeah, I think it's the right decision.
So Jakob going down to 10.
Yep.
Is getting dangerous too.
Yeah. And hammer back.
Hammer back.
Arsenal a card.
Yeah, if Christopher can keep up this tempo using the Rosetta Thorn effectively,
Yeah,
he will whittle down Jacob's life.
for sure. Yeah, I think it's looking quite favored for Christopher right now
Yeah.
from this position. Then again,
He has to keep up the momentum here.
it's also like when you're playing Runeblade, the Runeblade curse is drawing a brick hand, right?
Yes.
So that can still happen.
The deck is about 50-50 attacks, non-attacks,
Yeah.
but you can definitely get unlucky.
Or when I play Runeblade, I just call that a normal game. So yeah, exactly. Andrew also said that in chat, like it's not done because this can happen, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the game is definitely even, but I think Bravo is starting to get into a dangerous red zone.
Yeah. Well, Christopher is 3 hammers away from death.
Yes, for
so,
sure.
He has to like make it work now.
Yep.
So we're getting some predictions in the chat here
Niklas Bengtsson comes in and
with some inside information.
yeah,
No peeking at the hands. Only we can do that.
yeah. We call it rune bricking.
Rune breaking.
That's
That's
great.
a good one.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, Briar, Warden of Bricks.
Yep. I really like that rune bricking.
Rune breaking, yeah.
Now it's Christopher's turn to go through the graveyard. See what we have here. It's still intense. Like this
It's
can
very
go
intense, yeah.
either way.
Christopher wanting to protect his life.
Yeah, I think that's smart.
2 cards, yeah. If he can non-attack attack Rosetta,
Yep.
that's perfect. That's a coax.
That's a coax.
Yeah.
Love that card. And it's gonna be fated.
Yeah.
Arsenal pass.
So this will leave Jacob with some playing room.
Yep.
Yeah.
And someone said crippling.
Crippling in Arsenal
Yeah.
would be massive right now.
Yeah. Oh, I think it might be.
Something's getting dominated.
Yeah. Something that costs 7. Yeah.
And it's
Here
a
we go.
crippling.
Alrighty then.
This is big.
Yep.
That's what they call a big bonk in the industry.
The big bonk.
We didn't get around to making the bonk sound effect on our soundboard here.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
How does the bonk sound like?
Like the cartoon.
Uh-huh.
Like a Looney Tunes. Boing.
Most of Bravo's really big attacks is not him using his hammer though.
No, it's his fist.
Yeah.
Yeah. He looks really cool doing it though.
He does. And I mean, he's learned how to keep his shirt on in Starstruck. It's because it's his fancy star of the show dress that he has on.
Right.
So he can't just have it explode by muscle. But yeah, this is really bad for Christopher.
He will be taking a big hit here.
Yeah. To begin with, he needs to... No, he can go down to 1. But that's certain doom after that.
Yeah. Blocking with the E-strike.
And then just praying that he gets to keep something interesting.
Something interesting, yeah. Do we know what's in Christopher's arsenal?
Is it the... No, is it the Entwined Lightning?
There goes the exude.
That we saw on top of the deck from the rabble?
Maybe. He drew it the turn after. I
Yeah.
think he played it. No, yeah, that's probably it. So, can Christopher respond to this? Rune Chant Rosetta.
Yep.
A very vanilla turn. I think as Jacob, you just take it and see if you can dominate something back.
Yeah.
Because 4 life is... that's one big swing.
We have Andre in chat saying that my vote for best Bravo player in the world right now goes to Jacob.
Wow,
So,
yeah.
No, he's so good.
Yeah, he is very good.
Yep.
And he doesn't buckle under pressure.
Nope.
Like he
No,
was
no,
under
no.
a lot of pressure here, but
Yep.
he just did the math, played the game well.
Yep.
It really is the art of blocking.
Yep.
I think that's
This is a
massive.
perfect hero for Jakob because he enjoys everything that the hero is doing.
Yeah. Here's the Bravo dominate.
Yeah, here we go. Okay.
All right, with the choke slam.
Yep.
That's game.
There, that is game.
Wow. He came back from very far.
Yeah. No, but this is it. Like he really likes this hero. It plays exactly like how he wants to play this game.
Yeah.
He enjoys everything. He doesn't like he can stay calm in this kind of situations.
That's crucial too.
And then
yeah.
he's having fun all the time.
Yeah.
Because he's always like cracking up. Now he's a little bit serious because they're talking
Yeah.
about how the game went. But he really enjoys this game and I think he has the right mindset. So
I think he would be very very deserving Swedish champion.
Yeah,
having seen
definitely.
him play this weekend, it's
definitely.
insane. Yeah.
Maybe we can have a Swedish Bravo.
A Swedish Bravo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
James
I-
White, if you can
I
hear
read
this.
Bravo on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Super cool.
With Jakob's face on.
Yeah, of course.
on the card,
Of course.
yeah.
Yeah. Jacob with flowing hair and the mustache
Yeah.
and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, some great plays all around.
Yeah, for
Jakob
sure.
takes it in the end.
Yeah.
So that's our first finalist.
Yep.
So we can take it back
Here we are.
to the studio
Yeah.
right next door.
Where we're not tired at all.
No,
at this
not at all.
point.
No, we can keep going.
Yeah, for sure.
But there's only 2 games left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had talks about maybe showing the finals in the PTI
All right.
event, but I'm not sure if we're gonna do that because I'm not even sure if that's still ongoing. It
yeah,
might be have
there
been
are
moved.
other games
Yeah.
happening somewhere in the world. Yeah.
Yep. But
I,
cool.
Yeah, I heard about 6 Kasai's going top 8. About what I expected.
Kasai is
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
Kasai is great.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So yeah.
I think we'll go into a small break, but
Yes.
I guess that the players are ready for the next one, so we're just gonna switch everything out and
The next semi-final coming right up.
yeah, we will be streaming the PTI.
And we have the judge pack opening in between
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Stick around. So
Yeah.
I don't know if you picked up the voice of Giovanni on the mic, but 2 of our local judges will be opening a judge pack live on
Very
stream.
exciting.
So stay tuned for that.
And we're trying to align the PTI finals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
PTI event
Yeah.
with after the semi-finals.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So the finalists get an extra break.
That's
Alright.
Bring you water like 15 minutes ago. But I didn't want to disturb the game, and then I just saw Henrik walking through the street.
super
Henrik could bring us the water. He does everything here.
cool. Yeah. True.
Another shout out to Henrik.
Yep.
All right. We'll see you in the next semifinals.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the second semi-finals. Our players are getting ready, and we have some deck lists to talk about.
Yeah, we have some deck lists to talk about. So we have Joachim's deck list. We talked about it a while ago. He pretty standard ball lander. He has the Command and Conquers.
Yeah.
That is kind of the big thing here. Is he has the 9 poppers.
Yeah.
It makes it a lot more efficient to get it. I think it's it's pretty likely that you have one a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So
It's one in like every 1.5. So you're going to see most hands will have one popper.
yeah, it's going to be a lot of them. And he has two Warmonger's Diplomas. It's a really good card early on when Dromai wants to establish dragons.
Yeah.
And this is a big dragon Dromai. So like those cards are like some of the key cards here. He has also the 2 blue Either Ice Veins are also pretty key because it's 2 more of the 3 attack from Arsenal that can kill dragons in the later step. So that is kind of Joachim's big things. Niklas' list is pretty spicy. Big dragons. He's got 26 dragons. He has the 1 Themai just to get his. He has the Necrias and the Uvias. So he has that like everything that he needs to create all the Ash Wings. He has the Tumultai. He has all that big stuff.
Yeah.
2 Vincerakais, but yeah, he's running 2 Oasis and 2 Sand Cover for the protection against the Arcane.
Yeah, and I've been looking at a lot of Dromai lists because a friend of mine also plays Dromai. I tried to help him with build, and it's pretty standard to go 2/2 right now in the Oasis Respite and the Sand Covers because the deck list is very tight, and you need to find space for all the dragons, for the attacks, for the defense reactions. And I feel like 4 does feel like a safe number, but when you can stymie their Aether Ice Vein, it really hurts when they have the Aether Ice Vein.
Yeah, and not that many attacks. I think he has 5 red go again attacks.
Oh, yeah.
2 Ravenous Rabble and 3 Sweeping Blows. So it is really focused on the dragons.
And we do see only 2 Burner Moles, which he can use to turn on the dragons. He does run the sigils, right?
Yeah, he has their sigils.
He does have the sigils.
He has that kind of stuff, and he's on 10 blue.
Yeah.
It's also a good count to keep on. So
yeah, and I feel like if you're gonna play this matchup, you will want to develop dragons, and especially having the big dragons might actually be useful because you don't see everyone playing the 3-cost dragons. Yeah. And having them in your deck will help out, I guess.
It will really help out. Okay, let's go jump over to the players. I think they are ready. They were just ready to go. So yeah, this is going to be a really good game. Niklas yesterday, he lost 1 game the entire day.
Yeah.
Against Joachim.
Ooh. So this is the redemption arc. And I know Jacob lost 1 game.
Yeah.
And it was to Niklas.
It was.
So this will be a very, very interesting second semi-final.
It's really interesting. So yeah, so Niklas, our second seed, the only game was against Joachim, and the reason he's second seed is he faced Joachim earlier.
Yeah.
Than what Jacob faced Niklas. Like that is the only reason. So yeah, they've been playing super tight. It was really good day. I know that the turn where the game Niklas Joachim yesterday, Niklas was super frustrated. He had seen 4 of his 10 blues in his first hand.
I think he said 8.
Yeah, in like the first 2 hands on that.
Yeah,
and then he didn't see a blue, and he just lost the game. So
that's a rough one.
That's the thing about the 10 blues. If they somehow stack,
it will be a hard game. Yeah. And I feel like as an Icelander, you need to play perfectly. You do have some space as a Dromai to make a few mistakes, like not accounting for the dragon to get instantly popped or pinged. But if you're on an Icelander and you don't play it perfectly, it can snowball out of hand pretty quickly.
Yeah, it can. It looks like we're waiting for Joachim over here. He stepped away for a minute, but he's right back. Like they did their sideboarding, everything like that before, so I think they know what's up. And so like I said, it's going to be a really good game. Like both the players know the matchup. They've played a lot.
So as a Icelander, you're probably going second, right? Because we talked about it.
Yeah, Niklas has the higher seed, so he's going to decide. I don't know what he's deciding. He was sitting there talking. Like, I think he wants to go first.
Yeah, if you go first, you can play out the break.
Yeah. If he get a dragon or 2 out, he's like, okay, this is where I want to be.
Yeah, especially turn 1, because my first ProQuest I was playing. It was a Road to Nationals. I was playing Icelander, and first game I put down an Icelander. It's a Dromai. You're like, ooh, that's rough.
Yeah.
But I can win. And turn 0, the other players made 3 Ashwings into a Uvia the second turn, and then you're so far behind.
You are.
That's like. If I would have a horrible game experience, that would probably come close to the most horrible start for an Icelander into Dromai, because the big dragons, you can deal with them, but all the tiny dragons, like the tiny Kodachis, every single turn, Kodachi, 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 Kodachi. Or Ashwing, 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 Ashwing.
Yeah. Let's see the equipment reveal here. It's going to tell us a lot about the plan here. So Northern Boots is probably on a Mage Master. Mage Mod Boots, Northern Gloves.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he has the Iron Rod legs, but I don't think he runs them here. So the Mage Master that's his way of creating Ash early on if he needs to do that. I don't think he really plans on using it for anything else. Maybe late game if something happens, but it's a really good way to get your Ash generation started.
Yeah, and if you run Mage Master Boots, you might actually want to go second, right? Because he doesn't have the Seeker tag.
He has the Mage Master. You can pitch into the Mage Master to just get the Ash going. It's the same as the Seekers. It's just like...
Yeah, but I feel like Seekers has a lower ceiling, and if you go Mage Master Boots, you actually have the option to set up a Tome turn. So if you can go second, then you can just Oasis Respite the first thing. Or
it could happen. So
but if you're Joachim, you probably Waning Moon yourself.
Here we go, Ravenous. So that's a red card, and now we can pitch the Flame Scale. So it's a good way to
start.
Yeah.
And actually, Joachim is running the Crown, not the Cornet Peak.
Oh.
Because I said Waning Moon yourself, but you can Cornet Peak yourself for turn 0. But it's quite interesting that he's running the Crown.
Yeah, I was on Crown during the ProQuest season, like half a year ago.
Yeah.
And the reason you are on it is because pitching to Cornet Peak is just giving the Dromai reasons to pitch a red card and get Ash.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. And we're just swapping up the heroes.
Oh yeah, perfect.
We've been into the game so much we forget to swap the heroes.
Yeah.
So this should be the correct.
Yeah,
heroes.
we got a question here. Yes, there is one Thema in the deck.
There's one. Yeah.
Yeah, one Thema in the deck.
And the dust up is not. Is a Ravenous Rebel dust up. That's a fine turn if you're going first.
Yeah. He got his Ash. He's got his Arsenal.
He got the Easter egg.
Yeah.
Out of hand.
Joachim is on looks like a pretty clunky hand with 2 Fendels in it.
And that's a Scar, right?
Yeah.
Well,
because you don't really want to arsenal your poppers because you kind of need them in hand against the big dragons. But at the same time, like, what does he pitch it and just then get an arsenal? It also feels wrong. So he might be forced to arsenal one of his poppers here and play the other one. So
I think it's a very interesting choice you can make as an Icelander in this matchup, because you can go for the popper play and just accrued value because you get to pop the turns, etc. Or you can just go face with all the big attacks. And then if you arsenal the red attack, you get 2. So it's pretty safe to go Findel, put 1 in the arsenal, and then Findel again. Yeah.
You can see him doing that right now. It's just like, okay, I just want attack in arsenal. I just want the tempo. I'm happy playing that game.
If Niklas wants to develop dragons, he's going to have to take 7.
Exactly. So let's see what Niklas want to do about this. Joachim is watching into the camera like, here we go.
He's thinking about it. Was this the right play? Ooh. 2 equipments, that's quite early. Well, you never know when there's going to be another big attack. We know, but there will probably be one happening pretty soon. It's
always hard. Like that's the thing about the Bullhunter is like sometimes you just take the value when you get it because there is close to no on hits. Like probably the CNCs is probably in this matchup, so there might be a CNC later where he wants a crown. But other than that, just cash in your equipment right away.
Yeah.
Start developing that board.
And you cycle the arsenal, so you might get another dragon. You know, he might have the disruption. You're not sure. I don't think you have a read on what he's going to arsenal.
No.
There's no way you know when, like, the second turn.
So yeah, it's just get what you can. Start getting your dragons out. Start working towards your game plan of building a deck.
Yeah, and looking at the hand for Joachim, it looks pretty strong. I see 2 blues. I see an E-Strike and an Adar Ice Vein.
Yeah.
I feel like Niklas will probably be developing through 2 dragons. That's why he used the crown to cycle the card out.
Yeah, he's probably hoping to at least try to get 2 dragons out here if he can manage it. He might have gotten stuck on a pretty weak card, so we'll see about this. And Joachim is just waiting. He knows that he's got a pretty good. Oh, it comes
the
to
move, yeah.
Yeah.
Generating 2 ash as well.
Yeah. Here we go. And one of them becomes an Ashwing right away with Uvia on the stack. So, yeah. This is a rough spot because Joachim might feel forced to start attacking it, like using his Fendel against Uvia right away.
Well, when I'm Joachim, I'm happy I arsenaled the Fighting Spirit because I can deal with the Uvia immediately. That's one of the cards that if you don't have the answer right away, you just lose out on the game.
He might need to do that. The other thing is that he might like start here and then E-strike into the Uvia and then, okay, I have Fendel for next round. There are some options here for Joachim. He can handle it, but it's going to be rough if he lets it go. If it lets that sit there for a couple of turns and the Ashwings can accrue, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, you must answer. Like, I feel like you always have to answer the Uvia if you can.
Especially
he does have
early.
2 options.
Yeah. If it comes out like in 4 or 5 rounds, it could have been different because then you're like in such a range where you can potentially kill him. But now it's just, it's a huge tempo loss. But at the same time, you're gonna have to take that tempo loss.
And I feel as a Droma, you're pretty comfortable if he throws a big attack at the Uvia. You basically just heal 6 or 7, and that's what makes Droma such an unfair deck because she has 40 life, but she has so much more because every time you attack the dragon, you heal them for the damage you would have done. And I feel like if you're a Droma in this matchup, you're looking for a few cards. You're going to look for the Uvias, you're going to look for the Rakes. Chroma is going to be very important, but maybe in the second cycle, so you can turn on all the dragons. You want to play out at least 1 passing Mirage because that will never get cleared. You're not going to send a 7 or 8 attack into a passing Mirage, I feel. So even maybe you can clear with the Scar, but if you go like Scar into lose the action point, that feels bad. And let's see what
he
is
kept
doing.
The Wizard, yeah, so he might be E-strike face into Fjandel, taking out Uvia, so he keeps some kind of pressure going. And he can arsenal the Ice Vein or the Either Hail, so yeah.
But to be fair, Niklas is only on 1 ash, so Uvia is a lot better if you have a few ash in the bank. And if he's going to lose 1 ash every single turn, he might get into trouble of not being able to play the dragons he's drawing up to. So there might be a reason to go 5 into 7 on face. Just ignore the Uvia because now it's just 1, but you run the risk of not finding the answer when you need to answer the Uvia. So this will be a tough goal.
Yeah, we'll see what his game plan is here and what he want to do about it. So, and also Niklas needs to figure out, okay, how do I create that second ash, because you never want to be on 1 ash or 0 ash. Like as soon as you got stuck on 0 ash, like your sand cover doesn't work. You can't play your dragons. Like you cannot just pivot on a dragon. You have to figure something out. So.
And in this matchup, I feel like Coloria is just a nice bonus. If you have the Coloria and it sticks around, you've already been winning. Yeah. So blocking with it doesn't really matter that much. It does look like it's going face.
It does.
Which, like I said, it makes sense. You're pressuring the life total. You're pressuring the hand. If you don't have cards in the hand, you cannot make dragons. And if you let Uvia, well, because it's a May trigger, right? Uvia. So he probably won't develop an Ashwing, and then there's just 2 on the board, and 2 is fine.
Yeah. Niklas also need to figure out how do I keep the red cards so I can get the train going. So yeah, it is a tough position unless he can create some more ash in the next couple of rounds. Then Uvia isn't going to sit there not doing that much, and it's just 1 or 2 damage every turn, and that's fine.
And like when I'm Niklas, I'm not worried at this point, right? So I'll just wait.
Yeah.
Use the Ashwing, keep the Uvia tucked in, and wait for the Mage Master Boots Dome turn, developing 2 or 3 dragons.
Yeah.
Maybe fight the big dragon like Necria.
Yeah. Niklas is super safe here. He just need to okay, my game plan is get a couple of dragons. I have 1, just find a couple more. You survive to that point. But of course, you don't want to leak too much damage.
Yeah.
And you don't want to give away too much either, so you lose tempo. So it's the balance about like, okay, how much can I give away and still further my advancement?
Yeah, so he probably has a dragon to play, because otherwise I might have just blocked 2 if I'm the Dromai in this position, because the attacks is how the Icelander is going to get you, and you have the Uvia, you have the Ashwing, you can build the board. You don't know when he's going to find another answer for your Uvia.
Okay, so no Uvia
That's a good
trigger,
card.
but a Mirai trigger. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good card. Now we're starting to get into the position where like, okay, now Joachim need to figure out like, okay, do I need to answer this?
Yeah.
Because now if Icaloria hits next round or something like that, then you are starting to get in trouble.
This is an interesting point. Have you played Dromai?
No, I played a lot against it, but I never played it. So
because this is one of those positions where the attack really matters, because you can attack with the Mirror Guy and you get 2, and then you can attack with the Ashwing. That's probably the play, but sometimes, like Nicholas last game, he chose not to attack with the last time he was on stream, not to attack with the Mirror Guy, but with the Yanderai. So that Mirror Guy, in this instance, you probably just attack with the Mirror Guy, but it's a very interesting play, because you can just protect Mirror Guy with Mirror Guy and always get the 2, but then the next thing is going to get popped.
Yeah, but I think that the biggest reason why you do this is that the pop doesn't really matter that much. What you're worried about is the Ice Bolt or something like from Arsenal, like killing it in the later step. So, but Mirror Guy has more HP, so it's harder to take it out.
That makes sense, yeah.
So that's why you do that, and then like, okay, the second one you can either pop or you can kill in the later step, but that's fine. It's just an Ashwing.
Yeah.
I can my Mirror Guy alive.
So I probably, if it keeps this board state, you probably just always attack with the Mirror Guy, then the Ashwing, and never attack with the Uvia.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
That Uvia isn't going to attack until the hand is empty, or he plays a Lost in Thought and knows it's a free attack.
Yeah. Joachim has all the attacks.
Yes. It will be an interesting arsenal, because the other card in hand was a big attack, and the Frost Hex is fused. You don't really need the Frost Hexes. It can be very nice to have them set up.
Yeah,
if
but
you need some reach, or you find the Ice Eternal where it can be cute to play out the Ice Eternal and disrupt the turn and just do 3 or 6 or 9 extra damage.
Yeah, but the way Joachim blocked last turn with not popping the Ashwing, he's probably looking to Arsenal the Wounded Bull.
Yeah.
And so just winning one with Frost Egg. So yeah, I know like when they play those Arcane Icelander, it's the Frost Egg is a lot more of the game plan, because your game plan is to like rip their hand with your cards and then play out that. But I don't think Joachim is on that plane. Doesn't look like he's trying to do that.
And I feel like he's in the school of Icelander where you just send the big attacks to the face all the time, because like the concept behind this strategy is you attack for face and you just clear with the arsenal. So if he's going to attack with the Ashwing, you ping the Ashwing, and then you attack for 8 to the face again, and you ping another Ashwing or you ping another dragon, and that way, even if they have like 15 dragons, it doesn't matter, because you're always going to ping the first one on the layer strap.
Then
But it has a clock and it has a limit, and that's what's scary about this game plan. So you need to keep drawing those big attacks. You need to keep drawing the disruption from the arsenal, because the second, and that's what I was talking about the you don't have any room. The second you don't have the disruption, you're gonna take 20 damage.
Yeah,
and that's why I don't like this matchup.
No, it is a really tight matchup, and again, Niklas is just trying to figure out, okay, how do I play my turn? Will he Arsenal the Frost Hex, or will he Winnie Moon with it?
I do see a very interesting card in his hand, I think. Or is it not? It is, yeah. He does have.
He does have the sand cover.
But do you waste the?
Yeah, you could AB1 with your gloves or with the Ashwing, and then you play the sand cover, and then you Ash neutral, or you can like even use the flame scale here if you want 1. So now Joachim needs to figure out, okay, do I let the sand cover resolve? Do I want to try to Winnie Moon it away?
Yeah.
To try to kill it. And that's what he's looking to do, trying to get away that sand cover.
And he has AB2.
Yeah, he has AB2, so he can prevent it. Which he does. So AB2, 1 floating. Now he can use that floating plus the sand cover, but he's no Ash anymore. So Joachim still did what he needed to do, like
He,
take away that
he
Ash.
won this trade.
Yeah.
I feel like he might be able to pitch into the furnace at the end step if he wants the Ash.
Yeah, it depends on if he's planning to develop a dragon or if the plan is just attack with something and start to go again that way.
I mean, if he has something like a dust up, you just pitch into the furnace, make an Ash, and attack with the dust up. But it depends on his hand, and I feel like, so just for the people that don't know, it's a very fun interaction with the sand cover and the waning moon and the chilling ice vein, the Aether Ice Vein,
Yeah.
because it came up in draft a lot in Uprising where you're playing the yellow sand covers to cover up a 2 attack or something. Because in Flesh and Blood, you build up the layers, but they resolve in reverse order. So
Exactly.
if you sand covered, it's on the stack,
Yeah.
and if you Waning Moon on top of it, you will have the 2 damage into the ward, and if the ward breaks, you won't have the ward for the Aether Ice Vein.
Yeah, exactly. And that was the key thing that Niklas had, that Ash Wing. So he had the AB2, so he could protect from the Waning Moon and protect his sand cover, so he could use the sand cover on the bigger attack. So, and let's see what Niklas is doing here. So he might not even have to go again at all. So he might just he just like I'm attacking with a card. You didn't do that much. Let's go to next round.
He's setting. It's a Woundable, yeah.
Yeah, here comes the Woundable. He has one more Woundable in arsenal in hand, so they are lining up pretty well. And they are putting a lot of pressure on Niklas.
Oh, there's another one, yeah.
Yeah. But then after that he's used 4 of his 6 of the big attacks. So
I might actually arsenal the Insidious Chill, to be honest, because you're on a life lead. You want to set up an Insidious Chill to rip the hand.
Yeah, you probably want to try to develop one later on, and then you have the popper for next round. So yeah, that might be a play. Like you just take the mirror guy and then you just pop the first Ashwing instead. There are some different ways you can do this.
Yeah, and if you pop the Ashwing, you have the free Insidious Chill, because the Insidious Chill, it always takes tempo away from you to play out the Insidious Chill. So you need the life. You need the life to. You pay with life for Insidious Chill, basically. And at 33 with just 3 dragons,
he's got a lot of life to play with, but and the dragons are not that big yet. There's a few big ones. Let's see if he takes the Insidious Shield. Yeah, he goes the Insidious Shield route.
Which makes sense, especially at this life total. He's ahead. I would definitely not count out Niklas, because that board is looking scary.
Oh, here comes the Theme Eye. Does he want to respond? He probably needs to respond, but
yeah,
get that Insidious out right away.
I would.
Yeah.
But if he just attacks with the Tamai, you probably go Tamai, Ashwing, and then just pass, right?
Yeah.
If you're Niklas, I would.
Yeah, you attack once with a safe dragon and then use your Ash Wings, but don't do like.
There's no need, because basically the Mirror Guy is just a passing Mirage at this point.
Exactly.
And if you can attack with the Tamai every single turn, it's 4, 4, 4, 4, and he's locked out of the game. And if he doesn't have the answer, he does have the answer, by the way, but it's not a nice answer.
No, it's not what you want here. So yeah, he's getting his board set up. Like the Ashwing is fodder. Like he's super safe attacking with that. Do Joachim want? Let's hear if Joachim wants to, like, okay, do I want to start popping? Does he might also be like, okay, just 1 damage. I'm just gonna attack your face instead, and just keep doing that. Arsenal one of the spells for killing layer step later on.
Oh, he can't with the Tamai.
Not the Theme Eye, but he can do it on someone else later on.
Yeah, that's true.
Here comes the Uvia.
Ooh.
Oh, he takes that too. Yeah, Joachim is like, I'm going to go face. I don't care about your dragons. I'm just going to go face. It looks like that is his game plan. And so far he's built up a nice HP lead. So see if he can keep it up.
So here you see that Uvia isn't as strong, specifically in this matchup, because that's why he attacked with it. He's not valuing the Uvia. It's just an Ash Wing at this point, because he does not have the Ash to keep generating the Ash Wings Which is fine, I guess. If you're in this position, you're fine just doing the 1 damage. And if you pop it, it's fine.
Yeah, here comes the bull into Thema. You need to take that Thema out.
Yeah, definitely.
Joachim knows it's the only one. He's seen the deck list. He reads that like, okay, that one Thema gone. But I also talked with Niklas before, and he was said like, okay, Thema is my way to flip the tempo mid game.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we saw. Like now we have a turn where Niklas has a 5-card hand.
Yeah.
He just like, okay, I took some damage. I got my Thema. Now I got a 5-card hand. That was the way he looked at that card.
That's very smart. Does he have the tome? That would be a backbreaking flip of the switch.
Yeah, well, let's see what type of card he has here to attack with. But like we said, he's got a big hand, so there's a lot of stuff he could do here.
He's pitching a Necrea for the sweeping blow, making the ash 2 ash.
Yeah, so now the ash is coming back. He's finally starting to.
This does feel like the turning point for Niklas.
Exactly. Like he talked about this team. I tried to like feel the pulse of both of these players. They were sitting there eating their lunch just right before the game, and I was out there talking with them, and just like these are 2 of my practice partners, like 2 of my close friends. So, and both of them like Niklas just like, okay, my theme, it's there for the mid game, so I can flip the tempo.
Yeah.
And what's happening? Oh yeah, he's flipping the tempo. And Joachim feels that he needs to give the frostbite and deal the damage. He's not interested in killing something in the later step. He's like, okay, I'm just gonna deal damage. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, and it's going to be 6, right? So the ice bolt is 3, the waning moon is 3 because you use the tunic. The one thing that's really hurting Joachim now is that he hasn't seen a channel yet.
It is like he needs a channel to. That's kind of his way to flip the tempo back. It's just like, okay, you have 5 dragons. Good luck paying for them.
If like one of the, I think he's on 2 cards. Yeah, he's on 2 cards.
Yeah.
If one of those is a channel, it's 3 cards.
Ice Eternal,
Aether Hail,
and Cold Snap. I think it was the last one.
That's
which is
not what you want to. Well, the Aether Hail is very nice.
Yeah, Aether Hail is very nice. Oh, flame scales. It lets the frostbite resolves, and then he furnace to make it more expensive, so he can pitch the 2 red.
Yeah.
Get the 3 resources, and now he's like, yeah, come at me, bro. I got this.
That's a very heads-up play.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And now there's no reason to use your tunic counter to waning moon, and like Joachim does get the tunic counter, which is nice. He gets to keep it, but you want to use it, and now he's just losing value.
With Niklas keeping 2 resources, we have to figure out why he keeps it. He has the 3 Command & Conquers in this deck. It might be that he has that in Arsenal, so he wants to end the turn with doing that. So,
and that's just 6 damage, and you just say I'll take it.
Yeah. So we will see what the plan is here and how he wants to set this up. He's got a free dragon he can attack with, so he can deal some damage before the CNC if he wants to be safe, or he can attack with a couple of more dragons and then have the 2 floating if Joachim wants the Winnie Moon. So
yeah. And even like if I'm Dromai in this position and I just get 3 ash off of generating those 3 resources, I'm fine.
Yeah, and here comes the Ashwing, so he's attacking. Let's see what he wants those 2 extra resources for.
And now I'm feeling bad that I didn't clear the Uvia. Now it's like, oh damn.
Yeah.
I wish I cleared that Uvia.
Now he has the 4 Ash. Now he has Uvia still on board. Now it's starting to become a lot here. Oh, he has it's the Ember Maw.
This was a very, very good play by Niklas, and this is why he set up. This is what he wants to do with the deck. Like you said, he wants to Tamai, he wants to flip the switch, he wants to set up a big turn. And if you see this, I would be very happy.
Yeah, this is like, okay, I'm gonna take some damage, I'm gonna develop a board, and I'm gonna theme you, and you're gonna have to answer it.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna do this, and then like, okay, that's was it. So.
Like I feel like a tome would have been very nice as well, but probably this was even a better play. Like if you could go tome Mage Master, you can develop a few dragons, but if he has a channel, he just blows you out.
Yeah, exactly. So
and with this, it didn't really matter. I feel like the Ice Bolt actually helped him in this play because he got to pay more for the flame skill, get the reds, so it filled the turn. So it felt like he was hoping to get a frostbite to make exactly this play, and that's
and now we can see this. This is the first time since like super early where Niklas is in a life lead again.
yeah.
He's a life lead with just a couple of dragons, and
Yeah.
he has the Ash. Like he has what he needs. He can draw sand cover and be super fine. Just play it out. He doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
If he finds that zero cost dragon, he could just play it out. He doesn't have to worry about it. He has the Ash to start with. He's probably set for Ash now.
Yeah.
So now we need to figure out what is Joachim's game plan here. Does he feel that he's done enough, that he can keep going with just going face, or does he feel that no, I need to pivot and do something else? Like Joachim needs to figure out, okay, what is my pivot now? Because Niklas got his. Joachim had the pressure, he had the tempo, and Niklas found the one card he needed, and now Joachim needs to do the same thing. Like he needs to find the channel if
Yeah.
he needs to keep going face. He needs to take dragons. Like he needs to figure out what is my game plan.
And he's pitching the Aether Hill probably to play out the Cold Snap, not for the freeze the arsenal, but actually to go and find the channel, because he needs it now.
And here we have the Insidious Ice Vein play is an arsenal in Cold Snap, so he can freeze a dragon.
Yeah.
He can do a lot here. So yeah,
and the Cold Snap gets you closer to the channels. So
it does. It keeps digging you to the channel that you really need. So this is a good play. You're gonna at least take 2 cards, maybe even 3, depending on how much Niklas values his life. But also Niklas sees that there is a Cold Snap there. He knows he's gonna get a Frostbite next turn. So Niklas needs to think about, okay, how do I not lose all the tempo I just gained?
Yeah. And if he would have, if he does have like the arcane, the prevention spell, this would be very backbreaking. Oh, he's discarding to the Initial, which makes more sense.
Yeah, it's a pretty expensive dragon, so like just get it out of here. You're not gonna have the resources to pitch for dragons this turn.
Definitely not. You would be happy with just 1 attack, I feel.
You would.
There it is.
So Oasis, it's a bit more expensive than the sand cover, but that's fine. You're still happy. You still have 1 card left. You still can do something at least.
And you didn't lose the life. You lost some tempo, but you didn't lose the life. So it does feel like a net. It feels like. And now the Cold Snap isn't as good.
No.
Because he will probably only be attacking for 1, or he has the Sigil. I'm not sure what's in his hand. Even if you have the Sigil, I think you probably just arsenal it. So you just attack with the dragon. If it is the Sigil, you just put it in the bank. And wait.
Yeah. Niklas is just looking to develop an arsenal here. Super happy about that. Just okay, that's fine. I get a couple of points of damage. Okay, you're gonna have to do it again, because as soon as you stumble, I'm gonna do the same thing again.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So I've actually been wondering. I'm like the worst Icelander player, because I don't like playing this matchup. I do play it a lot, but can you freeze the attacking dragon on the layer step? No, right?
No, it's already activated. Like you can freeze it, but the
It
activation
doesn't
is still
do anything.
Yeah.
It's already attacking, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, because that's what I thought. And now he's forced to play out the Cold Snap in a bad situation. He does get the Waning Moon. You probably take it as Niklas, because you want to develop the arsenal.
The only way to stop something that is on the stack in Flesh and Blood is with the negate keyword. There is a couple of things that has the negate, like where
you have negate.
Yeah,
the card, right?
Exactly. So, but everything else, like if something is on the stack, it's going to stay on the stack even if it goes away. The effect is still there. I know that people coming from Magic sometimes like, okay, but can you counter it? And so it like fizzles, but that doesn't exist here. No. So yeah.
It will resolve.
Yeah, it will resolve.
And I said negate, but it's rewind. That's the only counter spell in the entire tier for the Flesh and Blood. Which
I think there is 1 card that like negates the Phantasm trigger. There is one from Uprising that like it's a blue card you can play it. So like if they want to pop, you just say no, I negate the Phantasm card.
Is it that the boots?
No, it is one of the cards from Uprising. I don't remember the exact name from it, but yeah. So that also has a like negate Phantasm, but it only negates that specific thing. So yeah.
Okay. Do we have a missed trigger on the heart? I think we did have a missed trigger, but with the new rulings, he still gained the heart.
Yeah.
Gained the life.
Our head judge is standing right next to them. We can't see him because he's positioned behind the player cams, but he's standing right there just watching the game. So he got them covered. Okay, here we go. Back to Joachim. A big hand. He has one more Ice Vein. Yeah, it's a lot of pressure.
It is.
And with Insidious, like you can really see him. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you can really see Joachim's game plan here. It's like, okay, I don't care about the dragons. I'm just gonna keep going face.
Yeah.
And if you stabilize enough, you stabilize enough. If you don't, I'm gonna kill you. And
now we will get an interesting question of what do you arsenal, the Wounded Bull or the Polar Blast? It's going to be a very...
yeah, again, it's the same question we have been asking it before. Like, okay, does he value the Wounded Bull to be able to attack with it next turn, or does he value the disruption and want to pop? Like, I think it also depends on how Niklas plays this, like how many cards the Niklas have keeps, stuff like that. So there's a lot of things to think about right now. So,
and I would be pretty happy if I'm Joachim, because I know he played an Oasis, I know he played a Sand Cover, so there's just 2 left. So the possibility of him having the perfect answer is pretty low.
He took the 4.
Oh, he took the 4.
Yeah, and here comes Wayne, so he wants to arsenal the attack, so he wants to get the damage here, and he wants to get the damage next turn. So his game plan, you can really see his game plan coming together. Like, okay, I'm just going to go face.
Should he discard another card?
Oh, he discarded Sync first, and then the Dust Up.
Oh, I didn't. I missed the Dust Up. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair. That's an Ashwing.
Here's
That's
the
a
color.
color, yeah.
Yeah, this could be. But I think here's the good thing about Joachim arsenal the Wounded Bull next turn, because he can block 2 cards on the Caloria and still have an attack and still have an arsenal. So he kind of like at least protected himself away. Some, I don't know, like the Ashwings are starting to become a lot.
Yeah.
So it's starting to hurt, but he still has 16 HP. Still has a pretty comfortable life buffer.
Yeah, and I feel like both of them crawled back to a more even game state. So the Top8 created a lot of tempo, but the back-to-back Aether Ice Veins with the chilling really mattered a lot. It just slowed Niklas down just enough for Joachim to crawl back into the game. So he's double blocking.
Yeah.
He's
here he has the channel. Like, this is exactly what Joachim has been looking for. Like, okay, now he has the life buffer. He can just, okay, I'm just going to take all of this.
Yeah.
I'm going to attack you with a Wounded Bull. I'm going to arsenal this channel like Frigid.
Yeah.
And then you're not going to have enough resources to do what you want to do anymore.
Well, I haven't seen a lot of blues of Niklas. I think we saw like 2 sweeping blows, blue, and so there should still be, and he played 1 Ember Moss. He should still have 3 passing mirages, 2 Ember Moss, 1 sweeping blow, and maybe 1 time snap.
Yeah, so he might have a couple of blues coming up, like to help him do something against the channel coming up. But like he's getting close to that range where if he draws a big red hand, the Iceland is just gonna blow you out. Yeah. So it's starting to become pretty rough for him right now. So like you have the board, but you don't have the HP. So
well, if I'm the Icelander right now, I would be feeling confident. I would slowly become believing that I can win this game against a very hard matchup.
Yeah, you can really see that Joachim was like, okay, I have a game plan, and I'm going to stick to it. Like, Thema is enemy number 1. Yeah. Everything else, I'm just going to go face.
Yeah.
And that has put him in a position where he has a lot of HP now. Niklas doesn't have that much HP. Like, we all know what Striders and Winning Moon in late game can do. So Joachim is happy being down just 1 or 2 points.
Yeah, definitely. And if Niklas goes down, well, I do feel like it's much easier for a Dromite to clear out the game because you can just keep your hand, attack with a dragon, and pass.
Yeah.
But now you can't.
Exactly. Now you can't. Like, now this 8 you need to block. You probably need to block like 3 cards. You can't go that low. You don't have enough resources to survive if Joachim has a big attack. So, yeah.
But it does feel stacked, because at this certain instance, you're going to take cards and then you have to channel. You probably don't even play the channel next turn if he doesn't have a form of go again. Because if he puts down like 9 block right now, and he doesn't have the way to give go again.
Yeah, then you just channel is good there. Wait for next to block some, keep attacking. Yeah. Wait for Niklas to take some damage, and as soon as Niklas takes damage, channel like Frigid. Aha, you wasted your tempo you thought you had, and now I have you. So yeah.
Because even if you just keep it in there for the moment, Nicholas takes some damage. You can probably play out the arcane spells in your hand. You could technically also go for something like a cold snap from hand and a waning moon, just to pressure some damage, take some cards, and just bait him into wanting to take the damage, and then you play out the channel.
Yeah, this is like this is the fun thing about the matchup where we talked about a couple of turns ago. Okay, like does the game change with all the dragons? And Joachim was like, nope, the game doesn't change because you're closing in on that 10 HP buffer, like where everything changes.
Yeah.
And you can see Niklas is like, oh, he's valuing his hand, and Joachim is like, oh, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have this channel, so please take some damage, and please keep cards because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and now I'm feeling very comfortable as an Icelander in this instance. I would be scared that he has enough blues, though.
Yeah, and we have that Uvia trigger, so Joachim can like just respond to that trigger.
I don't think it's the same as Genesis. Genesis doesn't create an instance on the stack.
It's in the start. It's not in action phase. That's correct. Okay, so start with sweeping blow. Okay.
And now we will probably see what Joachim is thinking.
Hey Dari, we have Dari in the chat, so thanks for the share. Here comes the channel. Yeah, it's a really good channel. Like I think he drew the other channel, so he might need to pitch it to keep this one alive, but it's still fine.
Yeah.
The game is going to probably over in just a few turns unless Niklas does something huge to keep it around.
Ooh, that's a. I would probably be looking to play that entire hand if I was Joachim going.
Yeah, like.
Oh no, the scar isn't live.
Yeah, but he's gonna take this 3 damage here. He's not gonna block. I think he's gonna go down to 6. Just okay. You can't do anything else. I'm gonna attack you for 11, and keep my channel and.
Ooh, he's pitching he is pitching the sand cover.
Yeah, then he get 2 resources, so he can at least attack with 1 dragon. He can attack with the Caloria to get, and if he gets the Caloria hit, he can do more resources. He can attack 1 more time. So,
but now Joachim has the waning moon of the tunic counter.
He does. So it's a lot of damage. Niklas can go really low here, and it is a bit scary because if Joachim has the correct hand, he can like if he had Emeritus right now, he could just straight out kill him. Especially if he lets. No wait, if there is no, that's the second side cover. Yeah, so Niklas is really going all out on this. Okay, the 2 resources resolves. Here comes the frostbite, and then the channel also resolves. Okay.
Yeah. And there are the 2 resources.
So now Joachim need to think about, okay, so the Caloria is going to attack. What is the plan? How do I survive that? Do I need to block that?
If you attack with the Caloria and it rips a blue off the top, you're very happy if you're Niklas.
Because then you get to attack 3 more times. So it's
that Arsenal has been there for quite a while. I do have a guess about what card that could be. If you keep that card in there for a few turns, it should probably be a prevention effect, right?
Yeah, I think it has to be the second Oasis. We have the second Sun Curries in the pitch right now, so if that is not the second Oasis, he's a really risky spot. Joachim took the 3. Let's see if Niklas wants to go all out. Yeah, he probably wants to just... Okay, I need to get some cards here because...
This is going to get tight.
Yeah.
Like, do you give a card in Tunic? That's the big question.
Yeah, he can give both attacks and then just pitch the channel to... No, wait, he doesn't have...
He doesn't have the corner peak.
Yeah, he doesn't have corner peak. Yeah, and both his red cards blocks for 2. So if he wants to block this, he doesn't keep the channel. So he might need to take this. Who won the first semi-final? It was Jakob on Bravo. So Jakob is waiting in the finals against the winner of this game. But we're also going to have the PTI final in between, so the Blitz event that's going on.
Yeah. And I saw a Prism, I saw a Kasai, maybe a Chain.
No, I think it was 2 Kasai, a Drinta, and a Prism in the semis.
Ooh, okay.
It's what I saw in the semis, and we have to see what's in the finals there. So, okay, here comes the Waning Moon. It's like, before you draw, I want to deal the damage.
Yeah.
Okay, put you at 4.
So he's going to let him draw.
Yeah. Let him draw because you are at 4, and I'm gonna deal 11 against you next time. And if I find an attack, yeah, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
So if he needs to find a blue here, if this is a blue, he can attack 3 times.
That was the Swedish heart of the cards, by the way. Did you see it?
Yeah, I'm telling you, like it's like.
Does it help though?
We'll see. We'll see. He's thinking here.
If he still had the furnace, it would have been really, really, really nice because he could have pitched the 3rd card in. Oh no, you can't pitch into the furnace.
It was a red, so
yeah. And then you just take the tunic. Yeah.
Joachim goes to 1, feeling happy about life.
Ooh, yeah. Joachim was scared. He was very scared. I would be too.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of dragons.
There is a lot of dragons. And if he got that blue, he would have taken his hand and the channel would have been gone.
Yeah.
But now he can do what he wants to do, which is just attack.
Which is win.
Yeah. He's going to put himself, like, if he takes the entire hand and, like, draws into an Emeritus, he's just like, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Because now Niklas is, okay.
Well, he can still technically... no, he's played too much attacks, so there's a good amount of blues still left in Joachim's deck, not a lot of reds.
Yeah, I think he's played out most of his attack at this point. Might be 1 bull left, but I don't think so. There might even be a Scar left. I haven't seen the CNCs. He might not be on the CNC.
Yeah, he might not be playing them. Because if you're Dromai in this matchup, you probably have the Sigils or the Oasis or the Sand cover. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to play the CNCs to pressure the arsenal.
Yeah, and... but now Niklas is in trouble. If he has a sink or something like that in hand right now with the channel on the board, he's going to lose 2 cards to play something like that. Or he has the sigil in hand. It's I can't play that card.
That's rough.
Yeah, it's really rough.
Well, he can do funny shenanigans like pitch 1 for the sigil and then pitch 2 into the... No, you make 2 for the furnace, so that's not a thing.
Yeah, so... We'll see if he's going to have to be able... if he's going to have to give up the... Yeah, here you go. He gives up the furnace here, so... Clear the blocks this one. Joachim is ready for this. He has 7 more coming.
Yeah.
Oh, you can see Niklas is like, oh...
Yeah.
Niklas is sitting on the sigil in hand, like, I don't...
Yeah, this... Is
there
there going to be a fist bump? That's the question.
Yeah,
we do hear some room in the other... We do hear some sounds, but we have a slight delay, I think.
Yeah, there's a slight delay, so he's not happy about this. Not at all. He's going to have to block with 2 cards. Gets stuck on a sigil you can't play.
Yeah.
Knowing that if Joachim finds just whatever attack, whatever, like, he's just dead. So...
I just want to say this game of Joachim just inspired me to try and pick up Icelander because I'm most afraid for the Dromai, but he played this so perfectly. Just always go to the face with the big attacks.
You can see his game plan really, like, you can really see his game plan. You can really see that he's stuck with it. He's like, okay, this is my game plan. I'm not going to change. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
This is my plan. I have 1 enemy, and other than that, I'm just going to go face.
What dragons? They're just illusions.
Yeah, exactly. So...
They're just a bit of Ash, so who cares about Ash?
Exactly. Like most wizards, they get scared about illusions, but this wizard is just like, nope, I don't care. I'm just gonna hit you harder.
So like, I don't know if it's a Dungeons and Dragons term, but this wizard probably has true sight, so she can see through all of the illusions and just... That's a Dungeons and Dragons reference, right? True sight.
Yeah, I think so.
I know it used in some games they call it true sight, where you can just see everything. So I think Joachim has the true sight and just ignore the dragons.
Yeah, you can just see what Niklas is having a hard block here. You need to figure out, like, okay, do I block with 2 cards, or do I block with 1 card and pitch 1 card to sigil, or and also we don't really know what he has in arsenal, so cost you 1.
Oh no, yeah. We know that feeling, right?
Yeah, when you
We've all been on the other side of a channel we didn't see.
Yeah, and then you're just like, okay, I'm gonna do this, and it's like, oh no, I'm not gonna do that either. So, okay, what is the play here?
We don't know the other two cards. They probably block for 6. Like, if you're playing to win, you probably block 6, pass, hope he doesn't have the spell,
Yeah,
and then draw back up to 4 with the sigil in hand, and hope, well, the channel goes away, and then you can maybe get a double sigil, crawl back into this game, but that needs a lot of work.
yeah, there's a lot of ifs in that statement there. So
Like I had a computer course, and that you write code with ifs.
yeah,
This code wouldn't work.
it's a lot of nested ifs in that statement. So yeah, we're not gonna go there. So
No. Yeah, it's a double block. It makes a lot of sense.
There is a 2 block.
Oh,
There's
that's
two
a rake.
blocks. It goes to 1.
Oh, it's a rake and a tome.
Yeah, there's two blocks in that one. So it goes to 1. So Joachim just need to find anything.
Anything.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It can be a frosting. Just you just need a wizard card. You just need to say wizard on the bottom, and he found
we
it.
see
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Nicholas just checking, do you have it? And then he's asking, do you have it? And Joachim is like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Play your cards, man.
Yeah, he just pass to me so I can kill him. Yeah.
I guess it's correct of Joachim to just wait for the final.
Yeah. Nicholas needs to, like, he knows he's dead anyway, so he might as well attack. So
Yeah.
Joachim is just checking, do you have anything? No cards in hand. Do you have any resources? No, you don't. Okay, I guess I kill you then.
Yeah.
And Nicholas knows it. So, yeah.
Good game. Good game by both.
I was really like, Joachim has been Nicholas Kryptonite. Like,
oh wow.
He lost twice this weekend.
Oh yeah.
Joachim in Swiss and then Joachim in the top 8.
Oh, that must suck. We all have our kryptonite players, right?
Sometimes that happens. So
Yeah, I feel like both players played their heart out. They played their game plans perfectly. Nicholas played his game plan. He got a really big turn after playing the Tamai. But Joachim he had the true side. He didn't see the dragons. He only saw the Dromai, and it worked out in the end.
yeah, and the attack lined up. He got them he got them spaced out. He felt like, okay, if I keep arsenal the attacks, I'm gonna keep doing my game plan. Like it didn't stray at all. He never felt forced to pop anything. He never he never got rushed. He just okay, I can take damage because I'm gonna deal more damage.
Yeah.
And when we get to the end, you're gonna die.
And I
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
I feel like I learned a lot for myself because I'm still struggling as an Icelander into the Dromai, and I feel like if you watch this game, you will see how you can win this game. Even because I would have gotten shaken up by the Uvia, but when we're sitting here and just analyzing the Uvia, it wasn't that impactful. He took some damage for the Uvia, but in the end, it doesn't matter. It didn't matter.
He had HP lead still. He's still on 2 HP. He has everything he needs, so it's super fine.
It was a perfectly played game from Joachim, and I think Nicholas played to his best outs, and he put up a very big fight. So
yeah, that was a really good game.
That was a really good game.
Yeah.
And we will be having a small break, and then I think we will be going to the PTI finals.
Yeah.
Do we know what the finals will be?
It's a
Prism versus Kasai. Ooh.
Oh yeah, so Prison Kasai, and we have a PTI Blitz event going on. So we're gonna watch that, and then we're gonna go to the finals where we have Joachim and Jakob. So
stay tuned. We will be back very shortly, and we will also be opening a judge pack.
Oh.
So maybe Joachim will be buying a gold foil wounded bull to celebrate reaching the finals.
You never know. You never know. Okay.
Thank you. See you around.
Thank you. See you.
All right, that was a very short break
Yeah.
because we're ready to go on with the next one.
Yeah, the PTI guys, they've been waiting, like the blitz goes a bit faster, and so
Yeah.
they were like...
They were watching the
jumping
stream.
Yeah.
There was some applause at the end of the last game.
Yeah, it
People
was a
were
really
happy.
good game.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it was a fun one to commentate.
Yeah, well, very exciting finals coming up. But we first have the PTI finals.
Yeah, this is also like we have a PTI on the line here, and we have 2 more players that really want to go. So yeah, this is going to be really fun. I think the players are like shuffling up, just getting everything ready.
So we'll switch to the table.
Yeah, and so we didn't have the Blitz heroes ready because we hadn't really everything wasn't ready for the Blitz, but we still wanted to show you. So we have Albert Schutt on Prism, and we have Italo Molina on Kasai.
Yes.
I watched some games, and Albert is on a really fatigue strategy, like the Aura Prism. Like his plan was like, okay, everybody's gonna bring Chain, and everybody's gonna bring Kasai, and I'm gonna beat up on those people.
Yeah,
and
good guess, I think.
like he's in the final here now, so.
I think Kasai is a pretty dominant hero in Blitz right now. She's very good.
It is. Italo won our local skirmish on Kasai.
Yeah.
And been playing Kasai for a long time. So he's very very versed in the hero.
Yeah.
And
it's a pretty difficult matchup into the auras.
It is. I think the auras is really good here. Like I haven't personally seen this matchup before, so it's going to be really interesting. But I know Albert is a really analytic player, and he usually has he knows why he brings a deck. And I saw him like just beating up Kasai's left, right, and center during the Swiss, and then he has done the same thing in the top 8. So like,
they're calling for a judge. I don't think there's one in the room. I think now we're getting a quick visit here.
Live counter?
Is there a phone on the table?
Yeah, but do we reset it themselves, or?
yeah, they just need to reset the life counters. So our system isn't really set up for just resetting for this game because it's connected to our CC tournament.
Yeah.
So all the tech around is set to that. So they just need to reset the life counters themselves.
And the judges deserve a break every now and then too.
Yeah.
It's hard work.
It's been a long day. The judges has been running around everywhere.
Yeah.
So I think he's on the Iris plan, if I saw correctly.
Okay.
Where you just like big auras.
Big auras, yeah. And also Kasai runs 0 or 1 paupers.
Exactly. So
I'm not sure if Italo is on the Nourishing Emptiness. Some Kasais have switched over to the Gore Belching combo.
Okay, yeah.
I've tried it myself. It's pretty fun. You can swing twice with the swords and then still have a 7 attack for free.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
It does take up another card in your deck, which
It
is
does.
hard in Blitz. There's only 40 cards, so.
Yeah, it is hard to fit everything. Yeah, like you have a small sideboard, but also like you need to plan for the wizards. You usually probably bring a couple of AB. You bring a couple of oases maybe.
Yes.
So like that might be like 4 or 5 slots by itself.
Yeah.
And then you have the 6 equipment and the 30 cards in the deck. Like you have 1 or 2 slots left. So it's hard to take for a deck like Prism that's showing up right here. So.
And it's old Prism too.
Yeah.
Probably with the Luminaris, or did you say Iris?
I think it was on Iris.
Iris,
I think he I saw both Prism out during the Swiss rounds with the same strategy, like the fatigue strategy, but I think Albert is just valuing the extra HP starting HP. I think his plan was like, okay, sure, I can maybe get a dragon or 2, but I think my plan is just to go. Okay, we have our tournament organizer wanting to fix stuff. Oh.
Right. So this is not the second semi-final. So we'll... I'm
going to try to change that.
I'm not sure...
So it says the PTI finals, if we can find where we change that.
I'm just going to see if I can sell some cards to Swedish players.
It's the end of the weekend.
Yeah, so...
If we... I think... Alright, the player... I do see a Luminaris on the field here.
Here we go. Okay, here we go. PTF on. Yeah. So it
Right in
is
time.
Right in
for
time.
the
Okay,
Genesis
here we go.
being played.
Genesis.
And the
So,
Passing Mirage.
yeah, he was the number 1 seed going into this, so like he can decide everything.
Yeah.
He got his double auras, exactly what like he wants to.
That's a crazy start.
It is. So let's see if Italo can change this.
So is our Prism player running the new Prism chess piece?
It looks like it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he is. So it's interesting. I don't know exactly the game plan is here. Like I said, I haven't seen this deck in action before.
Yeah.
I'm not an avid Blitz player, but this is going to be interesting to see what he does here. So
Yeah.
pretty strong 5. This is a really good starting attack from Italo.
And the Outland Skirmish, it produces a copper on hit, which
Yeah.
which Kasai cares about a lot.
Yeah,
so-
you need to get those big blood on hand turns to like power through the defense of Prism here. So
And a lot of players like to let the first Saber hit because you can pump the second one better in the swings and with the Blade Runners. But now turning this into a 5 with a copper on hit also makes it a very relevant on hit.
yeah. Here we go.
We will see the blocks.
Starting with the blocks. The blocks are good. It becomes a 6.
So can you give it go again? Yeah, there's a run through. So this will give the next one +2 and go again for this one. The
Okay.
ward will trigger, so
Yeah.
it actually won't hit.
Yep.
And it's another aura.
There is 3 auras on the field.
Well, it's not as relevant without the Iris. But the Spectral Shield can come in nice to prevent the breakpoints from the Kasai.
Yeah. Oh, he's attacking the Genesis.
Yeah, it's good to get it out of the way. The Genesis can provide so much value.
Yeah. Yeah, the compounding value of Genesis is so high, so you need to get it out of here.
And it sucks for the Kasai player because the Spectre prevents the second attack from resolving. So this means you won't get the copper for having hit the first time. Even though he didn't hit at all this turn, but this can matter in the long game.
It does. We have a lot of armor, so this is mostly just to take a card.
Yeah.
Get a yellow into the pitch so you can start attacking with your auras.
Yeah. And here's a Herald of Erudition, which coming in for 5 and Dominate, I believe. So this will draw 2 cards on hit.
Yeah. So Italo will probably chuck some armor in front of it, and there we go. First armor block out of the way. Here we go. Keeping attacking.
And the Passing Mirage.
The bing, and then the block 1. So take 1.
Block 1, take 1.
Yeah. Yeah, if he can keep swinging for 2 a lot of the time, so he can like reset those boots every turn.
Yeah.
It's going to like help him a lot to survive all the auras on the field. We'll see if he can get some bigger attacks going here.
All right, the Slice and Dice. It's a good setup for a double swing. And he will pitch another Slice and Dice to come in for 3. Without the go again, but we can figure out he's going to give it go again.
He probably will. He has the Minerva from last turn.
Yeah.
So he's coming in for 4. Yeah, Minerva is a really strong card if you can find it early, because if you want to fatigue a Kasai with a Minerva, it is hard.
It is hard.
The extra value, like the extra 1 or 2 damage every turn, and so you kind of need to let it hit. Sometimes you just get Minerva out of here, but at the same time, if you get it hit and they get their blood on hands and the copper, so you get stuck in a pretty hard position where you're like, okay, how do I not give them enough copper but still get Minerva out of here? Because
otherwise it's a permanent buff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we see the blocks coming in.
Here's the run through. And the second saber swing. Let's see if it keeps going face.
Doing the counting, +6.
This is a big one. Here you go. Here's the 8.
And this one is not going into Spectre, so...
No, this one is going face. Here he
Yeah.
has the damage. This is what he needs to push the damage. This is really...
And hitting now would also get rid of the Spectral Shield, which
It
would
would.
save him a ping next turn.
Yeah. And like, get rid of the Spectral Shield, reset the boots.
Get a counter on Minerva, create a copper.
Yeah,
It's,
like
productive.
he's doing what he needs to do here.
Yeah.
If Albert only has 1 hour out and you have the boots ready, you can just block it. You don't even take a damage, and you
Yeah.
can just go into your turn with a full hand and just keep doing this.
Yeah. And Kasai is pretty efficient on a 3-card hand as well.
Yeah.
Because the second swing is free. You don't need as many resources as a Dorinthia for the same turn. Let's see if we'll see some blocks here. I think it's pretty hard to fatigue a Kasai that's just really efficient at swinging the sabers.
Yeah, it is. Oldhim can do it. You needed to take for it, and you needed to like really be efficient with your blocks, but it was possible. Minerva made it really hard though.
Yeah.
Like as early as Minerva as Italy has right now, this is just like the extra value you get every turn. Like it's 2 more damage every turn, and it
Every
really
turn.
adds up.
Yeah.
So that really helps. But Oldhim still could do it. Like like I said, Prism might be able to do it. I haven't really seen the plan for it, so it is hard. And Albert needs to figure out like, okay, how do I block this efficiently? Okay, I just block as efficiently as I can.
Giving away his whole hand.
Yeah, taking 1 damage.
Hoping the
2
Spectral
damage.
Shield.
Yeah. Take 2, ping for 1, yeah.
Yep. And now I think Albert can't even attack with the Passing Mirage because he doesn't have a yellow card.
Oh, he can, but he
Which-
doesn't have go again.
Oh, they're always the...
Yeah, it costs
right.
0 to attack. It's just that the go again is from when you have the yellow in
Right.
Arsenal. So he can attack for 1, but as we said, the boots is there too. Oh, he has the Rouse. The blue Rouse he's probably had with the Gore Belching you were
Yeah,
talking about.
yeah.
Yeah.
The new spicy combo.
Yeah. Yeah, like this is what we're talking about. The boots are really
The
good.
boots for 1. It's a
Yeah.
free block. He'll just get them back
Yeah.
next turn.
Albert need 2 auras for it to matter. Like the first aura doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's almost like when you like there was Oldham's plan against the Prism. Like the first 2 auras doesn't matter because you have the crown and the shield.
Yeah.
And Kasai can do like almost that with the boots. Like the first aura doesn't matter. You need 2 for it to matter.
Yeah. So we see Spoils of War coming out. Every hit will generate 2 copper now, so this is an important turn for Italo.
Especially with Minerva at 1 trick counter.
Yeah.
So if you manage to get a couple of hits in here, get a couple of copper and find his blood over hands, like he can
Oh.
really go off.
Yeah. So is Albert willing to donate his whole hand again?
We'll have to see. Like again, the game plan. We need to figure out what the game plan is here.
Yeah.
Right now, Italy is going up on cards every turn. He's spending about 2 cards, and Albert is spending about 4 cards every turn.
Yeah.
So at this rate, Albert is going down on cards, but at the same time, the second or third cycle might just be blue cards from Italo. So then
Yeah.
the swing might be going back the other way. So
And the cards that Albert has pitched are still good cards that will come back in the second
it
cycle.
is.
And
They work almost no matter.
it might swing.
Yeah, and I think it was a good thing they did with it. Said like only 30 cards. You can never have more than 30 cards. Like you can see a deck like Prism here. If she could add like 32 or 33 cards, that would really help in a matchup like
Yeah.
this. So I think it was good that they decided to just keep it at 30 cards. You cannot put in a bigger deck to just stifle some of the fatigue strategies.
And we see an Oasis coming out.
So how does he plan to pay for it? Yeah, he pays like that. So
Yeah.
what he can do is now he can use his boots depending on how big of an attack Italy is coming on.
Yeah. So the guaranteed go again from the Spoils of War. It's nice now too.
Yeah,
Hit and run.
Hit and run is a good card.
Yep.
Gives you a lot of value on the second swing also. If you don't have to use it for go again, you can instead use it for the value here. It's
Yeah. And if you'd have the gore belching, you could use it for go again on the second weapon, go into the third attack. So 6 attack. I think 1 card in hand for Albert. Oh, 2.
Yeah, 2 cards.
He could still block it all. And the boots.
Yeah. Is the boot, does they break at 6 or do they break higher than 6?
I think at 6.
At 6, so you can't use them here,
You
right?
can't use them, no.
I think that was like what is banked on. That's why you pitched it and do like it did.
Yeah.
So now Albert is like, okay, I lost that 1 point of value,
Yeah.
so what is my game plan instead? And the copper generation is still there, so if you take this hit, you're still going to give away all the copper.
Yeah.
So yeah, and 2 cards. If there's attacks in there, you're gonna push the weapon up to 7. Yeah, and he has to take it.
He will take it.
Yeah, so now the copper generation is starting. Minerva gets a counter.
1 counter. Italo will go to 4 copper, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and he gets rid of the counter on the boots. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can really see that Italo has been thinking about this matchup during the day because he has been playing. Like Albert has been there the entire day. Like he's seen that like on the corner is out. Okay, how does Prison beat me? How does Prison beat me? And he's been like, okay, this is how I beat him
This is
instead.
how,
Yeah. Okay, Fortune Herald. This is a strong card to send back. If he gets the soul, like he can start generating.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Italo is looking towards the blood on her hands turn soon. He's up to 4 copper. If Minerva gets 1 more hit, he gets the blood on her hand. He can correct the courage.
Yeah, so he might want to cash in the courage pretty soon here to...
Yeah, get the value out of it.
Yeah. A courage boots and 1 card and he blocks it fully and it doesn't give the soul.
Yeah.
So that could be the plan, and it still has 3 cards to have a big turn coming back, and just leaks the 1 from the passing. That might be a really good.
Yeah.
Or he decides that he needs cards more than he needs HP, and he says that I take 6 and you gain 1 from the soul, but that's fine. I can just deal more back. I also don't know how much practice Italo has in this matchup.
Yeah.
But. Like I said, he's been thinking about it. He's been had some time to formulate a game plan.
Yeah.
And Italo's a really good blitz player. He's played a lot of Kasai.
It looks like he's going for the block. Still thinking about it.
Yeah, it's a hard block. It's not going to be a lot of them, but there are going to be a few. And do you use the equipment here, or do you wait for it for later on? Like, he can even full block with equipment if you want to, but keep his entire hand, so depending what it has. So there are some options here. Or he just gives 2 cards and just says that it's fine. I don't need that many cards. I can just keep playing my game plan anyway. So
he is pretty far up on life. Taking the 6 would make them even. Albert would be able to swing the passing Mirage, I think.
Oh, yeah, and it looks like he took it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So 1 card going into Prism Soul, and 1 more damage being blocked by the Valiant Dynamos.
Yeah. And this is why you use the Imperium. It's the free value. Like, the chess piece is so many resources.
Yeah.
Like, you can see here, as soon as you hit, just cash it out right away. Like, don't even worry about it. Just
that's a free
get the 2
shield.
Yeah, get the 2 resources straight away. Just cash it in, and you're good to go.
Now let's see if it was worth taking on that damage.
Yeah, let's see what he can come back here with. Just
so an Outland Skirmish. Strong setup. I think he wants to hit on the first one. To maybe
Ace 5.
Pitching the hit and run.
Yeah, it's 6.
It's probably
Yeah.
another source of go again in his hand.
Yeah.
The 6 is difficult because if you block with the Herald, it'll turn into a 7.
Yeah, but he has the Spectral Shield, so he has some protection against the 7.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't really want, like, again, you can't use the boots because there's so many big attacks right now.
Yeah.
It looks really good at going tall enough where the boots doesn't really matter.
I think you hardly ever use the boots here because attack reactions can come in unexpectedly.
Yeah, you can.
So we see one Herald coming in.
Comes a 7. Okay. So what is the plan?
Will there be a defense reaction?
Oh, heavy glint. Oh, it's such a good card here.
Go again
Get
and the card draw.
Yeah, and this is the reason a lot of people don't block the first one because if you give them the glint, it can be
there's a
so
sink.
valuable. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So no hit, but Italo got a card draw out of this, and he can try again on the second swing.
Yeah.
And they're still laughing, even though there's a PTI at stake.
Yeah, they're good friends. They're practice partners. Like most of us play against each other like on almost a weekly basis. And even though Albert isn't living here in Stockholm, he's from Karlstad, which is 2.5, 3 hours away.
Yeah.
But we still play online. We have a community with a lot of the top players, like where we have Discord servers where we talk and discuss and play games. So like, yeah, all of us are good friends and like know each other really well. So it is a high stake game, but it's also a high stake game against a friend.
Amongst friends, yeah.
So there's like you feel sad that you lose, but you're also glad that whoever like wins gets their chance. So
exactly. Right, so 3 on 3, but there's the reactions in the swing. Turns it into a 6. And another one from Italo, maybe. Another in the swing. Making it a 9.
And Minerva gets one more counter.
So he will find the blood on her hands, and I think he makes 2 copper this turn, because the Outland Skirmish was still active there.
Yeah.
So he will go up to 6 copper and a blood on her hands in his arsenal. So that's a big setup for next turn.
This is scary for Albert here. He's down to one or 2 cards in hand. He only have 1 aura on the field.
Yeah.
Italo finds his blood on her hands. He's got the copper. Like you can really see that he's been planning for this matchup.
Yeah. 7 copper actually. The first one didn't hit.
No, the first one didn't hit.
So
yeah, they're discovering.
yeah,
Yeah, so
should
6
be
copper.
6.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think this is gonna hard to survive the blood on her hands turn. Every Herald will pump the attacks. 7 health. You can survive it, but it will leave you with nothing for next turn.
This is a scary time for Prism, but if Albert can come around this upcoming turn,
Yeah.
With enough HP to survive, then it's hard to know how much Italo has left. So
Yeah. We don't have deck lists for these, so we don't know if Albert runs any more defense reactions. Probably another sink in there.
yeah, probably another Sync, probably another Oasis, stuff like that. So yeah, it
That's
might
an
be
easy block.
Yeah.
All right, now
Here we go. This is the turn. Okay, do we cash it in? Do we like our hand? Do we like? No.
no. Okay.
Okay. Did not feel this was the hand to do it.
Yeah.
Just
So
keep
he
pressuring.
has the gore belching in hand, it seems.
Oh, yeah, that's a big turn also. So
Yeah. So the block from the Warmongers. Blade Runner for the go again. Second swing. So if he has a hit and run, he can actually go gore belching for 10 here. That's the spicy combo we were talking about.
It is. Oh, it's the glint for the go
Oh,
again.
the glint, yeah. Yeah. I don't think Albert is expecting what's to come, but
Yeah, so it's like, oh no, why do you have the go again?
he draws a card.
What do you want to do with the go again? So now he needs to think about this.
Is there going to be a nourishing? No. He's going for it. Yeah.
Oh, you can see it on Albert. It's like, oh,
He's
this
surprised.
is spicy.
We're going to see the whole deck turn.
There you go.
It's the second card, actually.
That was the rouse.
Yeah. I thought it was on the bottom, but Italo shuffled after...
yeah, he shuffled on the blood on the hand, so
Yep.
he came up.
So that's a 7. With the second sink coming through.
Yeah.
Rubbing the table for luck, I guess, the Swedish had it.
Heart of the cards. Just
Yeah.
trust that you draw good.
It didn't work for Niklas last game.
No, it didn't. That was...
Sad.
You still need to do it, though.
Yeah.
If you don't, you know you're going to lose it. Like...
Okay, so Albert going down to 3 life. Italo still has the blood on her hands
Yeah.
and 7 copper.
Yeah, a lot of like this. This is a super scary spot to be in.
Yeah.
And like even if you attack, Italo has all the armor in the world. He can just like, yeah, I'm just going to block.
Yeah. And I think it shows Italo's level at the game that he didn't just greedily play the blood on her hands. He's been on Kasai for a long time. He knows you can wait for one more turn if you have another good turn in between.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really good read from Italo. Like, okay, yeah, this is what your plan. I have my own plan, so
Yep.
and just to look at the hand. It's like, okay, no, this hand does damage without the blood on her hands. Just wait for a time where I need the blood on her hands.
Yeah.
You can see him dealing a lot of damage to Albert with that gore belching.
Yes. So now it might be time to throw some equipment on there, I would say. But
Get the value from the equipment.
yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Now you can really see, you can smell the blood.
Yeah.
Coming for 1. Yeah, let's take the 1.
Take the 1.
Okay.
Now will this be the turn?
Well, yeah, we'll see. How does he feel about the turn?
He's not 100% sure. It's not an insta play.
Yeah, he still might be pretty happy just attacking normally and just keep pressuring.
He has a slice and dice and a hidden run.
Yeah.
And what's the third card? Oh, it's a precision press.
Yes, he has the resources.
Oh, a Blade Runner. Well, that's a good turn.
Yeah, like Blade Runner hidden run onto the second one. It's going to be a really big attack again. So.
Yep.
And he might just be like, okay, I'm just not going to do anything until I break, and then as soon as I break, that's when I'm going.
Yeah. And now it's scary for Albert because every attack reaction that pumps for 3 could mean your death here.
No gloves here. Yeah, I think he missed 1 damage. He could have used the gloves here to pump this for 1 more.
The first one didn't hit.
Oh yeah,
You
right.
can only
okay.
trigger
Yeah.
activate the bracers on hit. So there's a fate foreseen, but there's still 5 more damage coming in, I think. And another fate foreseen. Wow. I guess that's the heart of the cards.
It is. Sometimes you just need to trust in yourself.
He's going for it, just extending the turn.
Oh, it does that.
So now he can swing twice for free again with a +1 on it.
Yeah.
Albert with only 1 card in hand.
Oh. This is nice.
There's the fist bump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, 0
Great
card in
finish.
hand. Yeah, no, yeah, Italo, like, such a clinical game from Italo. Yeah, that was
Very strong game.
Yeah, that
And
was
we get the black envelope on the team.
yeah, it's the
Yeah,
beat
so you
there.
can keep on going and just comment on the judges gonna open
He's
the
a-
judge pack.
He's opening the black envelope right in front of us.
Yeah,
Ah.
and then judges are
Or
gonna
is
open
it-
some judge packs before we go. into
Yeah.
the next one.
Oh, right on
Alright.
the air.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
awesome.
opening
Yeah,
the gold
we can see
Alright.
it. Oh yeah, Italo.
Oh, he's happy.
Yeah, it's like you can see all the reps he has, and like
Yeah.
on the fly, just having a game plan against an outside deck, just a deck here to beat Kasai, and
Yeah.
Italy is like, no, it doesn't matter. I'm the Kasai player. I
Yeah.
understand this deck more than any other outside deck can do. So
Yeah.
that was really cool.
So do you know what's in the envelope? Is it a common or rare or a
I think it's I think it's like when you for the Pro Quest, so it common, rare, or majestic.
all right?
I don't think it's a legendary, but I'm
Yeah.
not 100% sure. But it also has these PTIs they can use for worlds also, so I think he's
Yeah.
super happy.
All right. They're cleaning up the playmats, so we get the best view of what's inside this envelope.
Yeah.
Albert is not sticking around for this.
No, it's too hard to see. Like, sure,
Oh,
you're
it's
friends, but
pretty
at the same
painful.
time, like, don't rub it in.
Right.
Here we go. Here we go. Okay, which way is it? Trying to figure that out.
It's a 9+.
Yeah,
Oh.
like it should be. Okay, let's
Let's
see.
Oh.
Talisman Lens.
All right.
That's a nice one.
That's a
nice
good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice. Well, congratulations to Italo. We're gonna keep watching the table here because, as you can see, Henrik, our tournament organizer, on the left cam, just arrived with a judge pack.
And apparently I'm here now.
Wow, a transformation.
Yeah. One Swede for another.
So Henrik is trying to steal Italo's thunder a little bit.
And also his card, it seems like,
Yeah.
because he swiped it towards him. I think we're gonna see all three judges opening
All
their packs
three.
now, yeah.
Wow, this is exciting. So here's the pack. I think you should put on gloves.
Nah,
No,
too ambitious.
Don't.
Yeah,
point the
he's
card.
gonna butcher that pack good before opening it.
All right,
Okay.
and
How many cards are in a
just
judge
one.
pack?
Just one.
Just one?
It's a wounded bull.
It's a wounded bull.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think Joachim will buy it.
Yeah, probably. He blinks out everything.
Yeah.
So
Oh, we're going back to back.
okay.
No pause. Let's go.
UL does a little bit of a
And
Henrik
Henrik
is-
showing off the wounded bull.
yeah. What's up with these packs? Are they this hard to open?
It's hard to open a pack with just one card in it.
Yeah.
It's so flexible.
Okay,
Just
it's open.
all right. Very careful.
Yeah, UL has already opened Marvel Levia earlier. Yeah,
yeah.
during this weekend. So let's see if there's
It's
more
like-
money.
Oh, the
yeah.
judge hammer.
Yep.
I mean, it's a beautiful card.
Yeah.
You can't play it except in UPF.
Of course, you can play it in UPF.
Yeah. UPF is a real format.
UL has built a judge deck, so
Oh,
it's hilarious. He plays everything that like says you can't do this, and he was really happy about censor.
Whoa, the Arclight
hello.
Sentinel. Wow.
Yeah, our head judge goes away with an arc light.
In the cold foil. That's a
Yeah,
beautiful card.
yeah, it's insane. Very cool.
Wow.
We are gonna take a super quick break. We can jump back to us, I guess. I'm not Tobias, but that's fine. And then we go to the final,
The big final.
the
Yeah.
big final. And after that, we are gonna thank everyone for watching. Try to wrap up kind of quickly, unfortunately, because
Yeah.
we're on a tight schedule to start tearing down all the stream tech and
Yeah.
let the people at Dragonslayer go home.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if we'll be back here, so I
Yeah.
just want to thank everyone for watching too. We had a fun time casting. I hope you had a fun time watching.
Yeah,
And
I
I-
think it's gonna be Tobias and Giovanni, right? That's the
Yeah.
last one. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
our resident Icelander experts.
exactly.
So yeah, enjoy
Yeah.
the finals.
welcome back.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Yeah.
I was looking forward to this one.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good one. We have two players that have played so much good Flesh and Blood.
So insane. Jacob clean the entire day yesterday. Today he had very clean games as well. I think he was scared in the Briar game because if there would have been a second channel, it could have been a much worse matchup. But yeah, so clean, and Joachim just showing us how to play Dromai, into Dromai.
Yeah, Joachim's game against the Droma is so good. Like, let's see at least plan over here. We have the deck list in front of us. We can look at Jakob here. He has 2 pummels.
Only 2.
Yeah, it's a pretty key card to push damage.
Yeah.
He's got 2 of them. He's got 2 Sigil of Solace. It's also a key card to, like, okay, you fake the pummels and you Sigil instead, or like turn 0, stuff like that.
And it's key into the Icelander because you generally calculate the lethal of the cards in the hand and not the card in the arsenal. So if there's a Sigil in the arsenal, you cannot go.
Yeah, so that is kind of the thing. He everything else is standard. He has the tunic, he has AB2. Like you've seen him on stream before if you follow the stream. So it's a really good game.
And just looking, he does have 7 auras. I don't think he will be playing everything. He does have a Grandeur as well, which I think he brought in only for Bravo. I was at dinner with Jacob and he said, yeah, I only run it for Bravo. So.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That checks out. Like, you needed some kind of pressure there. So, yeah, and Joachim, super standard Bullander, we've seen him play a lot, so.
Yeah. And with the Swedish 5 defense reactions, which can help into this matchup. Let's see if he follows the same game plan as Erica, boarding in 5 to dig. Oh no, that's against Briar, of course.
Yeah.
It's been a long 2 days.
It's been a long 2 days.
So he will probably be running the 5 into Bravo.
Yeah, he might do that. Just it's good to survive. Bravo is always hard for Icelander because you can't really decide how the game goes.
Yeah.
If Bravo goes super aggressive, you need to follow along. If Bravo goes defensive and tries to semi-fatigue you, you need to stop, get a couple of hexes out, because if you block with your hexes early and they see that, then just go, okay, I'm just going to block everything.
Yeah.
Then you can run out of damage.
So it's very much on the Bravo game plan. Bravo decides the tempo, the game we're going to play.
It really feels like that. It really feels like the Bravo is the one that decides these games, pushes the tempo, decides this is how we're gonna play this.
Yeah.
And the Icelander has a good game plan into both versions of it.
Yeah.
But the Icelander is forced to read it and forced to react to it. So
yeah, and it will be interesting because we've seen Jacob yesterday against Erica, which was a very tight game. I was talking to him later, and he generally does the crippling crush dominate, but he only does it when he has the tunic up. So we'll be looking at especially the tunic turns for Jacob will be quite scary. I feel like because that's when he wants to do stuff. Because then you cannot disrupt him because he can just use the tunic and pay for the frostbite and still do what he wanted to do. I feel he'll play more reserved in the non-tunic turns and set up those big tunic turns, or I will just go for the rouse into Anatos or the Zealous into Anatos, which they give me nightmares, to be honest.
They do, and we've seen, we know how Jacob plays by this point. He's super analytical. He calculates the resources every time. He always knows what to do if he gets 1 frostbite, if he gets 2 frostbites, channel comes out. He always have a plan. He always have the backup plan, and he always is ready. It is a really good player. He really has a good game plan.
And if I'm looking at all the Icelanders we saw on stream, Jacob's he's been playing so well. He chose the right matchups, the right approach. And if I feel like if there's a solid contender for Jacob, it will be Joachim.
Yeah, Joachim has played lights out this weekend. Icelander is a hard hero. You need to play really tight every game, every matchup. And Joachim has been just super focused.
Yeah, super focused.
Super ready, and just never made a mistake. And
and even when we're watching and we're talking to him, I went up to him. I was like, "Damn, that was a very clean game. You stuck to the game plan." He was like, "No, I missed 3 tunics." That's the kind of player Joachim is. He's always looking for ways to improve, and I think Jacob is the same. And that's why they're on this high level. Even if we feel like they are playing perfectly, they didn't feel like they were playing perfectly. They see the tiny mistakes and they zoom in on them. And the next time they're playing, I'm sure Jacob will not be missing. Joachim will not be missing a tunic. Probably. Or he's tired or too pumped. But
it's been long days for these guys. Like like I said to Joachim before, like that. Oh, you have some time for it because we have the PTI finals in between. He was like, I just want to play. I'm here to play. He didn't want to break. He just wanted to go. Like, but he's been here a long time.
Yeah.
Played a couple of really good games. He like, but Joachim is also a grinder. I saw him out in the main hall playing some Blitz.
Really
games.
now?
Like, yeah, he plays some Kena games into random players. Like,
yeah, and that's what I like about Sweden and Dragon Slayer. There's just such a good vibe. Even the PTI event, there were just loads and loads of people sticking around, playing the game, having fun. And now there's like 2 draft pots going on. People just really love this game, want to play it.
Yeah, they're out there in the hall just drafting and just having a fun time, just watching the stream. We have the stream on the big screen out there. So yeah, the players are getting into it now. So.
Yeah, let's swap. Let's see. I think Jacob is first seed, so he gets to decide.
Yeah.
Puts down the Anatos. And I also really liked the Crater Fist from Jacob, because they will be attacking and just getting the 3 block. I think it's a smart call.
Yeah, like the Creative Fist is good enough that you don't have to waste 1 slot on the Nullrun gloves. Like you still get here we have what he wants to see. You've got the sigil turn 0.
That's so annoying.
Yeah.
But to be honest, like in the last game I said the same. Seeing 1 sigil, you're happy because you only have to calculate for 1 more sigil.
Exactly.
Because it's open deck list, Joachim knows there are 2. This is 1. If the second's gone, you're free to go on the arsenal. You don't have to take care. You don't have to calculate the sigil anymore.
Yeah, it's good. Like but yeah, it's still like that is free value. It's free resources. So now Joachim has some work to do here.
Yeah, and I think the players are just in the game. So Jakob should be at 43.
Yeah. They will, as soon as one of them takes damage, they're gonna see it, fix it. So
because they write it down and the pets are official.
Yeah. They have the life pads officials. We have our head judges standing right there, so everything is correct.
If I'm looking to open the turn as an Icelander on the second turn, I would love to have an Aether Ice Vein.
It's perfect. You get the Ice Vein. You get 1 or 2 cards. You can moon if he doesn't have any resources floating. You get a lot of pressure, some damage. Like you're getting what you need here.
You probably get 1 card. You just pitch 1 and take 2. If you're Jacob.
But also, if Jacob does that, then he can moon and deal 2 more damage. You get a lot of damage in here. So. Yeah, and if you take 2 cards, you're also super happy because a 2-card Jacob is not as scary. So
that's true. It will probably be just an Anatos for 4 or something like that.
Yeah, it might be.
And one of the interesting things, and it's a point of contention, Joachim is running the Crown of Providence instead of the Coronet Peak.
Yeah, I think he likes that. Like when the CNC comes, he can just cycle it out.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. He doesn't rely that much on the channel if Frigid in the death matchup because the channel, like a lot of the time, Jacob can just play through the channel or doesn't worry about it because you just attack once and then what do you do with the channel? So if you have the Crown of Providence, like why not use it to protect yourself against some of the attacks where like if there is a CNC and you don't really want to block it and you're just like, here you have the Crown. I'm just gonna cycle my card if there is a red card in there. So
yeah. It makes sense, and I thought like Michael Hamilton brought the Crown especially for Oldhim. Now Bravo is the Oldhim of this meta.
Yeah.
And if you look at the last Oldhim, it was just Bravo but better in Oldhim.
Exactly.
And now Bravo is like the Oldhim, so they call them Borvo.
Yeah.
But so it's not a strange thing. It's just a different thing than what Erica's doing, and both make sense. And I think it's a point of preference because both are 2 blocks. You have the effects, which can be very nice with the Crown of Providence, or just being able to pitch away. Like turn 0, you might actually play Crown to cycle your own hand. Coronet Peak, I mean.
Yeah. Here's the thing, like this is exactly what Joachim is looking for. Like, okay, yeah, you go all out attacking me. I'm gonna deal a lot of damage back to you.
Yeah, so he's dealing 6.
If he wants to, if you want to commit 1 more card to it, he could.
Yeah. He doesn't have to tune a counter
No,
yet.
it's too early yet, but yeah, so we'll see how much he blocks, what he values his hand. It looks like he might have an Ice Vein, so he might just want to do it again.
Yeah. Makes sense. And I feel like if this is going to be the tempo matchup as a Icelander, you want to attack on both turn cycles. Because we were talking about Erica's game and the very technical, do you Arsenal the red Aether Ice Vein or no? And I feel like this kind of game plan where you get to attack on both turn cycles if the Bravo's on aggro and you're doing this, it just feels very nice. Because he's coming in for 5 and the next turn he'll come in for 4 Alpha Blue with the Aether Hill. So you're trading cards. This is 9, but the Spinal Crusher's 9. And if you're trading cards and you get the Disrupt them once or they brick on the hand and get 3 reds, you're feeling very good if you're the Icelander, because then you creep closer to life parity.
Yeah, definitely. And here you can see when Joachim is pitching the channel, because like he doesn't value the channel in this matchup. Like he's on the Providence, he's on the aggressive plan. He can just cycle his Arsenal when he needs to, and he feels really good. Like, okay, I'm just trading damage with you, and as long as we trade damage, you only have AB2. So I'm gonna win the late game if we get there, because you're only on AB2. So
and you can dominate, but I'll just kill you.
Yeah, exactly. So
well, you can dominate and then you attack and then I kill you.
Exactly. Yeah. So
that's the second sigil in his hand.
And I think he has 2 red in hand, so this might be a lot of damage coming Jacob's way.
And I do think he wants to protect the life total, but it's really hard if you're off 3 reds and it is a red Aether Ice Vein.
It is. You kind of need to do something about it, but he also sees that heal going into the Arsenal, so he knows there's 5 more damage coming next cycle. So like this is a 10 damage turn cycle for Joachim. That takes cards, which is like
this is probably one of the better turn cycles you can have into the Bravo. I feel like,
and especially when you caught him on a red hand, so he needs to
discard the Spinal.
Yeah.
So that's one less Spinal you need to worry about. And let's see what Jacob does in return. I wouldn't feel very good about playing out the sigil. Yeah, this makes sense.
And he knows the Aether Hill is coming here, so he just like, okay, I'm just gonna trade damage as much as possible, try to keep you low enough so that I can put you in a position where I can kill you later on. So,
and like I feel like most people see CNC as destroy Arsenal, and if you can just clear out their Arsenal, it's like, then it doesn't matter, but it still does the 6 damage, and that's a big number.
Yeah, it's still 6 damage. It's still pretty effective. You have the 1 resource floating. You have the tunic if you want it, so you can prevent some of the swing back. It feels pretty good here.
Yeah, definitely, and
especially like Joachim doesn't really have the option of like, okay, I just want to block out, because if he tunics and pummels you, you're like, then he needs it. So he needs to commit this early. Now Jakob needs to figure out, does he want to block the 1 or the 2? Yeah, he just takes the 1.
Yeah. And keep the tunic up. So he can go into maybe dominating a crippling crush if he finds it. And now he can also always create the threat of the pummel.
Exactly.
Because now he's going to Arsenal the card which he threatened to be the pummel. And every turn cycle for Joachim, it's going to be, was it the pummel?
Yeah, what is it? What does he have down there? So yeah, it's pretty good from Jacob. Like, don't give him information you don't have to give him.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter when you play it. So if you don't have to play it now, you just play it later on. Just don't give out the information.
Now, it was a very good turn cycle for Joachim, because the difference is just 4. And if you're an Icelander, and this is like, I think this will be turn 3 we're going into. This will be the first tunic. You're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, this is exactly what you wanted to do. Like, you're staying where you want to be. Like, the life total hasn't changed really. You still have the cards you need.
But this can be an awkward hand. No, it's not. I see what the card in hand is. It's an E-Strike. So it's probably E-Strike draw, depending on what he has in his hand.
Yeah, a lot of players do that. Like last game we saw Joachim favor the +2, because I think he doesn't like the randomness of the draw. He just take the guaranteed 2 value instead. So that is like a bit how your game plan is. We saw him do this last round.
Yeah, that's true.
Where he's like, okay, no, I don't care about the draw. I just want the value right now, right here.
I do feel like he's bringing this like the same mentality as against Jomai, where he values the big attacks highly. So he will be looking to play out those big attacks at all costs. So even like giving up the arsenal for the E-Strike. If it was 5 and he drew like a blue spell like the Aetherhill, which we just saw, the odds are low he's going to get another one. Maybe a Frostbolt or an Ice Bolt would be nice, but I think this is the play. Yeah, you take 2 cards, he takes 1 damage. You probably can expect just a Anatos back.
Yeah, but he also have some cards like getting a Frost, there are some cards like a Channel doesn't help you here, like a Warmongers doesn't help you here. If he finds an expensive card, like there are some cards he doesn't want to arsenal, so he's like, I don't want to take the risk, I just wanted to value here right away.
So he's going for the Dominate to go for 6 on the Anatos, which is a smart play because I didn't actually see, but you can activate Bravo as many times as you want, and now you, because he doesn't have the size, the tectonic plating, he cannot go like create a seismic surge and with the pitch and then pitch for 3 again to make the Anatos bigger. So he just goes Bravo into pay for the Anatos.
Yeah, that's the one downfall with the Tunic is that it's harder to activate the Anatos, but with Joachim not on Arsenal, it's pretty safe to just Bravo into a hammer just to get that 6. And
if he's blocking with an attack, I would bet he has an attack.
Yeah, an attack or an Ice Vein is like probably super
I see a Wounded Bull in hand.
Oh, he has a bull in hand. Yeah.
Because most generally you don't want to block with the attacks because they're better attacking than defending. Like it sounds really stupid, but that's like if you're getting into Flesh and Blood and you want to learn how to block and how to attack, just calculate the value. Like a Wounded Bull is 2 on block, it's 8 on attack.
Yeah, exactly.
You never block with it for 2 unless you have to. And the same with the Fighting Spirit. It's 3 on block, 8 on attack if you're lower.
Yeah,
so that's the better card to block out with, and now you can get to attack with 8 instead of blocking for 2, and that's what you want to do, and that's the value game Icelander brings to the table.
Yeah, the deck really shines when you look at those numbers and you learn like the math around it, and you just like realize that okay, what I do is so much more efficient than anybody else.
Yeah.
And then I also have the threat of like coming from Arsenal, like disrupting their turn. So, like turn to turn, I'm more efficient, but I'm also disrupting you. So that you can really see like that is the power of the Icelander, and in this meta where Lexi has been struggling, especially here in Sweden. We've seen this weekend that Lexi didn't really get there, and so then Icelander is like, it's a pretty good game. It's a pretty good field for Icelander when you don't have that many Lexis in there.
Yeah, because that can be a scary matchup. I do think like Warmongers helps because you don't get the Tunic, but you still can get blown out. And as Lexi, you lose when they chain the channels. Then there's pretty much nothing you can do. But my personal strategy is building a big arrow into the channel turns. So going for a premeditate for 1, loading an arrow, giving it +1, making a 9 arrow, and then it's very annoying for Icelander. Like you shouldn't be attacking for 9 because that's 2 arrows. You can't pay for 2 arrows. And I'm like, I'll just make 1 big arrow.
Yeah.
And that works really well. But and that makes it a harder matchup. But you do need to run the pumps, for example.
Yeah, you do. So let's see if Jacob is just gonna cash in the gloves here just to make sure you use them, because there's been a couple of attacks. You don't know how many more attacks there's gonna come. So get the value as soon as you can. It looked like he might be on a pummel, so he might want to capitalize on just try to get some damage through here. He has the Tunic up, so he has some protection there.
And he put it in front and took it back just to make sure that this was the correct play.
Yeah, just double check every time. You can see like he never does anything Haste did. Like he always like, okay, I want to do this. Am I sure I want to do this? And then he checks a 3rd time and then he does it. So yeah, it's but this should also be a pretty good read for Joachim, that something is up here. Like you don't get this many cards unless you want to do something about it. So and
this play pattern has caught me off guard a few times, because you're like, it's just an Anatos for 4. I'll just block for 3, and then you take 7.
Yeah,
it's like that's not fair.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and although it's not the discard, the damage really matters. And
it is like I've been talking to some Bravo players, and like when they ask me like, okay, what do you think about Pummel against you when you play Icelander? And I was like, yeah, Pummel Anatos is really good in this matchup, because like if I take damage, I can do what I want to do. Yeah. So like Pamela is like now he's getting up there with efficiency like the Icelander has. Like that is one of the most efficiently played. And Icelander is all about the numbers. It's not about the disruption because Icelander can survive that. It is about the numbers here. So.
And if you're Joachim, you're probably he knows what's up. So he's thinking about, can I take 7? Can I take 4? Do I take everything? And he's taking everything. That's a big hit.
Yeah. He knew what was coming, so he was just like, okay,
He doesn't look surprised. He doesn't look phased.
No.
He's
No,
like,
no,
yeah,
no.
makes sense.
He's seen this before.
Yeah.
There's nothing new under the sun here, so he's just looking at, okay, do you have a second pummel or not?
Ooh, that would be really scary.
Yeah, it does. It looks like he has the Rouse. They can Arsenal now, so I think it was a pretty interesting play. Like, if he can find one more time where you go Rouse Hammer, that's how you get pressure. But also Joachim might read at this and go like, yeah, I got an Ice Vein. I got something else to come back at you, so you're not going to get 2 big turns in a row. So
I would be most happy if I go Scar into big attack in what he did.
Exactly, yeah. Let's see what his plan is here.
It's E-Strike.
Strike. He can, so it's 5 damage here, and he still have the cards to do something.
E-Strike into big attack is also really nice. That's 12 points of damage you're pressuring.
It is. It is a lot of pressure here. So he's like, okay, you sure?
And having seen Jacob play, he will probably be blocking at least 1 card on this E-Strike. It doesn't feel like he values his life total a lot.
No, yeah, but he has he has the second pummel and a crippling here, so this is a pretty awkward hand. Like, this is the type of hand where he tried to find the pressure with the Rouse, but then he draw like red cards and cards that aren't super good with Rouse. So now we need to figure out, okay, how do we get out of this without taking that much damage? Sure, he has a 14 HP lead, so he has some kind of buffer left, and he might value the tempo more than HP.
Oh, he's just cashing in the Greater Fist.
Exactly.
So he is valuing tempo.
And he also, like, if there is an Ice Vein or something like that coming up, like, you need to survive that, so... here comes the ball. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah. So now we need to figure this out, like...
I would... this is a tough call for Jacob, I feel, because it's a very heads-up play for Joachim. He got the read of the E-Strike, because he's not... if he's only putting on the Creative Fist, you're like, he's protecting some life, but he wants to keep his hand. So that reinforces the line you chose with the Wounded Bull, where you're like, I want to see cards.
Yeah,
and if he doesn't give cards, we're back to life parity. And
we are, but at the same time, Jacob's hand is pretty interesting. Like, he can Rouse, show the crippling and 1 more card.
Yeah.
And then he has the pummel.
Yeah.
So you can pummel the Rouse and then Arsenal the crippling. And all of a sudden, Joachim might take a lot of damage, lose a card he didn't plan on.
Yeah.
So
how is it into Frostbite?
He has the tuning up, so he has some kind of play around it. I don't think that play goes for the hammer. I think it mostly go for the pummel and like the surprise. I take a card from you. And he might try to like trick him into taking some there. But we'll see what the plan is here.
That would feel like a pivot for Jacob into a very aggressive game plan, because he's been playing very tight, very controlled. And
you see him going like, okay, he values this hand. He feels like he
and
can
it
do
makes
something
sense
with his hand.
Yeah, I think he's going for the play, and I'm not on the level of Bravo of Jacob, because he's in the finals of your Swedish National. So if he's choosing this line, I feel like this is the good line.
It probably is the correct line if he decides that is it. So.
And definitely, if he has the more controlling, slow style of play, and he chooses to go for the Rouse at this juncture,
here we go. Yeah, and here so this looks like, okay, so you're going to hammer me, Arsenal that crippling, but then all of a sudden, so you might block 1 or 2 cards, and if you do, and then pummel comes in, you're gonna lose a lot of HP and still lose a card. So we'll see if Joachim is just okay, chill out, don't do anything stupid, just figure out what's happening.
Like one of the best cards in this instance actually is the Blizzard, if he runs them.
Yeah.
because you can just Blizzard the Rouse and then he gets 2 Frostbites and that locks Jacob out of his tempo play.
I think most players are not on it because if you get caught on it, it can be really rough. But yeah, if you have it, it is really good in this type of play.
So he does gain the 1 life, but in the end it doesn't really matter. No, well, not at this point because we know what can happen, and yeah, so it's the waning moon. This does give some information to Joachim.
It does. Like if he doesn't block this, like, but at the same time he might think that okay, you have 1 more red or blue, you might just need to pitch both of them to hammer me. Yeah. So Jakob needs to decide how much damage he's willing to take and how much he values his. Because if he gets the pummel and an Arsenal crippling, he might be. It's going to be hard for Joachim to like survive that. So Joachim has 4 cards, so he might just be able to survive a pummel and still have a turn.
Okay, so
now it's up to the block. Like how much does it need to block this? What does he think is going to happen? He might also read the pummel and just go like, okay, I'm not going to block here because I'm going to lose a card, and if I lose a card, I can still have a turn.
Yeah.
Because
and force him down to the wire of like.
Exactly.
I'm not sure what Joachim has in hand, but if he has a arcane spell, he can play it out in his own turn, arsenal a card, and look for the Meritus. Maybe there's a Meritus Scolding, and then you. And this is probably the point what we were talking about in the Draw My game. Like, are you going to play not to lose in this hand, or are you going to play to win? And that's the call Joachim is going to make right now. Like, am I going to set up a win, or am I going to protect my life total and find like the other window to go and win? I saw.
Yeah, the healer. He has some armor also, so he can always block with armor without worrying about just insta dying from the pummel. So there is some counterplay, just some protection. Just throw the equipment out there, wait and see.
So looking at his hand, it's a Brain Freeze, a Ice Bolt, a Cold Snap, I thought.
Yeah, I think it might be an Ice Vein also. So it might be like, but here's the thing is, if he blocks here, and then the pummel comes, he might be like, okay, I have 2 cards. What do I do with those 2 cards? And that might be like one of the ways Jacob can really steal this game out of Joachim.
Yeah, and I feel like this is one of those positions where if you're in the seat of Joachim, you're probably going like, what blows me out this game?
Exactly, and here you can see
what's going to kill me?
He's like, okay, jam. The pummel is the way I lose this game. Yeah. And if that is the game, like, just don't lose to that. So now Jakob needs to decide, do I do the pummel, or do I go for the 6 damage and deal as much damage as possible?
What would you do?
It's really hard because if you pummel here, he's still on a 3-card hand, so you're probably in a pretty bad spot. So
and you're dealing 5 and then 6, so you're going to push him to 1.
Yeah.
If he does nothing and he values his hand.
You can see Jakob was really hoping for the block here, so to blow Joachim out of the but.
I think it was a good read of Joachim just to put in the crown.
Yeah,
maybe put in the Iron Rod just to protect 1 life, but it does help with the final breakpoint on something. So like if it's 8, which is a normal number if you're Bravo, you can put in the Tunic and the Iron Rod.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a tense moment. You've seen both players know this is where we decide who's going to get the tempo this game.
Yeah, you can see that this turn was like, okay, this is the turn we need to figure out.
Yeah.
Jakob,
we need to take the time.
Yeah. What is the correct play? Is it the pummel or is it the hammer? Like 4 damage on a card or 6 damage? Like how do I win this and how do I lose this?
So like if you go for the pummel, it makes it 11. You deal 9.
You deal 9, you take a card, but he still has 3 cards, so you can still do whatever he wants and get an arsenal. So you are pretty afraid of that. Like you took the damage from the Ice Vein, from the moon. So you wanted to do something, but and he takes the pummel route.
Okay. Yeah. I do feel this pressures the life total less.
It
now
does.
He goes down to 3. I believe
it's 2 less damage, but you pressure the hand a bit more. So
But if you're playing around he doesn't have the Ice Vein, I think. If you play around the Ice Vein, going down to 3 doesn't matter because you can still Ice Vein. And so I think Jacob believes that Joachim doesn't have the Ice Vein, because then the hammer play would be better.
Yeah, it probably. There goes
Like, this is a very, very, very tight spot. I wouldn't want to be Jacob. Having to make this call between these two plays.
It's a super hard call, but Jacob has probably thought about all the angles and decided this was still the play. It was still a better play, and like Joachim is on 3 and he has a crippling in Arsenal. So unless there is something really nasty here, he can still do his thing.
Yeah, this looks like it will be a 2-turn game. So it will, unless Jacob decides to fully block out this Wounded Bull, we probably will see a deciding next turn.
Yeah, so here you go. That crippling Arsenal, can he afford to play it, or is he stuck? We can see him playing on the Grandor here, which is at this point can be a problem.
Yeah,
because you can't block with it, and it doesn't
does
get
he
down
have the
until
Grandor?
6. Yeah,
you see it in hand?
We saw it.
Oh.
So it looks like he decided to put it in for this matchup.
It's an extra blue. That makes sense.
It is an extra blue, but in this specific position, like, you can't block with it, and
Yeah.
that means you have to pitch it. And if you pitch it to Anatos, it only goes to 4 no matter what you do.
Yeah.
And those two extra damage is a lot, because Joachim can just block with 1 card, give him the Iron Rot, and then he can keep everything else. So
yeah, and knowing the game state now, I feel the hammer would have been better.
yeah, it is hard to make that read, but like, especially when Joachim kept his hand, you might felt like, okay, I just need to push damage then, because I cannot pressure your hand, I cannot trick you into blocking and then steal the 3rd card. So
it was the same like with the E strike into the Wounded Bull. We also said, like, it's a face-up play for Joachim to attack, because Jacob wants to keep the hand, and it's the same way around for this situation where Jacob was like, you're varying your hand, so it might be a Scar into a big attack and then you Arsenal, because that's what Erica did to push Jacob low. So he was probably thinking about, how do I lose? I lose to a Scar into a big attack. So I need to take 1 card. And in this situation, there's no Scar, but you still have to deal with the big attack.
it does, and so Jacob need to figure out, okay, how much can I block? How much tempo do I lose if I just swing for 4? Do I block for 9 here and then just swing for 4? But if I swing, like, what is my outs? How do I play? But at the same time, like, the Tunic is up, Joachim is getting an Arsenal. And with that Arsenal, he can deal a lot of damage if you go down to 0 resources. So
and this is the situation you want to be in with as Icelander, where you present the big attack, take the cards, and then you can attack on their turn cycle, and then they need to pitch cards away to keep the life total up, and then you're disrupting them on both turn cycles as well. So if we're not sure, wait, maybe it's a Frostbolt, Ice Bolt.
I have no idea what is in his hand. So
I think he had a damage spell. So if it is a damage spell, he will force Jacob to take some damage in the turn. So he will probably not be doing anything. I think he might actually, if he blocks 9, he'll just pass. He won't hammer.
Probably.
And say, you want to play Arsenal? Fine. I still have a blue.
Yeah. It's really tense. You can really see it in Jacob. Like, so many thoughts. The analytic brain is just going full swing right now.
Yeah. So I feel like Jacob is going to choose the play to win line as well. That does mean he goes to 5.
It does. It's a bit scary. It looks like he's holding 2 cards now, but again, double check. Okay, what is the odds of you drawing good cards? Like, okay, how many Ice Vein have you played? What can you Arsenal? How many scary cards have you left to Arsenal? Like, he needs to think about all of that stuff. Like,
he looked at the graveyard and he counted and he saw only the 1 Ice Bolt. So that's the card he's afraid of, because that's 3, and then the Waning Moon is 2. That's 6 with the Tunic up. So that's a pretty heads-up play for Jacob.
Yeah.
Acknowledging that if he does 6, I might get in trouble. And I don't think we've seen any Emeritus Scoldings yet.
No, I think it again is lined up pretty well for Joachim. He's just spacing out his attacks,
Yeah.
keeping Jacob off on the back foot. So
Yeah, these are the hard calls.
yeah,
And we've seen the two sigils from Jacob, right? Oh, he goes for the 6 block.
yeah, blocking 6.
That makes sense.
two.
Going down to 8, you're
Yeah.
out of kill range with just the arsenal.
Yeah, now he has some kind of buffer left. Let's see what type of swing back he can get going here.
I feel like you go for the hammer.
Yeah, you probably have to swing for 4 at least, and then just let's see if he okay, tunic. Let's see if he gets disrupted or not. And Joachim has what?
I think it's a Warmongers on the top. It's an Insidious Chill, but we don't know the magical Arsenal card.
Yeah, because if there is no ice card here, then Jacob can just send the crippling naked and just get tempo back. But Joachim also, if like just a single card is slows him down. So now it's Joachim's turn to think like, okay, what can he have? Why is he doing that? What does he want with that resource?
It's at least 2 Insidious. I think I saw 2 Insidious Chills, and that's the
there's
Frostbolt.
Oh, it's a lot of damage, and it's a lot of, and it still has the disruption. So now Jakob needs to really figure out what do we want to do about this.
I would still be feeling pretty good if I was Joachim. Now I'm asking him the questions like, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
And this is what we're talking about. He took cards off the Wounded Bull, and now he's taking cards with the Ice Bolt. He might take cards, but he probably will take cards. He's paying 2. Taking 1, going down to 7. 7 is the magic number. So
And we
Jacob
have
can
the-
never go all out anymore. Just pitch his entire hand to do something.
Here we have the Waning Moon. 3 more damage coming. Jacob is really getting pressure here, because if he prevents too much, he's gonna have a hard time even attacking at all. And if he doesn't attack, then Joachim can do whatever he wants with his 3 cards that are left.
So I see a Ice Eternal, a Warmongers Diplomacy, and a Insidious Chill. So that's not the best card.
Just AB1s. Yeah.
And if he hammers, that's the correct play.
Yeah, so now he has got the 1 resource. He needs to pitch to the hammer. He gets the Grandrock trigger. Coming for 4. This is the thing. Just a 4 here is not a 6. So
Yeah, and both of them noticed as well. So like this is like, in most cases the Grander wouldn't hurt you, except in this specific instance.
exactly, like Joachim can even give him the tunic and the gloves
Yeah.
and still survive and keep his 3-card hand. So this is not the pressure you want to put on here, because it's a scary spot to be in.
And it's awesome to see we're in the finals and they're still having fun, because they are probably great friends who play each other all the time.
Yeah, Joachim, he is from Uppsala, which is like 30 minutes to an hour away from
Yeah.
here, but like Joachim is a regular at the Armories in Stockholm.
Oh, cool.
He always shows up, like he's a grinder. He played he played PT Lille. He qualified with experience to get there. Like,
Oh wow.
he's such a grinder. Like, there is few people that play as much as he plays. So like, he travels to Stockholm, plays the Armories. He plays his Armories in Uppsala. Like, and so they're good friends. They play a lot. They practice with each other. They discuss decks with each other. So yeah. It's such a strange, like the last month is the least I've talked with Joachim and Jacob that I like ever.
They
Because,
just
like,
locked. They locked up in the room and just grinded
That's kind of
games.
what everybody's been doing like the last month, because like usually we discuss everything, and then
Yeah.
like the month prior to nationals, like everybody just shut up and like, I can't talk with you anymore because now I need to get my shit done. So
Yeah, it's radio silence.
yeah. the rest 11 months were like, yeah, we're just helping each other, just playing and having a good time. But
that last month, you're on silent.
yeah, and Joachim was also the first to 1,000 XP in Sweden. Yes.
Damn, that's a lot.
Yeah. And he got there like last year sometime. So
Wow.
yeah. He's been grinding for a long time, and he hasn't stopped grinding. Like, he's not up in the top 100 anymore, but he's still way up there in XP.
Yeah, and you can see it in his play. Like, he's so meticulous. He's taking the time as well to think out all the possible lines, and that's the experience he brings to the table. I know he's been playing a lot of Kano, where you're in these kinds of situations where you have to ask yourself the question: do I pull the trigger? And in this instance, like, do I put the equipment in front, go to 1? Do I just block with the 3 block? Do I block it out entirely and just say I don't have a hand?
And as a Kano player, you're super comfortable being at 1.
Yeah.
That's like where you thrive.
That's the only one that matters, right?
Yeah. Unless you're 1, you're wasted HP. Like, that's the way when you're a Kano player. So Joachim is super comfortable doing stuff like that. So, like, just okay, I get one more turn, and every time you get one more turn, you're one turn closer to killing them. So it's exactly where you want to be.
And I wouldn't feel comfortable making these calls, because what they do, that's probably the correct play. I feel like I think he has a 3 block to the Insidious Chill's a 2 block and a 3 block. It's hard. Because he could also play the... No, you never play the Insidious Chill. You never play the Ice Eternal. There's no reason to. Just creating the 1 Frostbite.
Yeah, you can even play the Insidious Chill to be able to moon for 2.
Yeah.
Just to be able to, like, okay, here, it's just 2 damage, but it's still 2 damage. So you need to do something about it, so...
So you go to... so you would say, like, the most tempo play is going to 1? Like, putting the 2 equipments in front, play the Insidious Chill, and then
or even no, he can play the Ice like the
Ice Eternal for 0 Waning Moon.
Waning Moon with the Insidious Chill, 2 damage, Arsenal the Polar Blast, and then like, okay,
is it a Polar Blast? I thought it was a Warmongers.
Oh, it might be. Okay, yeah, but the Warmongers it might be fine too, because it's a 0 you can just play to start your turn.
Yeah. It's just a 0.
Or you just play the Warmongers and then pitch into Moon. Like,
that works as well, yeah.
The risk there is if he goes War or Peace, he can just lock himself out of the next turn. So yeah,
I think you generally just pick War as an Icelander.
You might be, but then again, you need to calculate everything that is in your deck, like what do you do about it. So yeah, it is a hard spot because he doesn't have he doesn't really have a really good play. He just has some okay plays. So yeah, he needs to figure out what is the correct of the awkward plays he has.
And the big question is, do you go to 1? Or do you just value the life more to give it 3 block and don't do anything in your turn? Like, I think this position for Joachim would have been easier if he had a damage spell in hand.
It is. Then it would have been a no-brainer. You just go with that and then just, but okay, he decided that going to 1 is the correct play.
Yeah.
I can keep my hand. I can do something with that hand. What we have to figure out, but it at least it does. He's putting some kind of pressure on.
So I think you might play no, you don't play the Insidious Chill. You either... Oh, is he going to do it? He is.
He is. If he arsenalize the turn, can you always fuse it and just rip a card, even if it's
that
for
makes
0.
sense.
Yeah. Because the Seismic Surge is going to pop, so you can react to that and just rip a card for free, and then, okay, your move.
It could even lock him out of the turn as well. Now the Seismic Surge actually hurts Jakob.
It does, especially when you have the Insidious and the Ice Eternal. Then this is a window to just, okay, I got 1 card. What do you want to do now?
Yeah.
So
let's see if he goes for more than Axis 0. Maybe he goes Axis 1.
Yeah, maybe he wants to put some more pressure on. Oh yeah.
Just take the time.
Yeah.
So he's going for Axis 1.
Yeah, looks like it.
Grade 1 Frostbite. Now it's to pay or discard. I see a Terror Sunder, I see a Starstruck, I see a Warmongers and a Showtime. That's a lot of blues.
It is.
Yeah, they just need to clean up the play, resolve everything
Yeah.
in the correct order, because
Yeah.
there are a lot of windows to respond to.
Yeah, there's a lot of triggers here. So first we have the Seismic is on the stack. In
Yeah.
response to that, you play the Ice Eternal, fuse it. When that triggers, the Insidious goes on the stack. So the Insidious is the first layer on the stack
Yeah.
right now. Insidious resolves first. After that, we have the Ice Eternal. The Ice Eternal have two parts, but there is no response in between.
Yeah.
So first you create all the frostbites, and then Ice Eternal checks how many frostbites do you have and deal that much arcane damage. So there is no way to give more than one frostbite probably, unless he's Storm Striders or something like that. So give him a second frostbite.
Yeah.
But first Insidious need to resolve. That is the layer on the stack right now.
Yeah, and that's the big one, and that's why Insidious Chill is a double-edged sword, and it takes a lot of skill to play Icelander, because you cannot choose to trigger the Insidious Chill like you could with the Amulet Device, and that's why it's banned, because you could choose the moment
Yeah.
the Amulet Device triggers, so you can play it out turn 0
Yeah.
and just wait for and you have 3 Amulets Device, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna fuse now and rip 3 cards.
Yeah, and you can always look like, what do you pitch? And you pitch like that. I'm not going to use the last one
Yeah.
or whatever. So, but yeah, Insidious still going to take a card. You're going to give him a frostbite. You're going to ping him for 1. You're showing him frostings. That's potential 1 damage. They can Striders in.
Yeah,
He can also, after Insidious response resolves, he can hold priority on the Ice Eternal.
yeah,
Storm Striders in defrosting. And now it's going to be 2 frostbites and 2 arcane damage if he wants to.
that's a
The-
very big.
Yeah, so
thing.
he's going to have a window after this Insidious is. So Joachim can do stuff he wants to, so he can make a decision here. No, it looks like he just, okay, this resolves.
And now it's probably going to be. It doesn't look like he's. Yeah. Okay. And now the frostbite resolves.
Yeah, and he paid the 1 that they had floating for the
And-
arcane damage there.
And it does feel like the Insidious Chill doesn't. The frostbite does nothing because it gets cancelled out against the Seismic Surge. So that's no disruption for Jakob's turn.
So now Jakob needs to decide, does he think that he can just, like he saw the frosting, that
Yeah.
means that there's 4 damage. If he doesn't have any bigger spells, he might be able to just swing the crippling here and just take all the cards.
Yeah.
And there are some plays here, and then Joachim is going to have to figure out, can I do the 5 damage or can't I? So
And it does look like there's a defense reaction in hand and
Yeah.
Emeritus Scolding. So if I was Joachim, I would love to just block out this turn and put Emeritus Scolding in the arsenal, and then you're in a very good spot.
it does.
Yeah, this is such a hard game. Like it really comes down to the wire. We have 2 of Swedish best players up against each other in the finals, playing their most comfortable heroes, because Jakob has been on Bravo and Oldham, right?
Yeah, he's
Uh,
been on Bravo exclusively for
ex-
over a year.
And Joachim is a resident wizard player.
Yeah.
So these are 2 of the best players in Sweden on the best decks at the 2 of the best decks in the moment. So
Yeah.
and it's really coming down to the wire. Speaking to the skill of both players.
Yeah, like every point of damage has been like calculated. It's been
Yeah.
blocked, but they like, it's been so efficient every time. Like they haven't wasted a single point anywhere.
They really didn't. And like most games, I could point to something I would have done differently, but in this game, I didn't see anything. Like Joachim has been on top of his game the entire time, making the correct reads, the correct calls.
Now Jacob needs to decide, if I swing for 6, is that enough?
Yeah.
Can I get him off whatever I need him to get off? If I swing for anything else, can he kill me? He showed me a frosting. Does he have anything else? Does he
Yeah.
have anything like? And again, you need to not only play to not lose. You also need to play to win.
Yeah.
Like, is the Anatos enough pressure to win?
Yeah.
And if he decides that that is not the case, then he has to do something else. And what is that something else? Like, is it sending the crippling? Is it sending something else? Like, how does he win this game? Also, Jacob, because he's at 5. You know that as soon as Joachim finds the correct hand,
Yeah.
he's just dead.
So he has 8 points of resources in his
Yeah.
hand, and crippling is 7.
7 plus the frostbite, so he spends
That's the
everything.
frostbite.
Yeah.
No, but the seismic cancel each other out. So he
he's-
just has the 1 AB,
yeah.
and
So then
so I don't think you send the crippling.
it's really hard, but like it depends on the read. Like he saw the frosting. Okay, yeah, no.
And I think Joachim has the 7 block actually.
Yeah. So Joachim. So this is exactly what Joachim was looking for.
I feel like if he has the frosting and that was a sink, he blocks 7.
Yeah, he can block 7 and Arsenal.
And then
Emeritus.
Arsenal Emeritus. Then he could take this game actually.
He can.
That is a sink, yeah, and a frosting.
Because here you need to calculate the odds. Okay, what is the odds that Jacob has a blue, one more blue in hand? And if you start Striders here and he has a blue, like, do you kill him? And if you don't kill him, like, there is 6 damage on the stack, so you need to survive that. But this is like what you do as Kano every time. It's like you calculate, okay, what is his hand? How does it look? What do I do about it? And like, it's been a lot of flesh and blood. You need to keep your head cool in this game. Like, this is for the game. Like, this is the last round. This is the national championship. Like, the trophy is standing right next to them. It's there's a lot on the line right now.
Yeah, and you don't want to make the mistake in this instance. Like, not the obvious mistake, because of course there can always be like the very technical. If you look through the entire game, you can find something that if you did this differently, you would have had a different outcome. But in this instance, you want to be as tight as you can be. Just take the time, calculate all the lines, make sure you... because one of the things I needed to learn is like, what kills me? Just the question. Like, I was too focused on how do I kill him.
Yeah.
I just got blown out by lightning pressers or rain razors. Like, I was on 3 and it's just 1, and then it's the rain razors. I'm like, oh no, that's how I die.
Yeah.
And once you get into the headspace of what kills me, it was a Brothers in Arms. It wasn't the Emeritus Scolding.
Okay.
I thought because it was a extended art rainbow foil, it would have been the Emeritus Scolding. This game hasn't been played yet.
No, it's a tight game. It's been a super tight game all the way.
Like, I feel like one of the outs is a red Aether Ice Vein.
But now Jacob knows that there is a frosting in the arsenal because he showed it earlier. So now we can calculate the damage a lot easier.
He can go. Oh,
there is a red. Is there? Or is that a sink?
It is a sink, but
it's a sink. Yeah. So now he needs to think about, okay, does he forget the tuning counter or? There we go.
Good job, Jacob.
Yeah, he's just like, okay, take your time.
Don't
go into your turn yet. What is it? What is the first thing you do? Yeah, you tune a counter. Yeah, it's important because if it goes one more turn, that's 1 HP.
That's very relevant. Yes, indeed. I'm trying to look at Joachim's hand. We know it's a sink. We know there's a frosting in the arsenal. I didn't see the other cards. It didn't look like he had a very good damage spell. I didn't see. Well, he does the shuffle, so that's very nice for us. But like, I didn't spot like the Emeritus Scolding art or extended art.
I didn't spot any big things either. So yeah, just a naked crippling, just like take his hand.
Oh, and he was very confident in this one. Like, he put down the die with conviction, and he's like, "This is the last turn.
I'm gonna take your entire hand here because you're not gonna kill me, so you need to block everything." That's the thing, is like when Joachim is at 1, like he needs to block 11 here.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have the kill, he needs to block 11. So he needs to look at his hand. It's like, do I have enough block here? So this could be like a really good pivot for Jacob, and it's going to let him get to his tuning counter.
Yeah, and that's very important because then the frosting doesn't matter. Yeah.
There we go. He got his entire hand, exactly what he want here. Because
perfect.
Yeah, you get your tuning counter safely.
And I'm pretty certain he put a card that dominates in the arsenal, the Terror Sunder. I didn't see it in the pitch.
Oh, and then you find the 2 reds. Oh, that's rough. Okay, tuning counter.
This is so tight.
Yeah, it's like every single point.
I think I see a CNC. I see
a spinal.
There's a Terror Sunder.
There's a spinal and a CNC there. So.
Ooh, this is the hand you're waiting on if you're a Joachim. And okay, so his theoretical range is a probably. Oh yes, I saw an 8 ice vein.
Is it only the ice veins?
I think I saw 2, maybe 3. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
So depending on the color of those, but they're also pretty expensive to play. So if they are all reds or yellows, it might be expensive to play them out.
Well, if he has the 1 ice card, he can fuse, ripping a
Yeah.
card as well. But it needs to be like the yellow and the blue and the red. Then you can go yellow and oh man. This is really going to come down to the wire. I see 3 Aether Ice Veins. They're stacked together.
It's pretty rough because
And I think it's a frosting, so he does have the ice card.
Yeah.
He does have the Insidious Chill. Is that a frosting?
might be. So like he has the 2 blue ice veins, so there could be blue ice veins there, but yeah, this is so tight. It's so tight, like every single point.
Yeah.
And Jacob needs to figure out, okay, how do I play this turn? How many resources do I need to keep up to survive? How many points of pressure do I need to put on? Like, how big of a hand can I let Joachim have? Like, if I only attack for 6,
Yeah.
what does Joachim does? If I attack for more, what does Joachim does? Like, all of that, like.
And did we see? I think we saw 2 pommels, right? So there's no more pressure of the pommel because he pommeled Rouse and he pommeled Anatos. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
he did
if
the
you're
2 pommels.
Joachim, you know it's just going to be what's on the stack.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about the pommel, and that's what we talked about. The deck only runs 2 pommel.
Yeah.
He needed to cut something. He cut 1 of the pommels. He cut 1 of the sigils. So the math is pretty easy for Joachim now. Like, what is up is up. Like,
Yeah.
there is no like hidden information that Jacob can fake again anymore. So
It's over. And yeah, I'm. So they're just having a chat with the judge.
yeah, they're just double checking that everything is okay.
Yeah. Which is fine.
It might be that they're too loud in the next room. Okay, here we go.
This is So this is a scary play for Jacob as well, because now he can respond with the Aether Ice Vein.
Yeah.
If he has the blues, and then he will rip 2 cards, and then the Terra Thunder could fizzle.
It can happen. It can happen. But also, like, he needs to, like, sometimes you just need to make sure to force them to have it.
Yeah, just show me.
Yeah.
This is the classic show me.
Yeah.
Show me what you have. Are you going to take the 1? I do like the frosting right now though, because it's just a free frostbite. It's a free damage.
Yeah,
it gives you so much information.
It's very non-committal.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to commit anything, and you still, like, you can say, I'm gonna ping you for 1. I'm gonna give you a frostbite. You are at 4. Like, you don't know anything about my hand. Like,
Yeah.
it could be all red, it could be all
And
blue. You have no idea.
And you already knew what was in the arsenal, so I'm actually giving you less information. Like,
yeah.
if you're like, if he storm striders now, for example, you're like, oh, there's a frosting coming and a waning moon. That's
Yeah.
pretty easy. But now it's the frosting. But
He doesn't know anything.
does he go for the storm striders? Does he have the resources for the waning moon? You don't know. And in this situation, as Jacob, you're just drawing a blank. You're like, you're counting for a Emeritus Scolding and the waning moon. So you're probably going for, like, this will be 7 damage,
Yeah.
or maybe even you're counting for 8.
He's preventing the 1 here. Okay, so. Okay.
But what does Joachim do now?
He needs to break the frostbite here if he wants to do something. Or he can, yeah, because if he just passes, this is just a pretty rough turn for him. But also, he knew that frosting was there, so he probably has a plan to, like, how do I play around it?
Oh, and this is very smart, because if it were exactly these 2 cards in Jacob's hand, it wouldn't have been such a nice play.
Yeah.
And now he needs to commit his entire hand for the Anatos, and he probably won't.
No.
So it is looking like a pass for Jacob, and that means that Joachim can get 3 Ice Veins.
Yeah. If Joachim can survive into his turn with an ice vein in hand and just play that and fuse, it's going to be so rough for Jacob to get back into that. So yeah, Jacob needs to decide what to do. Like, do I put on the pressure and hope Joachim doesn't have the resources, or do I sit back here and hope that Joachim has a really bad hand and can't crack me back?
Yeah, this is the gamble.
Here he comes. Okay.
Oh.
They cost you 1. Do you still do it? This is the problem with not doing it before the frostbite triggering. So I think that might have been the first mistake from Jacob, and not using the tunic in response to that frostbite, because now you have one less resource that you counted on.
Yeah. Okay. No, yeah.
If he counted on that resource to make this play,
this is. You can see he's shaken up.
Yeah. You can see it's those small mistakes, that one resource, he was counting on it, and then he let something resolve, and then all of a sudden he can't count on it anymore. It's been
so clean, so tight.
So clean, so light. It's one small thing.
Yeah.
See if the fuse comes. Yeah, the fuse comes. Here we are.
Yeah.
It's the frosting. So that Insidious that it developed a couple of turns ago, it's really paying off right now. Yeah.
And that's why Insidious is so important. Why you want to develop it against the Bravo. Yeah. Because if we go back to the Erica game, she didn't get to develop one, and you saw it in the late, and now you can see in the late game how important this Insidious chill is. This fuse. And with the other one, the Ice Eternal, it was so crucial to fuse the Ice Eternal, make them cost a card. I do have to feel for Jacob as well, because he's been playing perfectly for 12 rounds and 14 turn cycles as well. And
he's probably gonna have to discard one of these red cards here. He has 3 more resources in hand. There is 5 on the stack. The Waning Moon can come.
I think he's on 2 red, right?
Yeah, he is. I'm not sure that Joachim is going to read it and be able to Waning Moon here, but he needs to. Okay.
You can see he's off his game now. It's rough.
Yeah. He really needs to okay, I need to slow down. I need to calculate everything that can happen, everything I can do about it. How do I maximize the few resources that I have? How do I get into next turn?
Yeah, and I can feel like Jacob is feeling, because I think he caught his own mistake, and then you have this stone in your stomach. That's what we say in Dutch. You have this big boulder in your stomach, and you need to pass on the stone and just get your cool, because you made a mistake. And you're like, this is a crucial mistake in the final of the Swedish Nationals, and I think you just need to take the time and just get the emotions out. And we can see there's a lot of emotions with Jacob. I would feel those emotions as well, and you then need to reset your mind and okay, I made this mistake.
I'm sitting here with the stone here because I feel with Jacob right now.
Yeah, me too.
You've been there so many times when you play the game, even if it's just an armory and you make this mistake, but this is at the highest level. This is at the Swedish National Champion. It's the finals. It is the last couple of rounds, and you make that small thing.
I can't blame him, because he's been playing perfectly for all the turn cycles, and Joachim has been been playing a killer late game, going down to 1. Yeah, it's such a tough game, and you have the pressure from everyone watching at home. It's tough, and
it's been a long day, long weekend, but also just give it to Joachim. He's just. Again, we talked about that first frosting, you didn't give him any information. And when you don't give him any information, these small mistakes can happen, because he didn't know this was going to come.
No.
So Joachim just okay, this is that's just a frosting, it's nothing. And Jacob was that's nothing. And then all of a sudden, haha, I got you. And then it is something.
It is always the one frostbite.
Yeah.
It's always the one frostbite.
Because now there is, all of a sudden, there's an ice vein there. And all of a sudden, that one frostbite from the frosting wasn't nothing. It was a lot. It was huge.
Yeah.
So.
And it looks like Jacob got his cool. I know Joachim is feeling pretty confident in this situation, because you can Waning Moon, and you can also pass, because you know he's going to have to either pay the 2 resources, and then you wait. If he's going to attack with the hammer, you just Waning Moon him off the frosting, and you win. If he doesn't have the resources at this situation. Oh, he is going to pay for the
frostbite to get the tunic.
So the tunic is on the stack. You could Waning Moon at this very instance. So I do like that Jacob is doing this just to force a reaction from Joachim, but he's feeling very safe in this situation. Wait, so the Insidious Chill should resolve first,
he
right?
discarded the Spinal.
Oh yeah, I missed that one. And then he takes 3, going down to 1, 2. And now the big question. Yeah, and that's the game. Oh my god, what a game!
Yeah, what a game.
This was like the perfect ending to a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, like Joachim has been like, you can see the stone cold Joachim, and now it's like
Yeah.
you can really side down. Like he's been playing so tight, so rough. Like every game has been like down to the wire. Like he's at 1. Like he's been at 1 for a couple of turns. Like when you're there, like everything can happen. But he just find the points. He just find reason. Like he just didn't make a single mistake.
It's insane.
He just kept in his head. I'm so impressed with what Joachim has been doing this weekend.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's such good play.
And all these 4 players are going to the top 4 players are going to Barcelona. I would look out for the Swedish Armada because they're looking very strong, very tight. I would be scared of when you see a Swedish player in your jam. You better be prepared at Worlds because this was a tight game. It was a very good tournament.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dragon Slayer and to Henrik for hosting this tournament.
Yeah, it's been perfect here as Dragon Slayer in Stockholm. Like we had a great time. They like the entire venue. They just closed everything down, and so like we're just doing nationals here this entire weekend. Like this setup that Henrik has set up, and you guys been streaming, working the entire week. Like it's this has been super awesome.
Yeah, and like Henrik went all the way to the Netherlands, picked us up. Oh, they will open the envelopes. Oh, that's very nice.
Yeah,
we're gonna get 3 envelopes.
Yeah, we're gonna get to see even more cards. Let's go.
I do hope Jacob gets a very, very good gold foil because he does deserve it.
He really does deserve something nice here because like he played so well this entire weekend, and
let's see what Joachim is pulling. I do like that they're graded, by the way. It makes a bit more sense. Oh,
it's the Phantasmal.
That's nice.
That's a nice card.
Wow. That's a good pull.
Yeah,
that's rent money.
Yeah,
that's car money.
Yeah, that's how you get to Barcelona.
Yeah.
Like,
well, you're gonna get a penthouse in Barcelona off that card.
He's buying the first rounds of beers at least. So
he's going to buy my first round tonight.
Yeah, that's awesome. Let's see what Jacob is doing here right now. So
he deserves a Bravo card. Oh, it's a diadem.
It's a diadem. This is a really nice. It's a new card from the last set. So yeah, it's not the Phantasmal, but it's a really nice card.
And it's probably the first one that's been pulled. Because if it's the new set, there won't be a lot of in circulation.
It's not that many in circulation, no. So that is one of the first one in circulation. So
yeah,
a huge shout out to Joachim and Jacob. Like great play.
Fantastic play. So much hype. But look at them just laughing. Like you can see that the atmosphere in Sweden with Flesh and Blood is just amazing. They're good friends. They're having fun. They're playing the game. And of course, when you're in the game, you're fighting to the death. But afterwards, you're just having fun, opening the packs on stream. And it's been such a pleasure going to Sweden. And you just told me I'm honorary Swede. So
yeah, you are like from this weekend. Like both of you guys, like being here with us this week, and like you almost speak Swedish now. I heard you like So. And
it's been so cool. Like the food's really great in Sweden. The people are so nice. Really high level Flesh and Blood. Shout out also to our friend Lewis, who has been hosting us all these days. He also came in top 8 in the PTI. He played the event, and he was also hosting like 2 very tired Dutch casters. We just came home, and like yesterday we got home and we didn't eat because we were just so much into the games, and he made ramen for us at like 11.
Yeah,
Shout out to Lewis. He's such a good guy, and I think it's just like the Swedish people. They're so accommodating. They love the game. They have so much passion, and they showed us that they can play the game as well.
Yeah, no, it's been awesome. This has been really good. Like, and now the people are like just congratulating Joachim. Like, we still have the crowd out there in the main hall, and like everybody's just now they're streaming in, like just congratulating Joachim. Just showing the love for their friend and their foe, but there's also the friends. Like, so it's this has been such an awesome weekend, and I'm so impressed by Joachim this entire weekend.
It's insane. It's and he wasn't even as impressed with himself. Like,
no, but that's the thing. He's just so low key. But yeah, he's an awesome person. And if you've ever been at any event with him, you're gonna see him grinding the blitz tables. You're gonna see him grinding. You're gonna see him at Kino, like with Icelander. Like, he's going to be there and he's going to be grinding. Like, you know he's going to be, and you can see the grind is paying off. Like,
definitely, and that's what I feel. That's so beautiful about Flesh and Blood. If you put in the time and you put in the work, like we had Dennis on stream, and he's only started playing competitively recently, and he got up to the top tables, and he showed that if you put in the time, you put in the work, you will get really rewarded.
And thanks for everybody that's been watching and like talking in the chat, and just so it's been awesome. Been really cool having everybody here. So,
and we'll probably be wrapping up the stream pretty quickly.
I think so too. Yeah.
So we'll just be showing some of the tables. Like, there's some people hanging out, and we can see if there's still something Henrik, our producer, wants to do, or we just stop the stream. So we'll go back to the tables without sound, and. Thanks for watching, and
thanks everybody.
See you next year, Sweden.
See you.